Okay, so today is going to be our second James M. Creed episode, and the first episode where we covered his music was actually episode one of the channel, so the first episode I ever did, and now over 200 episodes later, we're looking at some of his piano studies, and I believe all of these are available on Bandcamp. I guess I'm just gonna, yeah, there's six of them. I'm just gonna go through them one at a time. The score is freely available on his website, last I checked, so study number one, hold unicorda pedal and sustain pedal and play these really high chords that are slowly descending, all white notes. Just a little something for the family piano that none of us play enough anymore, seeing as I'm back for a little while. Study number two is sort of, you have to fill it in with a pencil. There are many pianos in the world. I am here with this one today on September 15th, 2025. We've met before this meeting. It was made by Henry Herbert, or made by Mason and Rich in I don't know when, but it is brown. It has 88 keys. I don't know how many are black, but you get the idea. It is however many inches wide. Its highest C sustains for half a second. It is however many hands tall. Its middle C sustains for 16 seconds. It had sausage for breakfast, and I will give it steak for dinner. It is lunchtime now. Here is some coffee. I'm brewing coffee at the moment. So the third one is sort of about um, all pianos being connected to one another, and this idea of them forming some sort of like network of roots. And uh, there's like this plaque which kind of explains the concept, which you're supposed to affix to your piano. And then you sort of just sit there and think about, like, try to listen to the other pianos in the world kind of thing. It also kind of instructs you to play whatever you like. Um, so it's very much about the headspace of the performer. It doesn't really matter what they play. Um, then this one uh, is also kind of, it's more about like time. So it's about like having a piece that you've performed and then not performed for a long time, and then playing the first note. I guess you have to remember what the first note was, and then hearing the rest of the piece in your head while you hold that. Um, so the first two studies are like the second study was a bit more playful. These next two are a little bit more serious, or at least more intellectual. Then the fifth one is kind of interesting. It's like really long, um, and it involves like playing these little notes in the middle of the piano, right around middle C, holding them for long periods of time and breathing through a C harmonica at the same time. So the rhythm of your breathing is sort of like either lining up or not lining up with these 5 second intervals that you're playing, um, which is kind of more bodily than the other studies. It's sort of like making you aware of your body. And then the sixth one is just the first one, but reversed. The text is a little bit different. Like we're the last awake on New Year's, and it's been a good one. Um, so the first one was about family, kind of, and looking back, and then the last movement is about also about family, but more so about like this we could be any sort of community, and looking forward, kind of looking back a little bit too. Um, and then I won't read through all of this, but uh, I think it's interesting that Creed acknowledges they could be performance pieces, but they're more like nice things to do or nice ways to think of things that we're doing already. Um, so I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of listening to them, but they're up here on Bandcamp, and you can see the longest. They're all pretty long actually, but the longest ones are on the at the beginning and end of the whole series, which and those are the ones that are most explicit. Um, Link to this in the video description. Hopefully, my just grazing through it here is helping you get to know the piece a bit better, giving you some context. And if you're more interested, I would encourage you to just go on James's website and download the score and just like read through it because it says a lot about his style and his approach to composing. So with that, I'll see you in God, like maybe an hour, maybe 40 minutes. Okay, so I thought this was a really great piece to start the series because it's a piece sort of about pianos and really got me thinking about the instrument. Um, yeah, this recording is kind of takes an interesting approach. Um, I felt like some recordings were more successful than others. Like for study number, I want to say 4, there's like almost a big interview with a performer, which I don't know if that really works. Because the previous two were presented in such a more straightforward way. It's literally just a recording of someone like writing on the score and filling these blanks and cutting out a piece of the score and taping it to their piano. Like literally just recordings of the action. Um, Whereas this, it took a bit of a like meta kind of turn, and I don't know if it worked in the scope of the album. What really struck me was this fifth study. This was like really powerful, and in my opinion, it was sort of the strongest like movement as a recording. Maybe it wouldn't be. Maybe some of these other ones would be stronger, like if you saw it as a performance art thing in person. But I mean, I was really taken with the sound of the reeds of harmonica, like blending with these very spare piano notes, and you could almost program this piece on its own, the fifth study. Whereas the other ones, I don't think really stand on their own. I think they all the other studies work better in the context of the whole thing. Um, so yeah, that's that. I think the next piece is probably going to be Matthew Lee Knowles. I have a lot of piano scores by him, and I don't know, it's going to be something like 40 pieces that have recordings. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a daunting series right at the start. Um, but I'm also excited because there's so much great repertoire to look at, and so many composers have poured their hearts and souls into this instrument. And yeah, I'm excited to get this sort of intimate knowledge of different artists. Okay, this morning I'm going to listen to a piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles from 2021. It's called A Grateful Statue Dreams Brave. And this is the score. It's both hands are in octaves the whole time, I'm pretty sure. And it's only 2 pages. The recording I'm going to be listening to is by this UK organist Carson Kuhlman, and he plays this in about 8 minutes, so very slowly. There's no tempo indication though. I'm curious to hear how it sounds. There's also no dynamics or articulation, it's just the notes. Before we get into things, I'm just going to talk about this composer and how I discovered his music. So, let me just. So, this was a composer that I sort of discovered through Twitter, I'm pretty sure. And at one point, I think I discovered his music around this time, 2021. Maybe I found him in 2020 during the pandemic, but when he had this Twitter post where he just like gave this Google Drive link to all of his compositions thus far. I guess he continues to update this. And I downloaded a bunch of keyboard stuff. So this is more or less where I got all this. All these PDFs we're going to be looking at. And he's a very prolific composer. I think that's one of the first things you'll notice when you look into his stuff is that he's just writing stuff every day, like almost a piece a day kind of thing, maybe even more. Kate Ledger is a big collaborator of his. She's a pianist. He's UK based, I should mention. He taught alongside Michael Finnessy. Michael Finnessy is a new complexity composer in the UK. I'm not going to read all the way through this, but he's mentioning John Cage a lot, and his music I would describe as very Cagean. Even his whole approach of just like composing so much music, most of which I can't find performances of, and just emphasis on having a huge output and collaborating. And then, yeah, his works list, he's not ashamed to show how many pieces he writes a year, which it seems to be like is like between 20 and 60 pieces a year, mostly for piano. So, yeah, that's what we're getting into here. Link to the recording is in the video description, and I will see you in 8 minutes. Okay. Yeah, so it's a nice little haunting piece. Carson's performance is really phenomenal. Uh, he does a lot with dynamics that aren't there, but keeps to this very like straight, slow performance with no pedal. And yeah, it's just two-part counterpoint for a long time, but it seemingly follows no rules. Like it kind of breaks all sort of contrapuntal rules, and it seems very intuitively written and flowing. Kind of every motion feels like a big one because you don't know what rule is going to be broken next, right? Or if any are going to be broken, and you don't know if a voice is going to leap or if it's going to step. You don't really know what direction it's going to go. So it sort of keeps you in suspense the whole time. And formally, I like how it's broken up into these sections that end with whole notes. There's 7 of them. The For example, like Carson took the first one all loud and then started playing with dynamics further on. The fourth one is where we really get the lower register of the piano finally. And then the 7th one is where we get really high. I guess we end high and low in the 6th, but then, yeah, towards the end we get the really high stuff. And ending on the C sharp is kind of nice because I think a few points in the piece we have this motion from C to C sharp in one of the hands, and it's always very strange. But I don't think there's any sort of pattern. I think it's all like just kind of felt. Yeah, interesting that the bass ends with that same motion, C, C sharp, and then we get D, C sharp in the upper voice. Yeah, I mean it's a nice little piece. You're gonna find as we go through more and more of this composer's piano pieces that they all sound very different and have very specific modes of playing that are different from one another. Like this one is all octaves for 8 minutes, which is very, it changes the whole relationship of the art pianist with their hands. They're just using these fingers. Um, so yeah, that'll be it for Matthew Lee Knowles episode 1. Okay, so today I'm looking at this piece called Thor, which was sort of a promotional piece for a Bandcamp album of the same name by Matthew Lee Knowles. And all these names are backers of this album, I believe. And basically, this composer, uh, I guess, along the way, as they were getting backers for the album, um, was like writing these pieces to promote it. And they're titled after the number of backers at the time of composition. Um, I think it says so right here. A six-piece suite for the sweet people who supported Matthew Lee Knowles slash Kate Ledger's fundraising campaign in September 2021. The number in the title refers to the number of backers we had at the time the music was written. You can see that sort of the gimmick with these ones is these, I guess, bits of technique text or expression markings, you could call them, that are sometimes useful, sometimes a bit strange or esoteric. For example, you might let something go here or let it dig deeper into your psyche. Kittenish, tricksy, gay, ecstatic, resounding, thunderous, ravishing, indomitably, all in the span of not much time. Yeah, I like this intoxicated above these suspiciously beamed eighth notes. Just in general, I think the whole like feeling behind this is just of fun and excitement, and that's reflected in the way it's notated. It looks kind of a little bit messy, a little bit overly notated, and certainly all these indications are just really fun. So I'm gonna have to listen to it. Link to this playlist is in the video description, and if you're interested, check out the album that it's promoting. Okay, so my thoughts on this, it's a lot of different ideas, one after another. Um, it had this feeling of like, now this is the last movement. Okay, now this is the last movement. Like each one was sort of like sounded more final than the previous one, kind of probably because of the nature of why it was composed. It's like we don't know how many backers we're gonna have. Let's compose another one. My favorite ones. I really like the second one just because it's got this like same thing over and over again. It's like, and it has this idea of like repeating everything 3 times. It's kind of funny. I would understand if someone's favorite is the fifth one, just because it stands out the most. It's just got this ridiculous ending. But I would say the second and the sixth are probably my favorite. This ending is just so nice and cheesy and yeah, it feels very final and I don't know. So you can see it's a album pieces that are like pieces that are dedicated to different people. Then all of them start with four, so that's the theme. And I believe it's Kate Ledger piano and Matthew Lee Knowles composer. Yeah, I think it's just a two-parter and it's pretty cheap. You can get the digital album for £7. So Seems like a really nice project. I remember when the Kickstarter dropped and when it was coming out, and it seemed really exciting. Um, and it's just such a nice idea, like to just how do I promote my compositions? I just compose some more. Um, it's kind of yeah, something that he definitely pulled off. Today I'm listening to a piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles called For Andrew 2V, and I believe it's from 2021. You can see that it's all notated on a single staff on landscape paper, but frequent clef changes, so it's more of a stylistic choice to have it on one line. And these square fermatas are between 19 and 62 seconds long. Um, and also the dynamics here with an enthusiastic drive, possibly very fucking loud. So that's tempo and dynamics kind of. Also, Andrew Tuvey I was just looking at his Wikipedia. He's a British composer who has done a lot of opera and educational works and taught at the Banff Center in Canada, I think, for 4 years. Um, Still living, born in 1962, if I recall. So this is one dedicated to probably a composer in Matthew's life. And apparently this one is was played as part of Matthew's piano recital. So this piano recital was in 2022, July at Pushkin House. And this was actually the last track that he performed. So let's see what's the deal with this venue. So Pushkin House is an arts, cultural, and social space that explores, challenges, and debates Russian culture and identity. It's in London, Bloomsbury Square. Uh, there have been calls to rename the institution, etc. Probably because of the crisis in Ukraine. Founded in 1954, it looks like. And it's not just for concerts, it's for film, exhibitions, talks, etc. I'm going to have a listen to this piece here. I guess it's only in the 6 minute range, in this performance at least. And I will see you in a bit. I'll have a link to this recording in the video description, hopefully starting at the correct time. Okay, nice. I like the idea and the execution, and it works really well as a finale to something. Definitely, he was not holding these all 19 seconds. A lot of them were closer to 15 seconds, and I think if you stretched it to more like the minute range for these pauses, this could be a much, much longer piece, and almost a completely different piece. Um, I like that it's a white key piece. I didn't notice that at first. But yeah, it's all just white keys, but by using the whole range of the piano, it has this really, you know, um, I don't know how to say it, but sort of high romantic sound without having to use black keys. Not that the two are related, but you kind of get what I'm getting at, hopefully. Um, yeah, this was a cool one. I guess next we're going to be continuing down more or less alphabetically because he wrote a lot of pieces in 2021, and we're just going to sit on this year for a long time. So, yeah. Today I'm going to be listening to a piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles called For Bebe. Uh, and it is on his Bandcamp. I think it was on this Kate Ledger album, um, written in April of 2021. And it looks like it has some typical piano figuration. Starts with this like clustery thing. Got a key signature of three flats, and it ends in C-ish. So yeah, it's kind of like C minor-ish, I'm imagining. And you got these little quintuplet grace note things, which quickly evolve into this intense playing. Yeah, it's 2 pages, and it's got a lot of repeats. Um, I don't know who Bebe is. It might be one of Matthew's students. I'm just basing that on like they have a number of pieces for their piano students, which are just their first name. I'll just take a second to talk more about this project, where you can find the piece. So I like this introduction on the Bandcamp. Um, the 12 pieces, I guess between two albums, are a selection of about 70 compositions that name a specific person in the title, and apparently there's another 70 that carry dedications. So, and these are things that were written between 2006 and 2021. Kate played my 7 hour long composition for Alan Turing, and we've worked together on this project since then. I can already see the future, and it is paved with compositions bearing the title For Kate Ledger. Um, so that's kind of interesting. He has like these long form compositions as well as these short little things. Okay, I'm gonna have a listen to this, and I encourage you to as well. I'll let you know my thoughts, and hopefully I can edit together a video that is shorter than this piece. Cool. I can see why they picked this one for the first album. It's super dramatic and really gives the pianist opportunity to like shred a little bit. These three measures in particular are really fun. Followed by the trill is pretty awesome, and yeah, the return to the opening material is just all very fun. And I don't know, it's like my favorite so far. I think we've listened to this is our fourth Matthew Lee Knowles piece. I like this one. It's hard to play though. I guess that's why it's on the album. Okay, we're just gonna keep trucking along tomorrow with the next piece. So, going through a lot of pieces on these two albums actually. Today I'm listening to For Christopher Fox by Matthew Lee Knowles. And it says here the melody is taken from the Seikilos Epitaph, which I guess is the oldest surviving musical composition that's notated. I think it's in the Norton Anthology of Music, I guess Book 1, Ancient to Baroque. At least that's where I saw it in my studies. But yeah, this is a transcription of that melody over top of at first some very low chords and then just a bass note. And I guess then it flips and we get some grace note stuff, some fanciness, and that's it. So it's actually pretty long, but it seems to be sort of like a variation form where the same melody repeats 3, 4, 5, 6 times. I'm assuming this is dedicated to the British composer Christopher Fox, who was born in 1955. Yeah, so an important aspect of his music is stylistic breadth, systematic approaches to music, political function of music, and deeply rooted in post-war Darmstadt traditions. Um, okay, definitely a modernist guy, I guess. He has publications in Contact, of which he was an editor, Contemporary Music Review, Musical Times, and Tempo. And he wrote a big publication on the music of Michael Finnessy. If you've been watching these Matthew Lee Knowles episodes, there is a clear connection between Finnessy and Matthew and maybe Christopher Fox by extension. So, yeah, I think that's enough context. This is a 6-minute piece. Here's the recording. It's also in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think in a bit. Okay, so this is a easy listen and a nice sort of way to fill time. It's pretty long compared to some of the other piano pieces of Matthews we've looked at, and it's very accessible, and I think a lot of people would like to hear this in a concert, or a lot of people would like to play this in a piano recital. There's definitely some quirky aspects, like the use of extreme low register and this really high ending. Um, Definitely, like the first couple of variations, it's like really unexpected, the shift, like removing the pedal here and the chords, and just having this really exposed thing is like super effective. And then it's pretty striking getting the melody flipped into the bass. But I think the last couple of variations where there's just sort of piano figuration are not as extreme. I've always thought that maybe we are not reconstructing it that accurately. Like it's so old. See if I can go back to it. Like I was always skeptical that we could even know what the intonation was like. I guess to sort of play it in equal temperament as very on a piano, it's like already become a completely different thing, you know. But this is the way that it's reconstructed in sort of Western music textbooks, and they even actually Matthew just like took this exactly, even with the key signature and time signature. Um, so yeah, it's kind of funny just using it as a. Here's the alternative rhythmicization, which Matthew also uses, which is kind of funny. I guess he's just literally pulling this from Wikipedia or a textbook, and the theme and variations, like the theme is literally just this melody twice, once in each rhythmic um, realization, which is kind of funny. The text is while you live, shine, by no means at all, though grieve. For a little it exists the living, the end, the time requires it. Very poetic. Next, we're going to be listening to For Daniel Derakhshan, which is another one from the Bandcamp albums of this year, 2021. So today I'm listening to this piece by Matthew Lee Knowles called For Daniel Derakhshan. It's a white key piece. It's formatted very strangely. You just have one line of like one staff of music per page, and it's 4 pages. And it's sort of this two-part counterpoint thing where sometimes you get one voice at a time, sometimes you get both of them together, and that's it. I don't know what the tempo is, but probably very slow. And I guess it can be played in any register of the piano. So let's see how Kate Ledger interprets it. I should say From what I can find, this composer is from Iran, currently living in Canada, and he recently got his master's of composition from University of Western Ontario. Okay, so Kate takes it very slow. It's almost 6 minutes long, and yeah, I'll let you know what I think in a little bit here. This recording is in the video description, basically this link here. Okay, so it's very Aeolian sounding, and a lot of emphasis on this high A and the E5. So even though it never really goes down to a low A, it feels very much like it's in A minor or something. Um, Occasionally it goes up to the high B and down to the low B, but most of the time it's like just in the span of a tenth, really, um, or a 13th. So it's very constrained. Kate decided to take it um, in the octave it's written. I think it'd be interesting to maybe move it 1 or 2 octaves up. Um, Kind of sounded like Arvo Pärt at times, but it didn't really have much of a pattern to it. It just is kind of random. And I wonder if there's maybe some sort of chance operation going on here. So far, none of these piano pieces have sounded alike, but they all have their own little like rules and restraints, which I think is kind of um, useful as a composer to look at, I think. Next one is just called For Gary. I'm not sure what it's going to look like. Okay, so today's piece is called For Gary Fisher, also by Matthew Lee Knowles. And I was looking at this the other day. I think Gary Fisher is like this multimedia artist who did the album art for a number of Matthew's Bandcamp albums, including the album that this is on. So it's only 2 pages, but it's close to 5 minutes long, and it is in landscape, but it has the same vibe as another one we looked at for Bebe that had a bunch of different ideas repeated. This looks a little bit more intense, like faster tempi, more repetitions, key changes, polytonality, it looks like, kind of thing. And very aggressive, like choices of notation, like just not having any of these 16th notes beamed. So, oh, and also it's both hands are in treble clef the whole time, so that's going to be interesting. Okay, let's hear some Kate Ledger performing for Gary. Okay, nice. So this has got a kind of a weird ending that doesn't sound very final. And Kate does a wonderful job with this performance. It's like very aggressive and intense the whole time, and I like what she does with this section at the end of the first page where she's instructed to get messier. Um, yeah, I think the pacing of this piece, it keeps getting more and more compressed. So like the first line takes up a whole minute of music, and then the rest of the page is sort of like the next 2 minutes, and then really this last section takes up a minute, maybe less, because there's no repeats on the second page. So the amount of information gets more and more compressed. Also, it feels very much like three completely different ideas. Like you get this first section where there's this F on beat 4 of every measure, And then this middle section is characterized by this piano figuration. And then we switch to a different piano left-hand figuration. Also, there's a key change here and then a key change here. So, yeah, it all feels very like purposeful, but also disconnected. Like there's nothing really connecting these sections of music. Definitely different. I don't know if it's up there with my favorite Matthew Lee Knowles pieces we've listened to so far, but yeah, different for sure. The next one is going to be on Matthew's SoundCloud. It's called For Harriet Vine. Okay, so today's score is For Harriet Vine, a piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles. And Harriet Vine, as far as I can tell, owns a jewelry company, Taddy Divine. Let's see. Now, why am I making this connection to Matthew Lee Knowles? Well, I've seen Matthew on social media wearing one of these make your own text necklaces that was like this. And for the low price of $76, you can have the same bedazzled necklace. You can see it's got a lot of like cliche piano figuration in the left hand, and then for the first half of it at least, it's just chords in the right hand, and then it's hard to make any sort of melody out of what's going on here. All right, the recording is on Matthew's SoundCloud, I think, and link to this recording is in the video description. Okay, yeah, this one is pretty good. It gets a thumbs up. Uh, yeah, this first page is a really solid minute of music. Um, then it sort of takes a bit of a detour here. We get a really long second half of the piece where you just have this like two-note motive. It's got this sort of like constant eighth note rhythm, which drives the piece forward. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep on moving on. Um, and I'll leave it to you to explore Taddy Divine's jewelry. Lots of fun pieces in here. So if you're in the UK, consider supporting. I think today's piece, we're continuing the Matthew Lee Knowles piano piece kind of train. I think today's is for Ian, dedicated to Ian Parsons. I was looking Ian Parsons up. There's a number of famous people with that name, but I think the one that this is dedicated to is probably there's this Ian Parsons that runs a contemporary music like radio show out of Australia. Forget the name of it. Yeah, it's called The Sound Barrier. I don't know if yeah, he's a radio announcer. It's a PBS show. I don't know if Matthew's ever been on the show, but maybe it's something to look into. Um, he has a musicology doctorate, so I don't think he's a composer necessarily. I could be wrong though. And the piece for Ian is kind of interesting. It has like two different expression markings: dig, find a little internal aggression, and now release it. And then it just has this curious sort of idea of like one line that is static and then another line that's ascending. Well, first it's ascending, then it goes up and back down, and then it's like a mix of the two, I guess. But yeah, you still have this in the even in this four staff section, you have this like one line on top. I think there's some sort of pattern in the time signatures as well. So 3/4, then 7/4, then 9/4, then 11/4. So growing. I don't know if there's more of a pattern to it than that. Um, yeah, that's about it. I think it's going to be a really slow one, and it's on the Bandcamp. So this will be a performance by Kate Ledger. Oh, it's only 3 minutes. So I'll see you in a bit. Link to this is in the video description. Okay, nice. So there's a lot of details about this that I didn't realize that kind of really make this a very cohesive little piece. One thing is this line that's going up and down is always just in octaves, and it sort of is like an A minor thing. So you get just the A's for the first two ideas, and then A and E, just fifths, and then you get this sort of like E that is the grace note leading into it is AC. So you get the full chord here, um, but E's in both outer voices. And then on the second page, this chord stuff in the middle, it's sort of just like sounds more or less the same every time. Like the harmony is not changing that much. So the whole thing ends up feeling pretty static despite how dramatic it is in like terms of jumping all over the range of the instrument. And yeah, definitely something that most people wouldn't come up with unless they'd been writing a lot of pieces for piano, I think. Um, I like it. Yeah. Okay, so that's for Ian. And next is probably going to be for John or something, or for Jeremy. Um, yeah, that's that. Okay, so today's piano piece is For Jeremy by Matthew Lee Knowles. I think I'm gonna listen to Carson Kuhlman performance of this one. And yeah, I guess it's technically not really for piano, it's for any keyboard instrument. So it's kind of like variable instrumentation. Maybe Jeremy Bynes is referring to this conductor and choir master in the UK. It's not totally obvious. Like this seems to be the most famous Jeremy Bynes, but like the chorus master for Berlin Opera. It's sort of like a previous piece we looked at for Daniel Derakhshan, but that one was with just quarter notes, and this one is with whole notes, and the duration's a bit longer. But it's the same kind of idea, just having two lines which crawl up and down the piano and overlap sometimes. Um, and also there's no rests, it's just notated with the notes on a blank staff. Let's have a listen. This is a 7 minute piece. Okay, yeah, this is something completely different. I totally missed the repetition going on. It's basically just a process piece where the first three, like the first six notes here, which are in the left hand, um, shift every repetition, just like over a measure. So you get this sort of like quasi phasing kind of thing. It's more simple than phasing, obviously, but by the end of the piece, it's not overlapping the uh, eight measures in the right hand. So when it's overlapping completely, you have these eight measure phrases, but then when it's partially overlapping, you have 9, 10, and 11 measure phrases, which sort of are at the beginning and end of the piece. Um, it's fairly, for what it is, it's fairly interesting. Like you get a lot of like interesting combinations between the two voices. Yeah, just when I thought I'd get more of the same, the piece is something completely new. So yeah, it's still staying fresh as we go further back into this year of piano pieces. Okay, so today I'm gonna be listening to For Jonathan, I think. Jonathan Ferrucci. This is from 2021, so yeah, that's the one. Uh, Unlike the a lot of the other piano pieces we've looked at, this one has a title page, and it's 6 pages, so it's a little bit more substantial, but it's also it's formatted pretty spread, like no repeats, four-part harmony. Okay, Jonathan Ferrucci is a pianist. Let me see here. Yeah, pianist based in London, and this is Insta. He plays the Goldberg variations and Bach toccatas. Um, cool. So maybe there's a bit of a Bach influence here. That maybe that's why we have a lot of four-part harmony, especially right at the beginning. This one's definitely on the Bandcamp, but let me see if there's a YouTube video too. Yeah, let's listen to the composer play it, because I think this is probably gonna have the least views out of all the versions. And I guess I'll see you all in 8 minutes, and I'll let you know what I think. Link to this YouTube video is in the description to this vlog. Okay, so this one is really interesting formally. It's very square. You got 16 measures of this, then 8 measures, 16 measures, uh, 8 measures kind of without the bar lines, and then 16 measures at the end. And each one of these is like theme and variations more or less. But the first, fourth, and sixth are this like Bach chorale, which I mean, it sounds nothing like a Bach chorale, but it definitely is. If you look at it, I don't know what Matthew did to the chorale to turn it into this, but I think the only thing that changes is like there are eighth notes added. So the first version is just quarters. Then the next one you get uh, some eighth notes, like you get these like chromatic runs in the inner voices and bass. And then the last one is kind of similar, although it starts a bit differently, so I think. the eighth notes have been added in a different way, maybe. I don't know. Maybe if you get into it and analyze it, you can see a pattern, but I think it's really interesting that it's sort of a rondo and a theme in variations. Um, and it all kind of works. Yeah, that's for Jonathan Ferrucci. I like that there's this connection of Bach, so it's like, and this one is the first one we've had in a long time that was for a performer. Maybe this is the first one for a performer that we've seen. So there's like this sort of connection through the repertoire that this performer performs, um, which is kind of interesting. I guess the next one is going to be probably for Lily, I think. Let me see. I have to keep track of which ones have recordings and which ones don't. Uh, and also which ones are in 2021 because we're still going reverse chronological here. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely For Lily is the next one. Today's piece is called For Lily. It's another piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles. I think this might be the 12th piece of his we've looked at in a row here. And yeah, it's tiny, 2 minutes long, and I don't know who Lily is. I'm gonna assume it's like a student of Matthew's, like a piano student. Yeah, written in 2021. There's a lot of uh, performance indications in this one in squares. So I think it's gonna have a variety of different moods one after another. Yeah, here it is on the SoundCloud, written for a pupil to thank them for their relentless dedication to their piano practice. So that's kind of sweet. Um, yeah, link to this in the video description. I'll see you in 2 minutes and let you know what I think. Okay, this is really nice burst of energy and really woke me up. Kind of like slamming a 5 hour energy drink or something. And yeah, it's really cute and charming, and I like the syncopations and the general like G majorness of it. Um, yeah, it's a nice break from all the serious piece, like minimalist pieces we've been going through so far. And yeah, that's really punchy. Alrighty, so today's piece is called For Matt Geer, and Matt Geer is a UK-based composer. I don't want to get too much into him just because I have some of his scores, so I'll probably go through his bio in a later episode, probably when we get to the like variable or open instrumentation pieces, because I think that's mostly what I have of his. But this is a piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles, and you can see it's kind of minimalistic. It's got some sections that you can repeat as many times as you want, and it's mostly this texture of like alternating hands. I guess Kate Ledger, the performer here, doesn't take very many repeats because it's only about 2 minutes long. So, yeah, I hope you enjoy. I'll let you know my thoughts in just a moment here. And if you want to listen to this, this link is in the video description. Okay, cool. So there's a really weird choice in this recording to add like sort of slapback delay on the last section here. Um, yeah, it's cool. I like the idea of like stopping and hitting these low notes as a climax. And I also like the use of sort of black keys versus white keys over the course of the piece. Yeah, nice use of the piano's different registers too. I think that's about all I have to say. Really good performance, and I guess next up would be this one. All right, so this next piece, or today's piece, I should say, is called For Michael Wookey, and it's by Matthew Lee Knowles. Let me pull it up. It's in landscape, and it's just one page. Duration not too long. And got some repeats here, one per line. It's kind of weird. Also, going from 4/4 to 8/8 is, and back to 4/4 is kind of comical, but he has it's sort of like 8/8 plus 5/8. Dynamic is, I actually don't know anything about Michael Wookey, the dedicatee here. I guess he's an English singer-songwriter about the same age range as this composer, Matthew Lee Knowles, like 80s. He's known for using toy instruments in his music. Cool. He arranged a 10-person toy orchestra to play his compositions at Paris's Theatre du Châtelet, and this was performed again in 2014. So that's kind of new music-y, kind of interesting. I wonder if it would be appropriate to perform this on toy instruments. I guess it gets way too low um, for a toy piano, but and here it is in recording. Link to this in the video description. I'll see you all in 2 minutes. Okay, so I found this one to be pretty funny. Let's see there's also a link to the score on Scribd if you want it. Um, yeah, I mean, the phrases are quite long, especially because they're repeating, and they're three completely different moods. Like, there's nothing I can find that's in common between the three uh, lines. So it kind of comes at you with these big contrasts in affect, um, which are made all the more strange and awkward by the repeats. So yeah, I kind of like it. The opening section is probably my favorite. It's like got this very simple idea of like just spreading out in register and then arriving on the same third that you started on, but an octave up. It's just like a cute little idea. Yeah, I'm excited to keep listening. I think we got maybe 10 more pieces by Matthew in the 2021 to 2020 range, and I'm thinking about it in terms of like weeks now. So it's like, okay, just over a week from now, we will be entering a different era of Matthew's music, and then a few weeks from that, we'll just be getting into the assorted other piano pieces I have. So that's that one. Thanks for listening along. Okay, so today we're looking at another piece by Matthew Lee Knowles. Let me just pull her up. Hope it's a shorty because I got stuff to do. Okay. I guess it'd be no too old. No, those are all too old. Maybe are we almost done the fours from 2021? No, we have this one still. Okay, for Sophia, we're seeing a pattern here. This is another one of those uh, piano figuration with repeats. We got some red note heads, freely overlapping motifs, and then purple note heads just mean marcato in this three measure section. Oh, and later. And then delicato is the blue note heads. It's kind of cute. Cute little notation thing that is not necessary at all. I'm guessing this one's for a piano student. I think maybe the third one we've done like that. Like there was for Bebe and then for Lily, and then yeah, I think that's pretty much it. This is the third one like that. Okay, let's do the SoundCloud since it's the first thing popping up here. And here it is. 5 minutes long. Okay. Um, yeah, link to this is in the video description. I'll see you in five. Okay, nice. I like this one because it kind of, compared to a lot of the other pieces, it really told a story. Like, it took its time with these ideas. You get this, like, almost exposition, then repeated with, like, a very slight change. And then, like, by which I mean the first four measures and the next four, or sorry, first eight and next eight. And then you get brief transition, and then this huge section with this like ED repeating. So here we get more like a completely different texture, right? Because it's like totally focused on the upper note activity stuff, and then there's this ostinato underneath, and then surprise ending. Like probably one of the most strange and surprising endings out of all the piano pieces of his we've listened to so far. So yeah, I don't know what it was about Sophia or the day Matthew wrote this, but I think it really came together, and it's one of the better ones. Like a lot of young composers and students struggle with this sort of storytelling aspect and pacing, and this sort of just like nailed that. So I think it could be really useful pedagogically. Um, Super easy to understand what's going on too. So yeah, that's for Sophia. Let me look at what's next on the list. Maybe that's the last four for a while. Yeah, we're switching gears a little bit. Still Matthew Lee Knowles, but Happy Birthday Lawrence Crane is the next piece. Oh wow, okay, I didn't even have this one as one with a recording, but there you go. Making it harder on myself. So today's piece is actually a set of six pieces called Happy Birthday Lawrence Crane by Matthew Lee Knowles. And Lawrence Crane is a UK-based composer. I think he was turning 60 in 2021, October of 2021. Um, and yeah, I mean, what struck me about these pieces, just looking at it yesterday, was they're all very, very short, like a minute, like 90 seconds or less. And they're on Matthew's SoundCloud. There's a little playlist here. And the shortest one, number four, is 15 seconds, I think. And then what's the longest here? Sorry, my mistake. Number five is 15 seconds long. But the longest one actually, number two, is almost 2.5 minutes long. So there's the range here. And I believe there was a Lawrence Crane festival around his 60th birthday. Okay, so there was a cafe concert in May, then a tribute concert, and then a symposium at the Guildhall School of Music and Drama. Then there's a double bill of Neil Luck and Lawrence Crane at the same school. It, also on the same day in October. I guess his birthday was around the 18th, 19th. And then in December, there was a double bill as well with Lara Agar and Lawrence Crane. Yeah, so let's listen to these babies. Um, should be about 7 or 8 minutes long. Link in the video description. Cool. Yeah, these were pretty fun. I know Matthew has other pieces that are for Lawrence Crane, and they sound more like his typical style, whereas these, I think, Matthew's actually imitating Lawrence Crane's piano music a little bit in the use of like parallel fifths and these open fifth chords, and I hear it especially in the first and second movements, maybe the third, actually more so than the second, honestly. But yeah, like the general use of repetition and simple rhythms, and there's obviously a flair for the dramatic that is more Matthew Lee Knowles' style, but I thought it was interesting that it definitely feels like a little tribute to the other composer. And I would say my favorite piece of the six is the fourth one, which uses Lawrence Crane's name to create this little melody. That's it for this one. We do have a number of Lawrence Crane's piano pieces to look into, but he wrote them in the early 90s, late 80s, at least the scores I have. So those will be far further in the future of this series. Right now, we're still stuck in the 2020s. Okay, so today's piece is called KHL, otherwise known as For Kate Harrison Ledger, who, if you aren't keeping up, is a pianist who has worked with this composer Matthew Lee Knowles. And as we're going through Matthew's scores, she has played a lot of them on this Bandcamp album that they released in 2021. And this piece is so short that the only recording is on Instagram. Um, yeah, it's 3 lines of music, white keys, and yeah, let's just have a listen here. Link in the video description. Okay, yeah. So it's a little bit irritating having to pull the score up this way, but I liked it. Yeah, it's a white key piece with um, only 2 Fs and one B natural, I think. So those moments stuck out. It's mostly just the other white keys. The second last chord has an F in it. It's a D minor chord, which is really striking, and this chord here is really striking too with the F in it. It's like A, E, and F. And then one interesting thing about the notation was it's sort of broken up into these measures of different lengths, and I'm not sure what made the composer decide the length of each measure. It could have been like a chance operation or something. And then also these, instead of writing fermatas, Matthew just treated these double tied, like open tied notes as held notes, like fermatas. So this one with the 3 double ties is actually held very long and is the climax. obviously. Yeah, it's nice. It's charming. The post says a super short piece to thank Kate for her incredible effort yesterday. So I guess what happened the previous day? Okay, yeah, it was the premiere of For Alan Turing on YouTube on the 17th of February. So that's a multi-hour piece by Matthew. So I guess he just wrote this as a thank you. So there you go. Maybe program it alongside For Alan Turing, and you'll have two pieces on the program. Almost through this 1 year of composing. So today's piece is called She Knew the Answer. I apologize if my voice gets wrecked. I have really bad strep this morning. Yeah, so it's dedicated to Cedric Fangiat, and it's sort of the standalone piece, um, where it looks like the right hand and left hand have kind of limited material that's sort of just placed around in space. Like there's a lot of rests in the left hand and a lot of sustained notes or sustained chords in the right. So this dedicatee, I guess I'll just pull up the LinkedIn, as a 3D artist. Oh, and I guess they're a composer as well. I guess he's a self-taught composer who probably writes at the piano and does mostly piano writing. Um, and I guess they sell some of their 3D works as NFTs. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna have a listen. Oh yeah, they do this fractal kind of Mandelbrot set stuff. Kind of looks like, yeah, I don't know if they do this in Blender or what, or Touch Designer. Let's have a listen here. I think the only recording is on the SoundCloud, and it's obviously Matthew performing. So, yeah, I'll see you in 6 minutes. Okay, so this is definitely a MIDI piano, which I was not aware of. But yeah, it seems like a very simple process going on. Like you have this 5 chord repeating pattern in the right hand, which you play through it 8 measures long for each chord, then 4 measures long, then two, then one, then you got quarter notes, then sixteenths, then sixteenths, and then the pattern repeats. And then in the left hand, you basically have this 5 measure pattern followed by a rest, and then it's followed by 2 rests, and then 3, until I guess at the end it's 20 rests. And then you get this satisfying, like most of the time they don't occur at the same time, but this change to half notes or single measure occurs at the same time here. So clearly this is the answer or whatever that she knows, and everything else, all this setup is just kind of leading to these 5 measures at the end. Um, yeah, I mean, it was a very satisfying ending. I don't know if it made the whole listing worth it, but yeah, it was pretty satisfying to know where it went finally. Okay, so that's the end of the 2021 scores by Matthew Lee Knowles that I have. We're gonna go back into further into the pandemic and see what else he was working on. So yeah. Okay, so I think today's piece is for AE on their 30th birthday, which is another one from Matthew's Bandcamp album 4 from 2021. However, this was written in 2020. I'm not sure who AE is. It says, isn't even really clear from the score. Yeah, you hold the pedal down all the way through, and this is another one that has sort of just like two or three note counterpoint, in this case, three note counterpoint, and all white keys, except for the occasional B flat. So I guess that's unique about it, harmonically speaking. Also, it's not like it's without bar lines, it just has really long measures, but it's rhythmically kind of uniform. I'm excited to listen to another Kate Ledger performance, uh, which is they're always markedly better than the composer's own performances. Okay, it's long actually. It's only 20 measures, but it's 8 minutes long. So link to this in the video description. I'll let you know what I think. Okay. Yeah, so this one is really gorgeous, especially this texture of having the super low register of the piano with the sort of vocal, like high voices register. Kind of reminds me registrally of like Satie or something. But yeah, it kind of hits you with this really gorgeous um, just unfolding of different chords. It sounds to me like of the three lines, probably one some are more important than others. Like it kind of sounds like it was composed one line at a time, and in that way, it's kind of a little bit like Tintin style, a little bit. I think the most striking features are like the mix of B flat and B natural, especially when you get these augmented unisons in measure 12, and also this sort of what was I gonna say? The use of like unisons and octaves for long stretches of the piece is very jarring. It's especially when you have more like anything goes counterpoint, and then it's just contrasted with these sections that are unison. Um, it really makes like looking at the score with it, it really makes you think of maybe what it would sound like arranged for other instruments or voices or something. So yeah, that's that one. And next tomorrow, let's see, we're probably going to be listening to For Frey. So this morning I'm going to be listening to a piece called For Frey, which I'm assuming is for dedicated to the composer Jörg Frey. I can't think of any other phrase that it might be dedicated to. That's a big enough composer that I think it probably is. Plus, I've sort of observed a little bit of a Wandelweiser influence in Matthew's sort of approach. Also, I mean, he's dedicated other pieces we've seen to Lawrence Crane, who is involved with Apartment House. So I think there's a connection there. Call me crazy, but so the score itself is kind of interesting. It has this triplet figure in the right hand the whole time, almost acting as a drone, and then all the activity is kind of happening in the left hand, which is going all over the place in amongst the right hand and on either side. So Yeah, I'm curious to see how Kate performs it. Although I think there's also a recording on Matthew's YouTube channel. Okay, well, let's just listen to the SoundCloud. It probably has less plays. And yeah, I'll see you in 6 minutes. I hope you enjoy our listening session today. I should also mention it is eighth equals 200 because it's in 11/8. So it's a little bit awkward in that sense. Okay, so the big ending with this one is they just swap where the repeated F is in the measure. It's pretty easy to miss actually, but yeah, the last three measures are different, and we land on this middle C in the left hand. For the most part, it's the more interesting part about it was just the tension that was created by having this seventh in the middle of the whole piece in the middle register, and then having this 11/8. There's an interesting thing that happened in performance where whenever there's a big chord to arpeggiate, it would just become like longer than 11/8, like it would turn into a measure of 12/8 or 13/8, and kind of that gave it this strange feeling. I guess if you really wanted to rehearse that differently, you could, but I kind of liked it. And yeah, I can't say there's much to it other than what you see at a first glance, honestly. Um, makes a lot of big decisions and sticks to them. I guess next would be for Martha. Oh, I guess it is on YouTube on in the recital, but that's all right. Yeah, so that's next. Okay, so today I'm going to be listening to For Martha by Matthew Lee Knowles. This was written in 2020, I believe. Yeah, late 2020. And yeah, it's a solo piano piece. Like a lot of his scores, it's on landscape letter paper, and it's got some pretty. I mean, it looks like we go from two sharps to five flats. And not a lot of Matthew's pieces have key signatures, especially not five flats. It's only about 4 minutes long. We have a comment here. A nice on the SoundCloud. And yeah, let's have a listen. I don't have much else to say about it. Um, you know, maybe I'll have some thoughts after. Okay. Yeah, I don't have that much to say about this one. It the main theme is very like um new agey sounding, like the river flows in you kind of just pentatonic, schmaltzy stuff. But then he throws in weirder and weirder things to break up sections of that, and it's all very pianistic. My the moment I really like is the modulation here because suddenly he throws in much more complicated harmonies, and even though it is like more chromatic and complicated technically, contrasting with all this other stuff, it sounds old fashioned, like it sounds like old style, classical stuff just got inserted in this sort of like poppy milk toast kind of world we live in now. It is definitely a striking ending. Um, so yeah, that's sort of my takeaway with this. Gave me more of a sense of the composer's style and where he's coming from, and it feels a little bit like I don't want to say ironic, but um, there's definitely a sense of humor there. So yeah, that's for Martha. Okay, so today I'm going to be looking at this piece called Sinusoidal Triangulation by Matthew Lee Knowles. I think it's from 2013. And I almost didn't get to this one, but luckily, well, for a long time it was just a MIDI recording on Matthew's YouTube channel, I think. But now we have a actual performance by the dedicatee Jonathan Powell. Um, so the piece is kind of split up into these half page or yeah, between one line and three line little difficult things. And I think I saw somewhere that it's quote a lot of it is like Beethoven quotation. Um, don't quote me on that, but as for this pianist, yeah, they're British, um, 1969, so sort of late baby boomer generation-ish, and he does a range of stuff from Bach to more contemporary work. I saw some interesting social media posts about this recent recording. You know what? I can't find it. It must be on Matthew's story, but basically, the pianist, I think, just signed the first page of the score and wrote in pink highlighter, Matthew, your piece is really fucking hard. So I think that sort of captures the sort of dynamic between these two and what constituted a collaboration here. And I'm excited to hear the performance. Um, yeah, I mean, I have a link to it in the video description here. Hopefully, you listen along. And if you want to hear my thoughts, I'll be here just after this short transition. Um, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that was an interesting experience, especially this really powerful performance. I'm struggling to figure out what the Beethoven connection is because it's not explicitly stated what is quoted here. Um, but it definitely sounds Beethovenian in terms of the chords. Like it sounds like you took some Beethoven sonatas of some sort and blocked entire measures of them. Um, but also the like if you look at the key signatures, the order does not correspond to anything in the sonatas. All the keys seem plausible, but it's in this order of the composer's own choosing. I guess if you really looked at the tempo markings and the key signatures, maybe you could figure out something pretty quickly, but I don't know. If it's also confusing because there's 21 of them and there's 32 sonatas, so maybe I'm completely off track. I have no idea. Um, this was a fun moment, the quasi guitar. But there's almost no technical indications throughout the piece. It's very, um, I guess, bare bones score. Um, there's something kind of like about it that makes it very like challenging for the performer. You know, like it's hard to play, but also just um, the way you're instructed to play each section either loud or quiet and playing it lightly, but also all these leaps and having to know all these different tempo markings, um, and then of course, all these things that don't fit the hand at all. Um, it's very sort of impenetrable, I would say. Also, the choice to just like it's in 21 movements clearly, but they're notated in such a way that it's like one big piece. You just get the next key signature after the double bar, and it's very unceremonious about its presentation. It's just like, here you go, here's the 21 things. I'm not even gonna number them for you, just play them. Um, so yeah, I guess maybe a lot of it has more to do with this pianist that it's dedicated to than something Matthew wanted to express. Like he probably wanted to express something about Jonathan. So I like that about it. Um, it's clearly made for someone who likes a challenge. I believe we are taking a break from Matthew Lee Knowles for one episode. Let me see here. Ay, 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 ay. Yes. Because of the lack of recordings, we actually have a piece by Sergei Zagny, this Russian composer, which does have a recording online. And I'd like to get to that tomorrow. So this morning I'm going to be listening to a piece by Russian composer Sergei Zagny. I hope I'm pronouncing their name correctly. It's called Barcarola or Barcarola, and it's a piano piece from 2011. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think I vaguely remember this piece. It's sort of like each measure corresponds to a date in 2011, starting with January 1st and ending with December 31st. There's a couple. Okay, so there's multiple for some days. So I am confused then. So the numbers under each measure are the day/hour of the respective walk. So day of the year from 1 to 365 and hour from 1 to 24. Okay, other features we can observe. Each measure, some of them have repeats, some of them don't, um, has dyad in the bass clef in unfilled notes. Sometimes one of the notes is in the treble clef, and then we have a dyad or triad of higher notes, um, sometimes extending up to the uppermost register of the piano with this 15 VA staff. And I guess you just play it fairly slowly and evenly. The recording is 20 minutes long. Okay, and then the composer themselves. See if I can find a good source for a biography here. I kind of discovered their music by chance online. I think I saw like YouTube recommended me a score video of his piano sonata, and I was like really blown away by it. Um, so I just downloaded a bunch of his scores, which are freely available on his website. I don't know if you can find his website anymore though. Anyways, he was born in 1960. He's interdisciplinary. Um, he would have been in his 20s when the Berlin Wall fell. Studied composition and music theory at the Tchaikovsky Conservatory in Moscow, then taught there immediately after, and Music is fairly well performed and seems to be more on the conceptual and Cajun side. Um, and he himself is a free improviser on unconventional instruments, organ, and piano. Give you a sense of him. I mostly just downloaded his piano music because he has quite a lot for the instrument. This piece I may have listened to it once before. Anyways, the link to this recording is in the video description. I'll see you in 20 minutes and we'll reconvene. Okay, cool. This was a interesting listen. I should mention that this composer Zagny is known for his sort of mathematical music. Like all of his music has sort of mathematical ideas underpinning it, or at least almost all of his music does. And in order to do that, of course, he has to take these cultural objects in music and encode them as numbers, right? Um, and I think here is a really clear example of him doing that because it's like obviously the larger number out of 365 is the first chord, and the smaller number out of 24 is the second chord because I did not hear a great variety in the second chord. There's maybe 24 of them, sounds reasonable. Whereas the first chord of each measure, every chord was different, and it had this quality where it kept shifting. The lowest voice would shift up by semitone, and then it would come back down every time there was a round number ending in zero, a multiple of 10 or something. Um, I don't know exactly how it was encoded, but the chords went from two to three to four voices, so they got progressively more complex, and also um, they were confined to this register that overlaps slightly with the register of the second chord. So it's kind of interesting how restrained it is. I think the sonic result is like these chords sound quite gorgeous together. And the use of register, it never gets below this D sharp 3, I don't think. Which is, yeah, it's sort of like this realm of like high voices, but also all of the extreme upper register for the second chord. And yeah, I thought it was very haunting and also kind of cute, like something about every day having its own chord. Um, is just a nice, pleasant idea. My birthday wasn't on here. I guess the person in question never walked on December 4th, but your birthday probably is in here. And if so, then now you have a chord to associate with it. Um, so there's definitely that element of like fun just by encoding things. Okay, so today I'm gonna look at another piano piece by UK composer Matthew Lee Knowles, and I think I'm going to look at Five Squared. It's from 2010. Yeah, and it's three lines of music. I don't have much else here. There's no dynamic marking, and but there are slurs. Um, and it says with restrained anger at the start. Eighth equals 58, so incredibly slow. And the measures seem to sort of vary in size. The performance in question is actually from this recital that Matthew did at Pushkin House. And this is already a recital we've covered on the channel. I think the episode would have been for Andrew 2V episode. This piece looks to be sort of right in the middle of his set, and it's on the shorter side compared to some of these other pieces. So, yeah, I think we may as well just jump in. Link to this video is in the description to my video, and I'll let you know my thoughts in a bit here. Okay, cool. A really interesting harmonic palette. It's sort of like made out of a very small number of chords, which are complex in and of themselves. Um, but the sort of like unifying structural element here is obviously the last two chords of every measure are the same, and it's always this eighth note going to a half note. So there's like this repetition embedded in the whole piece, and it starts a bit poetically with just, that half note chord, and then the two chords, and builds up a little bit. We get our first repeated chords in the last two measures. Um, so I think if you were listening to it without the score, you might start to hear this sort of like sampling or like rearrangement aspect, like the chords start to lose their um, linear function and they become these things that you jumble up. And yeah, it's a nice little sound world. Super short, um, but yeah, I don't have much else to say about it. The use of bracketed accidentals is a little bit excessive, but it works. I mean, there's a lot of D naturals and D sharps, for example, and occupying the same measure. So yeah, that's 5 squared, and that's it for today. All right, so this morning I'm going to be listening to another Matthew Lee Knowles piano piece from 2008, 2009-ish, called Caged, Disturbed Mind. Caged, Disturbed Mind. And this piece, I think, has a performance by Carson Kuhlman, who, uh, if you're not subscribed to his YouTube channel, you should be. He plays a lot of Matthew Lee Knowles, but also John Cage. He has a playlist of contemporary piano repertoire that's like 400 videos, right? So lots of uploads are just organ and piano music performed by himself. He also composes a lot. If you ever go on his website, he has like hundreds of pieces, mostly organ music. Anyways, he recorded this piece about 4 years ago, and we're gonna have a listen. I think it's nice to see what the score looks like, especially with Matthew's music. I think I'm finding that the visual aspect is almost as important as the way the piece sounds. So with this particular piece, it's all either whole notes or grace notes tied to whole notes, and every phrase ends with a square fermata. The last phrase is just um, A octaves repeated over and over and over again. And I think every phrase has the same number of chords. Yeah, occasionally you get these chords where
both hands play them, and then the left hand leaps up to get a top note. So yeah, I'll let you know what I think about this one. It's actually quite long, so even though there's no tempo indication, I guess it's just being taken very slowly. And I'll see you in 10 minutes. Linked in the video description. Okay, so with this one, I actually think I kind of cracked the code here of how the composer Matthew went about doing it. So the last line, there's just A's. Then the penultimate line, there's just A's and B's, right? And then we have A's, B's, and C's. A's, B's, C's, and D's. Then A's, B's, C's, D's, E's. Add the F's, and then add the G's, right? So you have the whole collection of white keys for the first line down to the A for the last line. And as for like how the chords were chosen, I would guess that it was some sort of chance operation, like you roll one dice or one die to get the number of notes in the chord, right? And then you roll another die to like select the pitches or something. And then obviously the number of notes that can be in your chord are limited by the number of white notes that span from A2 to A, or to, I guess the highest note is like E5 or something. Well, you can get the G, so up to G5, right? So it's this narrow little area. So you can think of like each white note as like you could think of each pitch class as sort of a group of three notes, right? In spanning two octaves. So the G's only go as low as the G4, the A's go as low as the A2, which is the lowest note in the piece. Um, so you get a lot of these crunchy chords and sonorities and interesting voice leading things happen in the initial phrases. But as the piece progresses, you kind of realize, like, oh, this is random. It's not, as you constrain the notes that are chosen, it's like becomes less, like, it just starts to sound like one chord, and then it sounds like an octave. So, um, maybe that is the cage, you know, in question. Anyways, I mean, there's been a lot of pieces like this of Matthews where once I start listening to it, I start to understand very clearly what he did as a composer, and it's almost like they're almost like little puzzles. Um, and I guess that's part of the fun, you know? It's a composer's type of music. What is interesting, I'm just noticing, is you do have low Fs in the first phrase, but every subsequent phrase, the A is the lowest. So I guess he made an exception to the rule there. He wanted to start with the low F. Um, but yeah, so that's Caged Disturbed Mind. I think I have one more piece tomorrow, and then I have Monday off, and I'm gonna use that day to listen to for Alan Turing. So that's the plan. And then I think we have a few more Matthew Lee Knowles pieces, but we're nearing the end as we get into the early 2000s. There are less and less scores with recordings, so yeah, that's that. Okay, so today's piece, I've decided to go ahead and listen to For Alan Turing, which is a 7-hour piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles, which he wrote in 2011. And he's done a few pieces like this. I think he has a piece called for Clive Barker that's 26 hours long, and he just had an organ piece called For Samuel Beckett premiered in the UK. I think that one was like maybe 16 hours long. Um, this will be probably the longest thing I've ever listened to, and I might have to break it up in parts. But he did get a performance of this. The pianist Kate Ledger performed it during the pandemic, like in a YouTube live stream. Actually, it's on his website. Yeah, and there was a little bit of promotion that went into this too, I think. Um, so there's this 8 minute piece, um, or sorry, this 8 minute
That's why
video where different people that Matt knows praised the piece itself, and then you have Kate Ledger's performance here. So this was part of Turing's centenary celebration at Cambridge University, and it was associated with the Guildhall School of Music and Drama. Um, I guess there was like a excerpted performance in 2011, and then sometime later, like 2021, so 10 years later, there was a full performance by Kate. Obviously, Turing is a very prominent figure in LGBT history. Um, they were, yeah, they were someone who went hormonal castration. He was found guilty of gross indecency for being gay. Um, and, you know, this, like, sort of having a piece of art to commemorate them draws attention to 50,000 other men who went through the same experience, often ending in suicide. And Matthew says here, I'm sort of just like summing up Matthew's program note, but Matthew's gay and 35. Turing was convicted at 39, dead at 41. Um, so, and I guess now Matthew would be closer to 40 years old because this performance was 4 years ago. I I think it's worth bringing up just the Wikipedia because the man did so much stuff. He's a mathematician, computer scientist, logician, cryptanalyst, philosopher, and theoretical biologist, and was very influential in the development of theoretical computer science. Born in 1912, died in 1954. And graduated King's College, Cambridge, so that would make sense why Cambridge was celebrating the centenary of their death, or sorry, their birth, that would have been. Yeah, developed one of the first stored program computers at the National Physical Laboratory. So yeah, in 1952, they were prosecuted for homosexual acts. He accepted the hormone treatment procedure, commonly referred to as chemical castration, as an alternative to prison, and then uh, they died at 41 from cyanide poisoning. Um, so yeah, the score itself is freely available. You can see that I guess on the shorter end, a performance would be 3 hours long, but then on the longer end, it could be 8 hours long because the notes range in duration. There's like four different sizes, which don't really overlap in size. So there shouldn't be any confusion between them in a given performance. And you can see that it's about 58 pages long, so these pages of music can are minutes long, like definitely more than 2 minutes, maybe closer to 8 minutes long per page. And I think Matthew does in this piece something where he like takes text and literally transcribes, like encodes the words into different chords, and then literally just transcribes them out. So this is like some sort of speech music metaphor thing. And then when I was looking at the score the other day, one thing that really stuck out to me was how low it is. It's like really mostly in the bass clef in this sort of like baritone register with notes popping up in the upper octave. And it's like that texture throughout. So 8 hours of sort of this weird like registral use of the piano, right? It's not only constrained in terms of the entire instrument, but it's like more concentrated in the sort of left hand area. Um, so yeah, I mean that's about it. You know, if you are trying to listen to this yourself, like I am not going to be able to do it all in one sitting. So I'm doing 3 loads of laundry. I got, you know, drinks. I might do my nails or something. Because I'm sure I'll need a break at some point. And who knows if I'll be able to follow the score the whole time. I might only be able to do it for the first hour. Um, so that's my day. Tomorrow it's a holiday, in Canada at least. It's a national holiday. So I'm basically using my extra day of the weekend to do this. Um, yeah, I mean, see you on the other side. And the link to Kate's performance here is in the video description. Okay, so yeah, this was quite the way to spend a day. Um, yeah. So obviously the most like impressive thing is Kate's performance. I mean, it's really crazy what she was able to do. Um, I, from a composer's perspective, I think there's some kind of like interesting problems that Matthew sets up for himself here. Like, the way the piece works is like he just he goes word by word through some sort of text and grabs those pitches which correspond to the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. So obviously there's going to be mostly A's and E's. And basically the only parameters that he has kind of control over are like the placement of these fermatas, the placement of the pedal, and what register the notes fall in, so what octave they fall in, which is sort of like the big parameter. And I guess I was surprised to see that each movement had its own character and they varied greatly in duration. So, like, for example, the first two movements are both like 45 minutes long and their lower octave spans from like A2 to A3. Um, but then in movement three, we get a 2 hour long movement that explores um, the E, like that space below the A2 down to the E. So movement three is a big departure, and then movement four is also 2 hours long, and it's like almost the same register as the first two movements, but it doesn't go below the B. So it creates this weird effect where like it destabilizes where you place the tonic, like because you're tempted to hear it in A minor a lot, and then whereas movement three sounds more like Phrygian,
And then movement 5 is very long as well, and it's like the lowest. It actually goes down to the like A that's 3 ledger lines below. Um, and the last movement, which apparently is Matthew's favorite, according to these comments, the last movement was the only one that was premiered before this massive performance. And it was premiered at the centenary celebration of Alan Turing in Cambridge in 2012, which I mentioned earlier in the video. So this last movement is the movement that I think stands the best, like stands alone the best, and it's all above like middle C. I guess you also get the B4, but it's all like higher register piano, and it's the shortest. It's only like half an hour. Um, I would say so. Like my attention faded in and out throughout the process of listening to it, and I took lots of breaks towards the beginning of my listening session. But I think like the beginning of the third movement and the beginning of the fourth movement were like the big moments for me, and though I just felt like those subtle shifts in register like completely changed the character of the piece, and it was like it just seemed to get very dark for a long time, and then it got more not bright, but more like contemplative and um, I don't want to say heroic, but the fourth movement feels like um, both the most serious and the least dark, if that makes sense. And I think the fourth movement would be my favorite. Um, I want to finish the video just by reading a bit of Kate's blog here. Um, so she gives 3 things that she did in preparation of this performance. Um, I will fast on the day to ensure that I can stay on my stool. I am new to fasting, although it is perhaps where my yoga practice was heading next. Height and focus, when you fast, etc. 2, to sit for long periods of time is also a part of disciplined yoga practice. Sitting according to gravity, allowing the natural structure of the skeleton to hold me up. Um, right? So to not end up cramped and in an uncomfortable position and to like maintain the seating position. And then 3, just focus, listening, being busy and concerned with everything, to investigate each duration and decay, not just to wait for them to finish so I can move on. Right? So like sort of getting yourself in the present. Um, and I find this fascinating, getting her perspective on this experience. And I think it's a really definitive performance. I think it'd be really hard to do a better performance of it. I mean, just doing it to begin with is a big feat, but she also made it very musical the whole time, which was like very almost psychedelic from the listener's perspective. Like, um, it was like this drug coming on that you couldn't even distract yourself from. Like, I really wanted to like stay as focused as her, you know. I really wanted to stay focused on the piece longer than I could. So yeah, that's my thoughts on for Alan Turing. And there are more things written about this piece. I think there's an article in Tempo about it. So if you were in academia, I might recommend checking that out, just out of curiosity. And yeah, I'm pretty much done with listening for today. So yeah, I'll see ya tomorrow with another much shorter Matthew Lee Knowles piece. Today's piece is called In Memory of Kevin Mitchell. It's also called For Kevin and other parts of the internet. And it's a piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles, which he wrote in 2009. There's a fermata in every measure, and no real dynamic markings. And it's pedaled all the way through. Um, Maybe it's 5 minutes long, just based on what I'm seeing. I think there's a Carson Kuhlman performance for this one. And yeah, don't ask me who Kevin Mitchell is, because I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Carson has a lot of Matthew's pieces recorded, and he does a pretty good job with them. He has a unique way of interpreting them, and based on his like background as an organist. So yeah, I'm gonna give this a listen, and I'll let you know what I think. Link to this recording is in the video description. Okay, so this piece is very much not in a specific key. It's like kind of in a different key every measure, it feels like. And the ideas are very simple, but also very tonal sounding, like they all establish some sort of key. So it has this effect of being one thing after another, neatly in a row. Um, it made me think about my one of my piano teachers growing up who had this half of his house was just a piano room, and he had knickknacks on this ledge that's surrounded the whole perimeter of the room, right? So as a kid, looking at each of these knickknacks and gifts he got, that's sort of the feeling that this piece gives me. And yeah, I don't know who Kevin Mitchell was, but maybe they were that type of person or um, had that sort of relationship to Matthew. I don't know. So that's that one. Um, I think we have a couple more 2009 pieces. Maybe not. Okay, we have a 2008 piece next called After Marc Chan. What can I say but piano piece called After Marc Chan by Matthew Lee Knowles, December 2008. It's one page of music and it's just little melody. And I don't. Okay. The most minimalist thing we've seen by Matthew so far, I think. But it's quite slow, eighth equals 80. Here's a performance by pianist composer Michael Finnessy. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find much of a background on Marc Chan. I was looking earlier, but this performance is associated with a cabaret devised by Michael Finnessy for AIDS Memory UK to raise money for a memorial to people who have died from AIDS/HIV related illnesses. So that may allude to Marc Chan's passing. I'm not sure. And I'm very interested to hear Michael's performance. This is like the furthest thing from what Finnessy composes. He's a new complexity composer, and this is incredibly simple. So yeah, I think that's all I got. So I'll see you in 2 minutes. And if you want to listen to this, link to this recording is in the video description. Yeah, so this is a very expressive and beautiful performance, and it's a beautiful little melody in 6 phrases, I guess. It's funny, a lot of Matthew scores that we've looked at have had no dynamics whatsoever, so to see triple pianissimo and this little crescendo to piano and back, um, it seems like a real moment. And also to see all these slurs and the occasional tenuto mark, emphasizing a little eighth note. It's like all very um, dense with information, you could say. Yeah, I don't know if it needs to be on piano. It might be effective on other instruments, but that's the composer's intention. So, all right. So today I'm going to be listening to a piece called For Morton Feldman by Matthew Lee Knowles, and this may be one of the first piano pieces of his we've listened to that's clearly dedicated to a famous composer. So Morton Feldman was one of the members of the New York School. I guess his career sort of peaked in the 70s and 80s. Um, and I have a playlist of his music if you're interested. Um, yeah, and then so this piece we have some polyrhythms most of the time. 3/5, and then that pattern continues for 2 pages. Then we have some nested tuplets, so the rhythms slightly change in the right hand, but we keep this. Okay, then we depart from the quintuplet ostinato, and we have more like just rhythms, um, undulating in size in the left hand, and then a mix of things, triplets, triplet halves, quintuplet, dotted quarters. So it all seems pretty complex. Let me see what it looks like in performance. Okay, so this is one that Kate Ledger pulled off. I don't know if there is a version where Matthew's playing it. So yeah, let's have a listen here. I'll see you in 6 minutes. Also, if this is an older piece in the scope of the of Matthew's pieces, which we're looking at, it's 2008. So um, you would have been 22, 23. Link to the recording is in the video description. Okay. Yeah, I don't have much to say about it other than it was very Feldman-like, the use of rhythm and repetition. Maybe it was a little bit more repetitive than a Feldman piece. It felt like um, almost like a stereotypical Feldman thing, um, because it just repeated so many times and there was nothing else going on. It sounded like something that would be part of it, like a 3 hour piece by Feldman. Um, but as we've seen on the channel, Matthew also has like a lot of extended duration pieces, and I think the Feldman inspiration or connection is kind of interesting to explore in the scope of Matthew's music. I mean, both Matthew and Morton composed a lot for piano, um, as we will see as we get into this series. I have a lot of Morton Feldman pieces to look at. So, yeah, I mean, Kate's performance was really good. This is really hard to play in a convincing way, because it's effectively like um, just subtly shifting durations. Like you can kind of see in the left hand here, every measure is the same sequence of notes, just the durations are shifted, and you have to feel this 3/5 polyrhythm the whole time. Um, and yeah, the right hand idea obviously is 2 measures long, but it's only four things, whereas left hand is 1 measure long and it's 5 things. Okay. Yeah, like the big flourish at the end, we switch into like this up and down motion in the bass, right? So instead of just going up, up over and over again, it's transformed from a sawtooth into a triangle wave. And then I think the only thing that changes in the right hand is we add this little like alternation. Like when we land on the A, B flat, then we alternate those notes a little bit. So it just like lengthens what the right hand's doing a little bit. Um, so here it's 3 over 4 and then 5 over 4, whereas here it's all 3 over 5. So, or 9 over 5 if you consider this little like nested tuplet. Okay, so that concludes for Morton Feldman, and we have a couple more 2008 pieces from Matthew. The next one will be for Richard Glover, which I believe is on the same Bandcamp album. All right, so today is another piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles. Let me double check which one for Richard Glover. This one he performed at his recital at Pushkin House. So if you're on the Matthew Lee Knowles playlist, that's more towards the top of the playlist. And this is what it looks like. So stylistically, his 2008 scores do look different. They're more like I don't know. The font looks different and they seem more plain on the page and they're usually less pages. Not a lot of space between the title and the music kind of thing. I'm assuming he has 6 to 10 repeats or 4 to 6 repeats depending on the thing. Every sound should be full, deep, and rich, slowly with a lot of pedal. Left hand at pianissimo, right hand at pianissimo. And yeah, it seems the left hand will play a static note, like for an entire measure, and the right hand will play like these 4 note lines on the offbeats, and that's it. So yeah, let's figure out who this person is, if I can. Okay, there is a Richard Glover in Birmingham who is a composer, so that may be the person. Okay, experimental and minimalistic, gradual process and performer interaction. Uh, his CV here. He's been had quite a few different academic positions, starting with the University of Huddersfield and then more recently the University of Wolverhampton. And good number of publications. Did his PhD with Bryn Harrison. Did his MA with Christopher Fox. So yeah, definitely in the sort of same scene as Matthew is. Actually, I really like the way his CV's laid out. I might steal this. Um, yeah. So link to the recording is in the video description. I'll try to make sure it's time-stamped, and I'll see you in however long this piece takes. I'm guessing it's like a 6-minute one or something. Okay, so this was ended up being longer than I thought. It's more like a 9-minute piece, and it's kind of interesting. It's like very quiet. It's an interesting way to start a recital, right? Like it's super quiet. The main thing going on is this voice crossing between the right hand and the left, and it's pedal down the whole time kind of thing. What kind of surprised me was how much slower Matthew took these measures with the eighth notes going to the half notes. So it almost like changes tempo there. I think you would have in order to play it properly, I think you would have to listen to this recording just to observe his take. Um, and yeah, it's definitely procedural, and maybe Richard's music is like that as well. He interestingly uh, did his bachelor's in electronic music before pivoting into more traditional composing. So, yeah, that may also have impacted the way that Matthew composed this. Yeah. So I will leave it at that. I think there's only three more or four more pieces of Matthews before we get into all the other piano rep that I have to look at. So, um, yeah, it should be interesting. It's all kind of blurring, having spent over a month now going through them, but there's definitely a somewhat of a stylistic shift over the years, so that's kind of interesting. And yeah, until then, happy listening, and I'll see you then. So today I'm going to be listening to another piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles. It's called Piano for Laurence Crane. Laurence Crane being another UK-based composer. We looked at another piece by Matthew dedicated to Crane. It was called Happy Birthday, Laurence Crane, I think. This one's a little bit older, and it is actually quite large. It's a 36-minute piece, which you can find a recording of on Matthew's SoundCloud. I don't know if it's a MIDI or like a MIDI rendition or if he actually played it himself, but it's basically like a bunch of notes in the lower register of the piano, and it just continues like this for 21 pages. Oh yeah, sweet. So this was recorded by Kate Ledger in 2021. Um, if we open up this link here, it's part of a larger Lawrence Crane tribute playlist. Let's just go through the pieces here. Ham by Lara Agar. Machine Along with Arm for Moving Weights by Stephen Chase. Willow Hymn by Patrick Hegarty. Mark E. Smith in the Cold by Sam Gooderham. Neon Glass and Ashes by Matthew King. Piano for Laurence Crane by Matthew Lee Knowles. The Crane by Sam Meredith. Bobby D by Christian Drew. Humming with Laurence by Cassandra Miller. Boy by Ian Power. Piano Piece for Laurence Crane's Birthday by Alex Nikiporenko. 1/8 plus minus plus minus by Alice Purton. Crane Snow by Ben Smith. And a couple pieces by both Laurence Crane and Domenico Scarlatti, selected by Antoine Villeret, piano. And this was part of Laurence Crane at 60. So I'll just put a link to this playlist in the video description because I think this is more interesting than just the SoundCloud link. And feel free to listen to this and meet back with me or explore this playlist farther. Um, yeah. Okay, so this one, admittedly, I kind of quit at about 17 minutes in because I had to plug in my laptop and then I just lost my place in the score. But yeah, as Matthew says here, it only uses four bass notes, B flat, C, D, and F, and it was written in 2008, and it's 21 pages long, and that's about all there is to it. Um, it's like one of the least meditative, longest 36 minutes I've heard. Um, yeah, it's just constantly changing. I think it's broken up into these discrete two-line fragments. There's like a double bar every two lines, and it always ends in two rests. And I think it always ends on the B flat, right? So you get this like I don't know if each phrase is exactly the same length, but it's like it breaks up the piece into let me see how many parts. 50 it's in 53 parts, and there's a long rest at the end. I guess it doesn't always end on the B flat. So that changes towards the end. But I commend Kate for performing this. It's like quite requires quite a lot of focus, and it's a weird recording. You can kind of hear like children in the background and ambient noise, and it's kind of just clearly made impromptu. But it's still a good performance, and yeah, that's piano for Lawrence Crane. All right, so today, or this morning rather, I'm listening to a very short piece by Matthew Lee Knowles for solo piano. It's called Rearrangement of a Beethoven Sonatina. It's written in 2008, and it's all written on one staff. You can see it has a lot of repeated notes, and it's almost all quarter notes, eighth notes, and dotted quarters. Sometimes there's a fermata, and the occasional grace note. Very weird, unassuming score, and I'm not sure what the composer did to a Beethoven sonatina to create this, but um, because there's no explanation. There is a recording on their SoundCloud by Ishani Parinpanayagam. So, yeah, it was performed in some context, I guess. I'll put a link to this recording in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think. Um, Hopefully, you can take some time to listen to it as well. It's only like about 3 minutes long. Okay, so it has a very satisfying ending. Clearly ends in G, and it sounds more or less in G the whole time. You can kind of hear the sonata or sonatina form in there, like it clearly gets into more of a D major area for a bit. Like I think these double bars definitely like this is probably exposition, and then maybe this is like repeat of the exposition, development. This feels like a development because you get the dotted half notes, so there's like a new rhythmic element introduced, and then you get, well, there's a 16th note, strangely, but you do get like a mix of elements from before rhythmically, and it's more in G major. I mean, it kind of feels like it has a form. Yeah, it has a certain like Cajun quality to it, that would make it stick out from a lot of programs. But I guess you could program it with, if you figured out what sonatina this was, it would be kind of interesting to program it alongside that. Not a lot of Matthew's pieces reach back into the past like that. We had one piece that sort of quoted Bach chorales. He has a series of pieces that we haven't looked at because they don't have recordings, which are like just titled after Beethoven, after Debussy, after Liszt, after Mendelssohn.
after Schumann. So there's like something there maybe. The next piece we're going to listen to tomorrow is going to be from 2007, and then we're going to have one piece by Matthew from 2006, and that will kind of be it for this composer. 30 something videos from when we started looking at his stuff. Okay, so today I'm listening to a piano piece by Matthew Lee Knowles called Average 10, written to be performed by JF in Thank You, Mr. C, A Happening, June 2007. What is this? Yeah, I have no idea who JF is or what this happening was, but if you know, please leave a comment. I don't think I'm going to be able to find anything. It's almost exactly 8 minutes long, and this is a performance by Carson Kuhlman. So we got 16th notes in the right hand, half notes in the left hand, and it's very slow, quarter equals 24, with the pedal held down throughout. And the lowest note is a G3, maybe? It's all in two treble clefs, so yeah, very constrained register. Okay, I think I know enough about this to just to give it a listen. Um, Sorry that I couldn't provide more context on this one. I mean, maybe there's something on his YouTube channel, but yeah, there's nothing on his website. So, okay, recorded in 2021, and I'll see you in 8 minutes. Yeah, so with this one, I do think that it's something of incidental music. Like most happenings are like multiple pieces of art going on at the same time. So I'm assuming this is supposed to be listened to with something else, and I think that would explain why it's so simple, like so minimalistic, and takes up so much time. Um, it manages to sound, fresh and freely composed throughout, but it doesn't really draw attention to itself. And the idea itself is not very, um, like show offy, It's very like you couldn't get more basic, really. One thing I did like was how the left hand would sometimes be on top of the right hand, but just by like a semitone or two, or it would be like on either side of what the right hand was playing. So it was this very like closed, like, motion up and down. Like the ambitus of the left hand is kind of following the right and sometimes diverging and sometimes exceeding. And I guess you do get like some two note chords at the beginning, and then there's one voice in the left hand, then two voices, then three, and then we go back to two, then back to one. So there is like a sort of evolution there, but I don't know. It seems very freely composed otherwise. So yeah, that's average 10. And tomorrow we're going to be looking at, I think, there's a bunch of pieces for Lawrence Crane by Matthew Lee Knowles, and they're all written in 2006. There's about 12 of them, and he has a single video on his YouTube channel performing them all as like a set. So I think that's what I'll look at next. I'm not sure if he plays all of them or omits some or plays them in order or not. We'll just have to figure it out as we go. And I think that'll be a nice way to close the series. I mean, or not the series, but a nice way to
finish the chapter of just like Matthew Lee Knowles piano pieces because we've already had two other pieces by Matthew dedicated to Lawrence Crane. It's clearly like an important feature of his music. So we'll just finish with those that sort of cycle of Lawrence Crane pieces from years prior. Okay, so today's piece is actually a group of pieces called first, second, third, etc. piece for Lawrence Crane by Matthew Lee Knowles. And I'm just going to pull them all up here. So it looks like like I have the first 10 missing number 4. Here's piece 1. I think they're all from 2006 and they're all one page. Piece 2. Piece 3 is probably not in the recording because it has viola and piano. Sorry, violin and piano. Whereas the recording is just Matthew, the composer, playing at the piano. Then there's the 5th piece, the 6th piece, and then 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. The 10th is 2 pages. And I read somewhere possibly there's an 11th and 12th, but I don't have access to them. So the whole reason I'm able to do this is because Matthew recorded them. Yeah, so this video of him playing it just says 6 pieces. So I'm gonna assume it's just the first 6, but who knows? I mean, like I said, there's no PDF for number 4, and number 3 is probably not being performed. So this could be an earlier version. Link to this video is in the video description. We'll meet back in 13 minutes. I'll let you know what order they're performed in here if you're curious enough to check out the PDFs yourself. I think they should be available through Matthew's personal website. Okay, so the pieces in question were piece number 2, piece number 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And in terms of the 6 of them as a cycle, it's fairly interesting. Like they're kind of funny and minimalistic. Definitely an element of humor. Maybe playing with some of Lawrence Crane's formal tropes, like the use of repeats, which is more obvious in the second and sixth one. I think the sixth one is by far the most substantial. The second one's kind of fun too. Um, every other one is like so minimalistic that it's like almost comical. And there's things that on the page are funnier than just listening to it. Like, you know, the use of key signature in the seventh one for seemingly no reason. There's like a key of 4 flats here. I found that pretty funny. The seventh one also has this like the rhythm stays the same, but the meter changes, and it's over the course of like a minute of music, so nothing's changing. It's kind of funny. Like it's just was a funny one to read through. Uh, I guess the eighth piece is the more flashy one, but it's got this C sharp drone in the bass the whole time. And then yeah, 9 and 5 and 7 are all just like a static chord thing. And the ninth one has repeats as well, but it's kind of hard to hear them just because of the way it's so minimalistic. Um, yeah, I mean these were fun. I don't know if it would be worth playing all 10. I felt like the 6 of these made a really nice suite of like 13 minutes in length. So yeah, thus concludes our uh,
scores from Matthew Lee Knowles for piano, and I did about 30 something of them. My I a lot of the days listening to them, I felt pretty inspired after. I would say it's like really nice and refreshing to see someone just writing all the time, right? When there's this sort of artificial scarcity that a lot of composers are constructing around their work, and um, or a lot of composers just straight up aren't composing anything and sort of um, make or their career is in the past and they've just pivoted into academia. This is a little bit more like alive and inspiring, and it's just sort of it's a pleasure to be able to download all of it for free too. Um, but I think of all the episodes we did of his, like a lot of these were just really small pieces. Um, but we also did For Alan Turing, which was one of his extended duration pieces. It was like a 7 hour piece, and I think that was my favorite experience. If I was to put on one of Matthew's pieces, or even a whole collection of them, I think I'd rather do a single program of just For Alan Turing because it was a really powerful just experience listening to Kate's performance. And I think it could be, I know that the stream was for a charity. I think it could be repurposed really well for an LGBT charity of some kind. It has like a historical figure it's attached to, which makes it much more engaging for audiences, and like it's challenging to listen to, but the challenging thing about it is the duration, which is easy to explain to people. So I think it makes it kind of more accessible than a lot of these other piano pieces, which are challenging in ways that are hard to explain um, to the lay person, anyways. So and also I was like pleasantly I was really interested in this like Lawrence Crane culture, honestly. Like I was not familiar with uh, all of these pieces by Matthew and other people dedicated to him. I was not familiar with this 60th anniversary um, kind of like Lawrence Crane Festival in 2021, and I just thought it was kind of a cool piece of UK culture. Um, and like this idea of like post-experimental music is kind of interesting. So, yeah, next session we're gonna get into the early 2000s, like really early. Um, the latest piece being Pascal Dusapin's Etudes. If I have the year correctly, I'm not sure if this is the year of publication or the year of composition, but that's the next one. So, yeah, thanks for listening. And I encourage you to go through the Matthew Lee Knowles playlist if you're curious. All right, so today's piece is actually an hour of music by Pascal Dusapin. This is a French composer who we've talked about in the orchestra series. Um, this is the only other score of his I have. And I mean, it's 70 pages long, and how many etudes are there? And there are seven of them, I guess. Okay, so they're quite long pieces then, like 5 to 10 minutes each. And the foreword here is by Ian Pace, famous like virtuosic pianist who specializes in new music. So, a satisfactory performance requires great care and attention to two factors in particular: variety of touch/articulation and pedaling.
In some ways, a conventionally classical approach to touch is insufficient for these pieces, requiring, as they do, the types of short, clipped staccatos and pointed accentuations that is more typically to be found among jazz pianists and other players. Okay, so if you look at the seven etudes, they were composed from over the course of 3 years, from 1999, or sorry, 4 years, 1999 to 2002. Um, Etudes 2, 3, and 4 were all written in 2000. Etude 5 was written in 2001, and then 6 and 7 were written in 2002. They're all, I think this is the premiere of each of them. So the premiere of Etude 1, Alain Planes, if I'm pronouncing that right. Etude number 2, premiered by Mikhail Rudi. Etude number 3, premiered by Vanessa Wagner. Etude number 4 and number 5 and number 6, all premiered by Ian Pace. And then Etude number 7, premiered by Vanessa Wagner. And I think in italics here is the who commissioned each one. Piano aux Jacobins, Festival de Saint-Requier, Festival Musica 2000, Festival Musica 2000, La Biennale de Berlin, Festival d'Automne à Paris, 2002, and then Centre d'Art Contemporain d'Orléans. You can see the type of notation is very rhythmically complex, but the harmonic activity is rather simple. And then it's very detailed in terms of like pedal markings and grace notes and articulation and all kinds of dynamic changes. And so it's like somewhere between new complexity and like more standard tonal music, high romantic music, and obviously it has some sort of like jazziness to it, Frenchness to it. So yeah, I'm just gonna listen to them and get into it. I haven't listened to this in a really long time, maybe like 7 years, 8 years. And the recording I'll be listening to is in the video description if you're so interested. I'll see you in an hour. Okay, so my thoughts on the Etudes by Dusapin. I think these are really um, special and unique as like a set of etudes. Um, I think Dusapin is like adjacent to French spectral composers, and you can kind of see that in the way that these are sort of constructed. It's like he's sort of pulling from a reservoir of pitches to create big chord complexes that slowly change. He'll set up a most of these etudes, he'll set it up with like two or three notes in specific registers of the piano, and then he'll add a note and add another note, take away a note, right? And then it just slowly kind of evolves like that. Um, it kind of reminds me of like some of the earlier work of Giacinto Scelsi. Um, the notation's a little bit more detailed though, and there's like really crazy pedaling stuff that I think most listeners wouldn't even really pick up on. Um, my favorite one was probably the sixth one because it has a specific thing that the etude is dedicated to, which is the tremolo idea. So I think it's the most focused. I kind of wish more of the etudes were like that, like showing off a specific or showcasing a specific thing that the pianist is doing. Um, the fifth one, I have to admit, is really gorgeous, and it's on the longer side. As a cycle, it kind of works. It's a little bit bloated. Like I felt like the first four makes sense. It goes like slow, fast, slow, fast, and then the last three are all kind of slow. So it from the fifth onward, it kind of drags a little bit. I think the whole cycle could have just ended at five. And yeah, that's what all I have to say. Um, these probably don't get performed a lot, but if you are a pianist, I would really consider looking at them and seeing if you can wrap your head around them. I do think that a lot of it is just a matter of like faking, because it's all like rhythmic detail and stuff. Next in the series will be some Salvatore Sciarrino. His Nocturnes from 2001. So today I'm looking at a couple pieces by Italian composer Salvatore Sciarrino. They're titled Tu Notturni Crudeli, for Nicholas Hodges. Nicholas Hodges is this pianist here. He's based in London, or I guess born in London, based in Germany. And yeah, he's mainly known as a performer of contemporary classical music. And I think this piece, I can't remember the date on it, but I think it's like early 2000s. Yeah, you can kind of see based on the first page that it's very difficult to play. And then the second one starts with these huge grace note figures into extreme high and low register chords. So, yeah, I'm excited to get into this. I actually have a bunch of Sciarrino piano scores. He was really prolific in terms of his output for solo piano, but it's all really difficult to play. If you're interested in this composer, I have a whole slew of um, videos on his work. I'll just put the episode numbers below here for you. That first episode number is going to be where um, you can find his biography. I'm not going to go over it today. This is the one I'm going to go with, and I'm going to put it in the video description. Michael Tan, pianist, NYU, Black Box Theater. So, yeah, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, so my thoughts on these two pieces. Really intense playing, and like both of them have a very distinct character with like these two-handed chords in the first one that are both in the extreme high register, and then the second one is totally characterized by these chords in the like very low, very high register at the same time, which almost sound like orchestral or brassy, like the longer you listen to it. It's very weird, psychoacoustically, and it's all notated like very simply. It's just the notes that have to be played, but it's obviously a very textural piece. So, in terms of like looking at the notation and hearing it, that was the thing that stuck out to me as really interesting was all these effects that Sciarrino is able to do with nothing but conventional notation, and effects that are inspired by his mastery of Western notation and what it does best, you know. Um, the use of the different registers of the piano too is really extreme and kind of crazy, but he uses the whole instrument, which I think is commendable. Both nocturnes use the entire range of the instrument. Every register of the piano has a purpose. It's just that it's very focused in the extreme high register where you can't even perceive the pitch really well. Next piece for tomorrow is going to be some George Crumb. Today I'm going to be listening to a piece by George Crumb for piano called Ein klein Mitternachtmusik, a little bit of midnight music. Now, the scan is a bit difficult to read. I don't know if the program note is worth getting into. It's pretty huge. Um, we'll see if I can summarize. Okay, so it's an homage to Thelonious Monk's jazz melody, Round Midnight, and I guess George Crumb was one of several composers who were commissioned to write a short piece on this topic. He goes on to explain how the quotation works. There's a surrealist parody of Debussy's Gollywog's Cakewalk from Children's Corner at a certain point. There's some literal midnight allusion here where like numerals 1 through 12 are rung in a bell-like manner towards the end, so like a clock striking midnight, and then it sort of uses resources of the extended piano in Crumb's mind, so using all kinds of extended techniques inside the piano for which Crumb is famous for. It's in 9 parts, so nocturnal theme, charade, premonition, cobweb and peace blossom, incantation, gollywog revisited, blues in the night, cadenza with tolling bells, and then the ninth movement is midnight transformation. And I guess it's subtitled Ruminations on Round Midnight by Thelonious Monk. Then we got a bunch of performance notes. Might be worth getting into them. This is the first piano piece we've had with some, so yeah, he goes with the preceding every note with an accidental rather than using a key signature or following the measure rule. And then metronome indications are approximate. Extended techniques include pizzicato playing, muted tones, the production of harmonics, etc. The strings should be clearly marked in some manner, in order to get some of these effects. So pianists prefer to mark only these strings that correspond to the black keys, thereby creating a keyboard inside the piano. I've never thought to do that. In a piece, I've seen pianists mark specific points of strings with like chalk or um, like those thin, like not post-it notes, but like little um, tags you can use to mark up books and things. Um, so I guess you would use chalk or something to write out the black keys inside. And the pianist needs a yarn stick, sort of like one you would use for a vibraphone, to play inside the piano. And the performer should distinguish clearly between fingertip playing versus fingernail playing. I guess you need long enough nails to make a audible sound on the keys. All instructions should be followed exactly. Pedal 1, like all pedal instructions, pedal 1 is the right damper, pedal 2 is the middle, and then pedal 3 is the una quarta pedal. And a conventional microphone should be suspended over the bass strings and used for amplification of the piano. When you have to shout the words in movement 8, please project clearly to the audience. And then in which movement is this? In movement 7, you have to clearly produce harmonics with the left hand alone. So I guess just be careful to prepare that. And then we have two different symbols for fermatas of 3 and 5 seconds respectively. And this is an interesting notation. Instead of having, so when you add one dot to to the right side of a note, it extends it by half of its value. But he has this notation here where if you have one dot on either side of the note, it extends the rhythmic duration by a quarter of its value. So you add two dots on either side of a whole note, you get five, like something equal to five quarter notes. Same thing with two dots on either side of a quarter rest. That would be a quarter rest plus 16th rest. And this is what the score looks like. Again, it's very like potato quality scan. I'm just going to be using it to follow along basically as I listen, so it's more like a roadmap anyways. Um, but I'm excited. I haven't listened to any George Crumb since the orchestra series, and um, I was meaning to get into his music when he died recently, but I guess I'm just gonna slowly get to a bunch of his scores um, on this channel instead. Um, Recording is in the video description. I'll see you once I'm done listening. Stick around if you want for my opinions. Okay, so this was an interesting listen. It wasn't exactly what I expected. It was a lot more playful. I mean, it was very dark, but also quotation was like a huge feature of it. And I liked the moment where the performer was shouting these numbers because it, at least experiencing this through a laptop, it made me realize how much louder the amplified piano was than it would have been acoustically. So it was just like a sudden like, oh yeah, this is like um, very loud and much louder than speaking volume. Um, because the qualities of the sounds themselves are very quiet. So I guess I was in a different listening headspace or experience than what it would actually be live. Um, I would say another really enjoyable moment was I forgot that Gollywog's Cakewalk itself was sort of like Debussy was kind of parodying or mocking Wagner because it uses the Tristan chord. And this piece reminded me, in its parody of Gollywog's Cakewalk, the Tristan chord moment is like really funny because it's like, oh, there's this is a parody of a parody. Um, and I don't know what Crumb's mentality is here, if he's kind of mocking Debussy a little bit. Um, but it kind of feels like that. Um, so there is that sort of like mean-spirited kind of sense of humor here and there. Um, and also the opening with the Thelonious Monk quotation is really nice. It shows you this idea of the extended piano where all these different techniques are being used almost simultaneously, sometimes actually simultaneously, and it might be the most concentrated example of that in the whole piece, actually. Um, I don't know if it's a super useful, like technical term outside of Crumb's style. I think it's more like integrated with his style of writing, but um, definitely some way of describing what he's doing here or trying to do with this piece. Also, I forgot to mention that it was written in 2001 in two locations, Media, Pennsylvania, and Laeken, Austria. So I guess he might have been doing a residency while, like, after being commissioned this piece, um, but before the deadline. So yeah, I mean, it's like all Crumb scores, it's very beautiful to look at. Um, and I guess pianists are interested enough in it to perform it. Maybe this would be worth revisiting if you really want to get into Crumb's work. It seems kind of accessible for audiences and not too difficult to play. So, yeah, that's that one. Next on the docket is next would be 20th Century Music by Lawrence Crane. Okay, so today's piece is another piano piece by Sergei Zagny, but I think it's actually for any keyboard instrument. It's called Basses from the year 2000, and I rather like this piece. When I first found it on YouTube, I went to his website and downloaded it. So it consists of 12 sections, which may be performed in any order. It is not necessary to play all of them, and a performance may be confined to just one. Any section may be repeated and may be played any number of times. Among the possibilities is to play them in sequence. I think the recording that I first heard them, what it was just played in sequence. Then play bass two again. The work can be played higher or lower than written, so that's kind of interesting. It's more intervallic. It's not about the specific pitches. So you'll notice that underneath, so it's like a two voice uh, piece basically, and underneath the two voices, which are moving in the same rhythm, you have um, these numbers that have something to do with the intervals above them, right? So you have 110. So it looks like one is an interval of 12th from A to E, whereas 0 is an interval of 13th from F sharp to D sharp. And those are the only two intervals in the first one, and which is called base 2, right? Obviously, it's called base 2 because binary ones and zeros, right? And then as you go to base 3, then you get twos, ones, and zeros. So the 2 is a new interval. It's uh, a 11th from C to F. 1 and 0 are the same as in the previous base. And you'll notice as we keep adding numbers, the new interval that's introduced is more narrow. And actually, the lower voice, it kind of leaps higher and higher. Or sorry, it leaps in larger leaps, and then the top voice is just moving by step. So it's like, I think actually it's like if you lined up all of the numbers, it would be like a chromatic scale in the top voice, and then the bottom voice would be in stacked minor thirds or something, like this F sharp diminished chord. I don't quote me on that, but because like 3 here is a D sharp, yeah, so and then 4 should be another F sharp, and it is, right? So what sort of struck me about this piece when I first heard it was it's all parallel motion the whole time, but it's like one voice is kind of a magnification of the other. Um, so it's like the melodic intervals are never the same, even though the motion is always parallel. So it creates this weird effect where you just get different intervals all the time as you move up and down. And then there's this curious thing where at the end of every bass you get 6 iterations of this interval from A to E again. So at the end of every one, it's just like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So, and then the fermata. It takes quite a bit of time to play through each one. Um, I can't remember how long a total performance is. It goes up to base 12, so he introduces A and B instead of 11 and 12 just to avoid confusion. And then for base 13, he must add C. And I guess B and C, the left hand has actually gone above the right hand, right? So, um, yeah, that's kind of interesting. Okay, hopefully this isn't too confusing. I've mentioned on a previous episode that this is like Zagny's thing is taking musical materials and then ascribing numbers to them and then playing with those numbers to make music. And I think this is a pretty clear example. And the result is very interesting, in my opinion. Like, people describe his music as being mathematical. I don't really think of it that way because obviously you have to, like, make this cultural association first. So it's music. Like, it's not, you're not listening to math. There's just like an extra musical association of math in all of his music. It's about 14 minutes long. I encourage you to listen to it and come back for my opinions here. This performance is played by the composer in 2004. Okay, yeah, I felt this really enjoyable. Um, it's never gonna top the first impression it made on me because it's just I think the greatest asset of this piece is just how creative it is in concept. And I'm not sure exactly what's going on with the rhythm, but it gradually becomes ironed out. Like you get more and more quarter notes and less eighth notes until bass 13, where there are no eighth notes. So that seems to be like a complete motion towards something. Um, Maybe if you continued the pattern, it would there would eventually be no quarter notes and it would just be half notes. Um, like it seems to be some sort of process that could continue infinitely, but which would explain why it's kind of a modular piece. It's because it's like a glimpse of something more infinite. Um, I think having bass two at the end really ties it all together. Kind of like if you have a theme in variations, you want and it's really long, like 13 minutes long. You do like just ending the way you started is probably the easiest way to make it complete. In terms of like other ways you could perform it, I think this is kind of the best way. Like it seems like the most straightforward presentation of it. I guess you could stop at bass 10. I like that bass 10 lands on this minor third between A and C, and I think that's kind of ties nicely with this sort of AE that we're constantly ending on, you know? Um, Even though that's the digit 1 and not the digit 0, that's kind of like our tonic, more or less. So it did feel pretty complete once we finished bass 10. Um, Also, I think it's bass 7 lands on a perfect fifth, but it's between D sharp and A sharp. So that's kind of a moment too where we finally get a consonant or like perfect consonants. Is it bass 7? No, it's bass 8, number 7. Yeah, number 7 is a perfect fifth. So that's kind of nice um, because we're emphasizing this other perfect fifth on A, or 12th, I guess you could say, at the end of each one. You could work backwards, like start with the most complicated one and work your way down. That way you could still end with bass 2 and it would sound very cohesive. Or you could kind of skip some of them and just. But I think the probably the least successful would be to like go haphazardly from 3 down to 2 up to 5 up to 8 down to 7. I think it's better to just make sure it's like growing or shrinking the whole time. I guess in terms of Zagny's larger work, this is sort of like his big theme and variations, and I think that's kind of cool that there's this sort of traditional form that he's managed to make so abstract that it's its own entity. Um, so yeah, that's bases. I think the title is pretty funny too because it's not about like the instruments, the basses. It's about literally the bases of Arabic numerals.
you know.
This morning, I'm going to be listening to our first Lawrence Crane piece on the channel. Um, and it fittingly is one of his most popular piano pieces. It's called 20th Century Music, and it was written uh, funnily in 1999, right? So at the very end of the 20th century. In fact, it was written on the last day of the 20th century. It's about 3 minutes long, and you can see that it's really simple to play. Every chord in it is about 4 seconds long. It's dedicated to everyone involved with 20th century music, and it takes about 3 minutes to play through. Um, I believe the recording that's easiest to find online is a performance by Michael Finnessy. Don't know when this album dropped, but Michael Finnessy performed all of the solo piano works of Lawrence Crane on a professionally recorded album. Um, and Lawrence Crane is sort of like this UK-based composer who's associated with this ensemble called Apartment House. I'll pull up his bio or whatever I can find here. Wikipedia is fine, I guess. So he was born in 1961, and Apartment House has given over 40 performances of his works. If you look at his list of works, I guess I could pull that up. There was a big festival on the year of his 60th birthday, big festival of his stuff, and that's where this chronological list of works comes from, is this festival website. But you can see it's lots of solo piano and lots of chamber works with solo piano. Um, then there's the occasional piece with guitar, like 3 pieces for guitar. Um, his opus starts in 1985. Uh, yeah, one of his only pieces with clarinet is this one, Sparling. Um, I think the pieces get a little bit more elaborate towards the late 90s, early 2000s, because at that point he's starting to get actual commissions. Um, but I think at the start he was largely performing a lot of his own music. Can't remember where I've heard that, but that's the impression I get from his piano pieces, is that he was just playing them. He has a piece for lever harp that's kind of interesting. This is probably the biggest one. Piccolo, 3 soprano saxes, horn, 3 trumpets, 3 trombones, bass trombone, piano, and double bass. Then I guess his chamber symphony is also really large from 2007, and Sound of Horse 2009. So that's sort of the upper end of what he writes, is like not quite chamber orchestra. And if I highly encourage you to look at some of the footage from this festival. I was looking at a lecture recital on one of his pieces, and apparently a lot of his piano pieces, he's like been on record saying that they're completely abstract and just exploring the potential of these abstract musical ideas. So, for example, in this piece, the idea is like in the first 4 measures here, like what is the potential of that? Um, but all of his titles for his piano pieces are either tongue-in-cheek like this, or dedicated to a person or about a specific person. So that tells me that he sort of the titles really aren't what the piece is about. Um, but he just didn't fully go into absolute music and just title them like Untitled 1, Untitled 2, etc. In 2021, the Oxford Leader Festival commissioned Crane to write a piece that responds to the work of marine biologist Rachel Carson, which resulted in the piece Natural World for soprano and piano slash sampler. And then in 2021 was also the 60th birthday anniversary, and the events in there included like Plus Minus Ensemble, Ex Audi Vocal Ensemble, and of course Apartment House. Currently, he's professor at the Guildhall School of Music and Drama, where a lot of these events were also hosted. Yeah, as I was saying, he says, I use simple and basic musical objects, common chords and intervals, arpeggios, drones, cadences, fragments, and scales of melodies. The materials seem familiar, perhaps even rather ordinary, but my aim is to find fresh beauty in these objects by placing them in new structural and formal contexts. All of the scores I have in the of his piano solo piano works at least are even older than this. Um, so yeah, I'll put a link to the recording in the video description, and I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay, so I think that quote that I read out from Lawrence Crane made me think about this a little bit differently. It was my first time seeing that quote. Um, it definitely has a very clear form. It's sort of like every 8 measures, if you think of it as a section, it's like A, B, B prime, A, B double prime. And that's like something like sonata form a little bit. But also the musical material in question, I think, is really this A going to G and back up to A, like this sort of oscillation. Um, because you can even see it in the B sections. Even though the bass is jumping up and down in parallel, there's this motion A, G, A, G, A, G, A, G. And apart from like the first 2 measures of the A section, that is in the piece. Like it's just constantly happening. Um, so I think that's kind of interesting. I like the minimal, um, there's no dynamics, but there is like this idea at the beginning of like let vibrate and accent and also pedal all the way through. So even in the first 2 measures, you get a really clear sense of the piece's character. I've printed off a number of Crane's piano scores and played them myself, and this is the one that I always keep coming back to. Like I really enjoy playing it. So I think there's something there. Like it's noticeably, uh, it's really an interesting one, even in the scope of his other piano pieces. If it feels like I'm super excited about this Lawrence Crane stuff, it's because in the series so far we've had a bit of a build up to this piece. I think we've looked um, at least 3 other pieces that were dedicated to Lawrence Crane or like a tribute to him. So it's nice that we're getting into his stuff now. The next 3 pieces actually are going to be a bunch of nocturnes by Salvatore Sciarrino that he wrote in 1998. So from this postmodern stuff straight back into high modernism, um, which is being written after the fall of the Berlin Wall in Italy. Okay, so today's piece is called Two Nocturnes, and it's by Salvatore Sciarrino. These are 2 piano pieces which he wrote in 1998, dedicated to Daniele Paolini. The first one, you can see that you have to silently depress the keys with the left hand, and then like slowly move up the range of the piano without
making a sound. So that's already very difficult. And then you already have, I'm not sure what the white note heads mean, but maybe you just have to play incredibly quietly, and that's what it's indicating. So it's like different from just playing pianissimo. Um, but yeah, that left hand technique and then leaping up over or like the right hand leaping between staves is sort of the challenge with this one. I mean, we looked at some other nocturnes by Sciarrino, and they're more like etudes, like how difficult they are. Like here we have repeated notes, um, super quiet, and then the extreme lower register of the piano. Yeah, I remember finding these. Oh yeah, there's like pedal stuff too, like sustain pedal. I remember finding these pieces in like 2018, and it really impacted the way I started writing music for piano. Um, I didn't do anything nearly this complicated, but tried playing around more with resonance and stuff like that. And I don't know, my teachers didn't really get it. Um, 'Cause I mean, I've just had a lot of composition teachers that don't listen to anything. There's a Klangforum Vienne recording of the first movement. Can I find the second? Yes, and the same album you can find the second one, which is 8 minutes long. First one's 5, so it's pretty substantial. It's much larger than the two Cruel Nocturnes, which we looked at a couple days ago. Obviously, it's a very difficult piece to play. It doesn't get performed that often, so I'm excited to hear this performance. Ives Concord Sonata, that's a beast. Dibelli Variations, Puro Lunaire, playing in Avanti Chamber Orchestra. Uh, he did the Crumb Macrocosmos recently. That's pretty huge. He's been a member of Klangforum Vienne for 12 years, collaborating with Tristan Marai and Beat Führer. Führer, of course, directs Klangforum Vienne, who's one of the founding members. Concert highlights: Unsuk Shin's Piano Concerto, premiere of Bernhard Gander's Piano Concerto, Philipp Mainz Piano Concerto, the Ives Concord Sonata, as mentioned before, and Crumb's Macrocosmos, which I mentioned before. So he's also part of a violin violin piano duo with Patricia Kopachinskaya, and since 2 years ago he became professor of piano at Cologne University of Music and Dance. So yeah, that's pretty huge career. So I'm excited to hear his interpretation of this. Link is in the video description. I'll see you in 13 or 14 minutes. Okay, so this is kind of a crazy performance. Like you have to have so much control over every um like facet of the piano. The first movement reminds me kind of some of the figuration in Quaderno di Strada, which he wrote like 5 years later or 6 years later. Um, but this second movement the idea seemed entirely new, and I don't think it's easy to find it anywhere else in his oeuvre. This like very steady clicking thing. Um, yeah, I think it's much more interesting. It's like definitely the more interesting movement. He has a lot of things going on. Like the first really interesting sound I thought was silently depressing these notes and then hitting notes an octave below, but just over an octave, right? So there's like this cluster, and then a cluster an octave below that. Um, the pedal stuff was not as easy to hear in this recording. And then there was like stuff in the middle and lower register with these um, blank note heads where I wasn't sure if it was a different technique, but there was no audible pitch. So like these low ones, it was you would just hear the sound of the um, keys lifting, actually. It's very weird. It kind of becomes a heartbeat towards the end of the piece. Um, yeah, these two are cool. I think they're more interesting than the Cruel Nocturnes we looked at, and they're a better representation of Sciarrino's style. Um, so yeah, uh, there's still a there's still a third and fourth Nocturne, which we're going to get to over the next couple of days. So he wrote a lot of these right in 1998. I'm not sure why. I guess he had an opportunity to work with certain pianists. So yeah. Okay, so today's piece is Salvatore Sciarrino's third nocturne for piano. We've already looked at four other nocturnes. This one is for Nicholas Hodges, who I guess premiered it. It looks pretty intense from the start here. We have a lot of sustain pedal like weird things in the bottom staff here, and then a lot of techniques we've seen in the other nocturnes. And yeah, it's all just one movement, obviously. Okay, so some of the techniques that we're seeing repetitions of here. Um, we have silently depressed notes in the lower register of the piano used to create different resonances. Super fast quiet figurations in the middle or upper register of the piano with the sustain pedal lifting. So sustain pedal on top of sostenuto pedal, I guess you'd call it, right? So you have like these three notes sustaining, then all the notes sustaining but lifting, right? So that's kind of neat. Then he plays with, doing it above the sounding pitches and things. Um, Another technique which I'm seeing is the white note heads, which are always marked pianissimo, and I have a feeling that there's just like a visual indicator that those notes are played extremely quietly, like as quiet as possible, kind of. And we got extreme upper register of the piano stuff again. It's this like clicking almost. So we got clusters up there, noodly little things in the middle register, and occasional uh occasionally the clusters dip into the extreme low register of the piano. And then we got some really fast stuff, twinkly stuff. And no bar lines, obviously. So it's really hard to read. Yeah, I guess the no bar lines does encourage a more open performance. And yeah, we'll play this one. It's Jan Gerdes performing, and it's about 7 minutes long. Link to this video is in the description, and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, nice. So I rather like this one. It sort of has its own sort of mood, and I can see why Sciarrino felt the need to isolate it. The previous two nocturnes were like a little set, and then this one is on its own. Um, this first thing you hear, this little like quintuplet for, uh, gesture, is so repetitive. It just keeps going on the whole time and kind of just sits in the middle there. Um, and you hear it descending at the very beginning and at the very end. But other than that, it just sits right here. And it's kind of very strange. It sort of changes your relationship as a listener with everything around it. It's almost like a little insect in the foreground, chirping away, and then there's like weird stuff happening around you in the background, like in the shadows, and you can't really make out what the other things are, but this other thing is just happening. Um, I don't know. That's how I see it, anyways. Um, yeah, I rather like this one. I think it's a little bit more memorable than the two cruel nocturnes and the two nocturnes. A little bit simpler though. Maybe not your cup of tea. Like the closest thing to a climax is in the third last page here, where the thing in the middle just kind of explodes for I don't know 3 seconds, 5 seconds. So yeah, it's pretty quiet and contemplative compared to the other ones. Um, yeah, next, I mean tomorrow, when I'm doing my listening session, we're going to complete the series by looking at Sciarrino's Fourth Nocturne from 1998. As far as I know, that's all of them, although maybe I only have the first four. But um, I forgot to look up this pianist that it's dedicated to. Yeah, this one was dedicated to Nicholas Hodges, as is Nocturne number 3. Then the two nocturnes are dedicated to Daniele Pollini. He made his piano debut in 1997 at the Rossini Opera Festival in Pesaro, so he would have been playing or premiering this piece, presumably. This isn't today's piece, but he would have been premiering it shortly after his debut, I guess. He's also a composer and a conductor. Um, cool. I mean, unsurprisingly, uh, Sciarrino is writing for German and Italian pianists. Today's piece is the Fourth Nocturne of Salvatore Sciarrino, written in 1998 for piano, and it's dedicated to Elio for his birthday. That's what the dedication means here. This scan, like the others, it's like a very large piece of manuscript paper that's sort of chopped up a bit. Um, okay, so this one we have some ascending gestures with alternating chords, like alternating hands. And we still have a lot of the same like pedal and resonance stuff as the other nocturnes. And like a lot of the other nocturnes, it's notated on three staves for, I guess, mostly to show the use of each hand. It's useful to have an extra treble clef when you need it or an extra bass clef when you need it. Um, and okay, we have like another idea introduced here about halfway through. These loud extreme register chords that are not part of a long gesture. They're sort of like dividing it up. And we get this repeated note thing, which was a feature of the second Nocturne, I think. The clicking. It's not a huge feature though, it's sort of just like decorates the end. And I'm seeing a sort of like slow increase of activity over the course of the whole thing. To be honest, I'm finding these piano pieces a little bit less interesting than Sciarrino's ensemble work. I think his extended techniques for like winds and strings are a lot more engaging. Mostly he just plays around with resonance in these ones, so you do need to listen to them with like good headphones. And they're, you know, I have no idea if the performances I'm listening to are even any good. Maybe there's a performance out there where they just all sound beautiful and it's very obvious the genius of the composer, but so far it's been kind of hit and miss, I'll be honest. Also, I think they have to be like carefully mic'd and recorded, so that's also part of the problem, is that I'm not really getting the full effect that I would get hearing them live. Um, yeah, this one is Divertimento Ensemble, Silvia Giliberto, piano. I guess this was a call for young performers in 2022, and it even has the stamp of the So Delicious. If you've seen this commenter, I think they're one of the members of the YouTube channel Score Follower, or I'm seeing, or they just comment on so many of those videos that it's become a sort of like hallmark of them. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna have a listen here. It's about 7 minutes. I encourage you to listen along. Link to this video is in the video description. And yeah, okay. Yeah, so this one is very different character than the previous three, and I think it has more in common with the two Cruel Nocturnes, which Sciarrino would write in 2001. Um, yeah, it's more like conventionally virtuosic, and I think one of the more interesting notation things in this one is he actually has fermatas. So the performer has a lot of freedom to pause and make use of those pauses, rather than writing out all these rests and irregular sort of entrances and exits. Um, it makes it a little bit more accessible too, like having a fermata to set up these silently depressed keys, I think makes a little bit more sense. I mean, I can see the vision. I don't know if this performance captured the rhythm correctly because it was, it looks very, very straight on the page. Like it's just straight 30 seconds or triple 30 seconds. Um, but I think the performance captured the all the dynamics and gestures pretty well, so I guess that's what matters. Sounds very final. I think it's a good finale to the four nocturnes from this year. Um, yeah, I mean that's about all I have to say about it. I think we have some more piano pieces of Sciarrino's to look at that are a bit more interesting. I do think it's kind of fascinating that he wrote these four nocturnes in 1 year. Um, and it's like clearly a lot of work. It's very strange, a strange project. Okay, interesting. So the next piano piece we're going to look at is by Javier Torres Maldonado. It's called Or, and I think it's the oldest Maldonado piece I have. Well, maybe not. But it's like a 90s one. And it's actually really good. This is sort of like a hidden gem, so I'm excited to share it with you tomorrow. Today I'm looking at a piece called Or by Javier Torres Maldonado, and it's published in Universal Edition. Maybe this is at the top is an award it won. Yeah, the International Mozart Competition of Salzburg 1999. So this is an award-winning piece. I guess he may have won the publication rights as well or something. Um, this is basically just like a fantastic piano piece which I discovered years ago. he would have been 30 years old, so around my age when he composed this. And you can see it's handwritten. It's really nice looking. Yeah, so there's no the bar lines don't mean anything. That's what this performance note is. Pay attention to the phrasing instead. Any like grace notes, I guess, should be performed as fast as possible. This is especially valid for long sequences. Frame groups of notes are to be repeated for the number of seconds indicated. So, for example, repeating these grace notes for a second. Often they are a polyrhythm, right? Um, so there's no coincidence between the notes. So it's sort of like they're both, in this case, they're both playing in straight eighths, but the group of three is going to restart before the group of four is over, and you just keep playing like that. There's a realization, right? So it's kind of a fun notation. The diamond note head he's using for things held down without sounding, right? Use a late Mozart piano with a range of F1 to F6. Huh, I had no idea. So what would that even look like? I guess it's appropriate for the competition. This is the type of piano, I guess, that it should be. Like wooden frame, maybe wooden soundboard and not a metal soundboard. Less tension on the strings. What does it sound like? Does this one have the low F, I guess? You get the idea. So completely different tone of the piano. More trebly. The bass notes sound very different. Yeah, I guess I'll get into this. For context, this score was given to me by the composer at a masterclass type or workshop type situation. And I guess it was written in 97. But this was like, after listening to his scores, like this was like my favorite one, at least back in 2018. So, um, yeah, I'm excited to share. Link to the recording is in the video descript, and I'll see you then. Okay, yeah. Um, really magical. I think I'm sort of debating whether I still think it's his best. I don't know if it's really his best work because it's got some very clear like sections, He's kind of relying on very clear form. Um, whereas some of his other works that we've looked at are a lot more subtle and like his transitions are a bit better, but just the ideas here are really good. Like so pianistic. The way they're notated really um, takes into account like how the piano is played, and a lot of these techniques are sort of tailored to like how the performer works, like passing around these fast little figurations where the last note lands together, right? Passing between hands. Just notating held notes, like versus fast grace note things, as his main two ideas, I think really works. I love the chordal harmonies in the opening, and I really like the like liggity kind of repetitive ending that the texture keeps thinning out. It's uh, really interesting opening, really interesting ending. The harmony kind of reminds me of like Barrio a little bit. Um, but overall, just a very distinctive voice. I guess what wows you about about it more than anything is just the notation. Like the way the score looks is really gorgeous, and it makes every idea look important. There's just a way it looks on the page that is really integral to the whole experience of the performer. Like this grace note that's passed between hands, and I don't think he needs, it's almost always two staves. Um, this stuff is really cool where he has the repeated box notation stuff, but he has silently depressed pitches in it. So instead of notating a third voice or anything, he just expects the performer to get it. Like you're thinking this rhythm, but you're holding this note down. Stuff like that is just very like practical. It might be a little bit over notated, but for a competition like this, I think it's very appropriate. You know, you want the judges to see something, um, see some like effort and thought put into your art. So yeah, very cool handwritten score. I think the title Orior means like to lift or to lift up or something. Or it could just be a misspelling of Orion on purpose or something. When I first saw it, I always thought like my mind went to Orion and I thought of like stars and things. That might be the last Maldonado piece we listened to for a while, but it's pretty good. Next, we have a piece by a Canadian composer, Alan Gordon Bell, so that'll be interesting. First Canadian composer probably since the orchestra series, I want to say. So, yeah, going back to 1996. All right, so today's piece is a piano piece by Canadian composer Alan Gordon Bell called Danse Sauvage. And the score is physical. I gotta grab it from my garage, so I don't have it on me this second. I'm gonna talk about the composer first, and then I'm gonna go grab the score. Um, the first time I saw uh, this composer's work was in New Music Festival at the University of Toronto. There, he was like a guest composer, you could say. He flew in from Alberta, and I heard a bunch of his chamber works. I can't remember too much about them, but it was sort of like a big event just because all the other new music festivals we'd done, there wasn't really a guest composer there. So, yeah, that was kind of fun. I don't think I had a lesson with him or anything. Master of Music degree was at U of Alberta, studying with Violet Archer. Violet Archer did her degrees at the University of North Texas, actually, and recently the CMC Prairie region has been doing like a Archer Fest, so celebrating the work of Violet Archer and other Prairie region composers. Bell also studied with Malcolm Forsyth and Manis Sanoskin. I guess he did some advanced studies at the Banff Center for the Arts too. That's kind of interesting that his whole career is in Alberta, considering he was born in the 1950s. I guess he's, yeah, really, really based there. Um, Served as president of the National Board of the Canadian Music Centre from 1984 to 1988, from 1978 to 1980, and from 1985 to the present. Professor of Composition and Music Theory at the University of Calgary, where his whole career is pretty much. Was made a member of the Order of Canada in 2012, and all of his big performances are from Canadian ensembles. National Arts Centre Orchestra, Calgary Philharmonic Orchestra, Esprit Orchestra, Vancouver Symphony Orchestra, Manitoba Chamber Orchestra, Edmonton Symphony Orchestra, and Orford String Quartet, Purcell, like these are all Canadian. This page needs updating because the most recent piece of his on here is from 2013. For some reason, I had this impression that he studied in the US, but I guess that was his teacher, Violet Archer. Okay, I'm gonna grab this score. Sorry for droning on a bit. I just don't want to go outside into the cold because it's in my garage. But all right, so here's the score. This is, as we read earlier, commissioned by the Esther Hohen's Calgary International Piano Competition of 1996. This is, I guess, the second year, and it's published by Alberta Keys Music Publishing. So this is some real Canadiana, Like I found this in a free bin at Brandon University, which is a little music school in Manitoba. For Ron Bell, best wishes, Alan Bell. So I don't know if Ron is a family member, but it ended up in my hands now. Yeah. So if you're really into like obscure Canadian piano music, I guess this is it. I mean, and you can tell this is like one of the earlier editions because the duration is just kind of taped on. This is a separate piece of paper, so I don't know what it says underneath, but it was updated to say that the duration is 10 and a half minutes. If the composition is performed without the chaconne and an improvised variation, then it's 9 minutes. I don't know the piece that well to tell you what that's about. Dedicated to possibly some pianists who played it. Andrew Rayburn, John Peter Lee Roberts, and Steve Shue. Made possible by the generous support of the Imperial Oil Company Charitable Foundation. That oil money. And we have a biographical note from 1996. So this is outdated. But interestingly, I guess Bell's biggest works at this point was his Concerto for Two Orchestras, 1988, and Arch 2, 1989, which is a string quartet. I guess so. This is for the chaconne, which is semi-improvised. So he's mostly explaining how to do that, how to improvise it. The score itself is, it looks hard to play. It's a little bit aggressive. It's got these weird. The first thing that sticks out to me is the octave indications look kind of weird, and they're intersecting with slurs. But it's 27 pages, which is huge. I can't imagine. I think it's 15 minutes long, so that is quite a lot for a pianist to learn. And there's how it ends. A nice fortissimo. I'm guessing it's going to be kind of semi-tonal, extended tonality, maybe some clustery things. But yeah, this was a nice find because I was familiar with Alan's music already from my undergrad, but obviously I was an undergraduate student. I could not hear much or remember much that I heard. But now I can listen to this and give you my opinions. So I'll see you in 13, 15 minutes, however long it is. And yeah, I hope you enjoy listening to the recording at least. No idea where you would get your hands on the score, but maybe the Canadian Music Center can give you a copy or rent you a copy. Okay, so yeah, my thoughts on this performance. Colleen Athparia did a really good job. I guess this was recorded in 2012 on Center Discs, which is a Canadian label, I think. Yeah, I think that Bell is a fine composer. It kind of reminded me of Leo Ornstein a little bit. I think Ornstein also has a piece called Dance Sauvage. Um, but I think the chaconne was the best part. And it's just notated like this. I don't know if you can see that. Uh, it's just chords with fermatas. So once you hear that, that's the start of the chaconne, and then for the next 2 minutes, the pianist is just improvising on those chords, and it's like the best sounding part, which I don't know if that is good, speaks well of the composer for coming up with the idea, or speaks poorly on the composer for not using the instrument more interestingly. Yeah, transpose the progression ad libitum. That's the one thing that the piece I felt was really missing was no, like the ideas were not being transposed very often. It just kept occurring, especially that first two measure hook is like it always sounds exactly the same every time, and it's a little bit obnoxious. But other than that, I really, I commend the the piece and performance. I think it was very appropriate for a piano competition, and it was sort of like the chaconne. It was sort of like a variations on a theme. There's clearly some part writing chops behind it, and yeah, sort of like I don't know, if you like Stravinsky, Bartok, Copland, that sort of thing, then it's probably up your alley. And yeah, what's next here? Let's keep this. Actually, I do know what's next. Um, Tomorrow's Halloween for me. At least the date of recording will be. So I'm gonna take a break from the piano stuff and listen to some Charles Ives. If you know, you know. Um, and yeah, that was our one and only Alan Gordon Bell piece.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do a lazy um, like phone video this morning because the piece today is another Lawrence Crane number. Um, so the piece is called "Birthday Piece for Michael Finnessy," and I guess it was first performed by pianist Ian Pace, even though Michael Finnessy is also a very capable pianist. And it was written in the 1996, I guess, when Michael Finnessy turned 50. Finnessy is a new complexity composer, and Lawrence Crane famously writes this very simple, um, postmodern kind of tonal music. And, I printed off this piece months ago, and I've been playing it occasionally. It's one of the only, like, very few of Lawrence Crane's pieces even have a dynamic marking, but it's marked pianissimo smooth, and it's pedaled all the way through. At least that's how I interpret it. The form of it is kind of like in these three sections. I think two, three. Yeah, they're all 8 measures plus 2 measures of these big chords, which are sort of like enigmatic little phrase endings. Um, and yeah, it's kind of cute. It's a little bit less repetitive than a lot of Lawrence Crane's stuff. The main sort of idea I would say is in the left hand here. This like da 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 da. That's just the sort of main idea, and it's short. So I really encourage you to just give it a listen here. It's one of his more famous piano pieces, I think. And just like the last one we looked at, 20th century music. It's also one of the later ones he wrote, like late 90s. And I mentioned this in the last Lawrence Crane episode, but Michael Finnessy put out an album of all of Lawrence Crane's piano works, and it's sort of like the thing to be listening to. So if you like this stuff, I would encourage you to just purchase that on Amazon or wherever you can find it. And I don't own it personally, but I think Finney's performances are very good. So yeah, let's get into it. Okay, so I think this is very pretty. Nice way to start my Saturday morning. Um, I think it's a little bit more enigmatic than a lot of Crane's stuff. Like the form, for example, you can think of it as ABC or A prime A double prime, since it's kind of all the same idea. But one thing that's kind of I noticed that's kind of interesting. Um, in the first section, the second half of it starts with this G F sharp E in the left hand, and then that characterizes the first half of the second section and the first half of the third section. So if you just focus in on that idea, it's sort of like if you just focus on what the left hand is doing in these 4-measure chunks, it's kind of like A B B C B prime maybe, and then D. It's kind of weird. I think he's really getting the most out of a little bit of material, and I don't know. It's got a weird character to it too. It's like quiet and um, would maybe be good as like a closer for a set of pieces. I don't. Nothing screams like birthday to me. um, it's not very celebratory. Um, but I guess there's that sort of dissonance between the title and the piece. So I'll have to just check my spreadsheet here for the next piece, like for tomorrow's piece. Yeah, the next piece is going to be an even older piece, like a 1996 piece by Salvatore Sciarrino called Perduto Una Cita Doc. I hope I'm remembering the name correctly, but yeah, it's more of like a standalone piano piece by him. The other big standalone piano piece is De la Nuit. I think this one is less famous. I'm not sure. Um, so yeah, it's sort of like going to be a Sciarrino Crane sandwich starting today, and yeah.
Okay, so this morning I'm listening to Perduto in una cita doc. The English translation would be Lost in a City of Waters by Italian composer Salvatore Sciarrino. And it's a solo piano piece. Okay, so this piece has sort of like a certain character throughout. It was written in 1991. You can see it's got sort of this pianissimo layer in the extreme high and low registers of the instrument. And then there's some fairly detailed pedal work at the bottom there. Um, so you got like the way that it's notated with these huge stems, it's like you have these huge dyads, and sometimes there's dyads that sit within the larger dyads. Um, and it's sort of like this sustain layer, you could say. Um, and then there's like this fast figuration that starts in the second last page, and it's like fast little chromatic things, but it's in a more narrow register, just in the sort of treble clef here. And that stuff is a bit louder. It's usually like swelling to piano or pianissimo or mezzo piano even. Rhythmically, it's very challenging to read because there's no bar lines. But it's a piano piece, so you just kind of have to fake it a little bit. It's for Alvise Vidolin. Who was that? Sound director, computer musician, and live electronics performer. I guess he was an expert in computer music. This is someone who was born in 1949, so early computer music stuff like 80s. Um, Adjunct professor at the Center for Computational Sinology and the Department of Electronics and Computer Science at the University of Padua. Founded Italian Association of Informatics Music in 1981. Started collaborating with the Venice Biennale as head of the Permanent Laboratory for Music Informatics of the Biennale. This is some really early electronic music stuff. Like when was Earcam founded? Max was written in the mid 1980s, so at least that by then, I'm thinking late 70s. Um, like the International Computer Music Conference, I guess, was active as of 1974, so it's not too early. But yeah, to be working with electronics in the 70s in sort of a university setting is very interesting. He's worked with Luciano Berio, Franco Donatoni, Salvatore Sciarrino, of course, hence the dedication, and Luigi Nono. Those are sort of the big Italian names here. So, yeah, that kind of explains the texture a little bit. It might be the piano piece here might be a little bit indebted to electronic music, and it's certainly not out of character for Sciarrino's style, but I think this is a lot more creative and singular than some of the nocturnes we were looking at, for example. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna give this a listen here. It's 8 minutes long, so we'll go with the George N. Giannopoulos recording, and I'll see you in a bit here. Link to this is in the video description. Okay, so this is definitely my most famous piano piece by Sciarrino that we've listened to so far. Um, it's just a very simple idea, and it is kind of interesting. Like each sort of big decision in the narrative is kind of interesting. Like it's very much just floating for the first minute, and then you almost get a little chord progression on the second page, and you kind of think that that's the way that the direction the piece is going to go is that it's going to slowly evolve, but then this new idea sort of shatters everything, and it's like you suddenly get something in the foreground, right? Everything and your relationship to the foreground background changes. What you thought was in the foreground is now in the background, and it's almost like this little theater of sounds. And the ending is very fun. He sort of, I mean, it happens throughout the piece, but he introduces this idea where some of the chords are played even quieter. So pianissimo, I guess, four P's, and they have different note heads, I guess, to like make them stand out in the score. And here they start interfering with the other chords that have been played, right? So at the very end, you get this almost repeated note idea. Um, so if you pay really close attention to the performance, there's like a background to the background that's introduced, right? So it's like then things are expanded out in that direction, and it's very strange, you know? It's a very different way of looking at the piano, and it's almost like a spatialized kind of piano piece. So that's at least the way I heard it. It's seems extremely tough to perform, just the dynamics that it's at. Um, so I think it's pretty cool, and it's a little bit more accessible just because of how late this new main second idea is introduced um, halfway into the piece. So that's a really bold compositional decision, which I wasn't really seeing in some of the later piano works. Um, so even if you're just a casual listener, you will at least have that moment to remember. Um, yeah, next is so tomorrow I'm going to listen to another Lawrence Crane piece. It's called Gorm Busk, I believe. Um, and it's a really short one, probably 2 or 3 minutes long. Okay, today we're looking at a piece called Gorm Busk for piano by UK composer Lawrence Crane. He wrote it back in 1991, right? You can see it's like a lot of his piano pieces, it's just one page. It's got an extremely strange title. Gorm could mean a variant of Gom, to recognize, to take notice of, to understand, comprehend, or consider. Uh, it could also mean to smear as a verb. And then there's a couple other etymologies to like smear, make sticky, impair the functioning of. I think in Cornish it means brown, and then in Irish it means like dusky or blue, sometimes black. Um, so I'm gonna take it to mean blue. And then busk. Busk can also mean a number of things, but I think the musical association is like busking, like playing music in public. Yeah, blue busking kind of idea, maybe. I only say that because the main idea and the first two measures here is this little chromatic run, and it's kind of bluesy. Link to this is in the video description. I'll see you in a bit. Nice. So this one has a particularly satisfying ending, I find. And I played it at the piano myself a few times, and it's it's kind of hard to get this second half because you are tempted to repeat these three measures 4 times again, like the three measure idea. Um, but it actually just moves on. So I think that's sort of like that's a big idea, right? Is having this whole second half is kind of like a thing, and then the first 4 or 5 measures is kind of like a thing. And then you have these little um, singular events, the one with A flat in the bass, surrounded by silence, and then the one with that's like the opening gesture, surrounded by silence. Yeah, so if you look at it like this, you have, I'll color this gray actually. So you got your main idea, it's 8 beats long. This is the black one. And then you have your next idea, which is kind of at the same notes, but you add a little bit. It's 9 beats long, right? And then new third idea in red, back to what you're doing before. But then instead of repeating this one 4 times, you go to red, and then you keep spreading out to this climax. So then you have a new thing, which I've colored blue, and then your final resting spot on the E flat, which kind of sounds like reminds me a little bit of like Um, also, like Thus Spake Zarathustra. Like it kind of reminds me of that. We get to this climax that repeats four times, um, and then cheekily you get four beats of silence, and then the original idea. But it sort of has this like starting from nothing thing going on. Picture like 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's sort of the same vibe, oddly, that this piece gives me. It just gets to this big climax, and it's in these little like contained phrases. So yeah, that's Gormbusk. Um, let's see what's next. Go to the scores here. Alfred Schnittke's second piano sonata. Nice. So written around the same time, oddly enough. Okay, this morning I'm listening to Alfred Schnittke's second piano sonata, which I actually played in my undergrad. I think I might have been in my third or fourth year. I played the first movement of it. It's two movements, I believe. This was the score I had. I think I bought it here in Winnipeg at a music store during a winter break or something. This is the email correspondence. I had to request to play it from score without memorizing it on my jury, and they let me, but I had to bring that just in case they didn't know. I guess he wrote this in 1990, and Schnittke was born in 1934. This was pretty close to when he passed away, I think. And it's for Irina. I might have to look up who that is. You can see I've kind of scribbled in some like theme 1 theme, or theme A prime, theme A double prime, etc. And yeah, there's a little bit of aleatory in the last movement. Okay, I lied. There is a third movement. Let's just take a glance at it here. I remember this being really unidiomatic for the piano. I found it really hard to just reach certain intervals, like when you have three part writing. So some things like just never became comfortable. The first theme in the first movement is like this. So yeah, it's sort of like written in 4/4 with these groups of eighth notes that cross the bar line very frequently. So beat one is displaced pretty often. Yeah. If I can find like this sort of stuff is very hard. You know, you have this very slight voice crossing. So bringing out the voices can be tough. Oh yeah, I remember this. That the cluster was kind of fun. This triplet idea comes in partway through and sort of becomes a main player in the first movement, I think. There's also this massive cluster towards the end of it. I don't even think I made it that far in my jury, but you can see we just come back to this theme at the very end. If I can find the notes here. Oh, it should be an octave up the whole time. So is the sort of chord you get at the end here. Yeah, so that was the one I really got to know well. I got a little bit into the second movement, if I recall, but it's easier, so my piano teacher wasn't super interested in me learning this one. It's got this nice little, like, very Schnittke kind of phrase that just kind of repeats a little bit lower. You get the idea. Second movement is slow, easier to play, short. I have some notes in here, so I definitely did learn this one too. I don't think I had to play it on my jury, but then the third one I don't know as well. But it ends with this cool low dyad here. We're triple fortissimo. This whole page is triple fortissimo until this last chord here. That's pretty sweet. So yeah, you get the idea. It's very Schnittke, but it's more like late Schnittke. So it's maybe the references to tonal music are a little bit less clear. There's no real quotation. It's just sort of like tonal-ish sounding themes that are in this very dense chromatic text that is more reminiscent of maybe Schoenberg. Was it really? I guess it was $9.99. It looks like it says $59.99. I hope it wasn't that expensive when I bought it. Holy crap. So yeah, I'm going to listen to it and take a trip down memory lane here. I highly encourage you to listen to the same recording, which is in the video description. And I'll let you know my thoughts here, like 20 years later, or, well, not that, 15 years later or 10 years later or whatever. I would have played this in 2014 or something. So it's been a long time, you know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's nice to get to listen to like a whole sonata. We've been doing at least 40 videos in the piano series so far, and none of them have been piano sonatas, so it's really nice to just hear a multi-movement work that kind of ticks all the boxes, with the slow second movement and the rousing third movement. And I think the third movement was my favorite out of the three, even though I'm less familiar with it. It's just obviously got all the best, like the improvisation stuff, the clustery stuff leading into it, and the ending. This like slow melody that comes into play here, which is sort of reminiscent of the melody in the second movement. It's the same rhythm and 4-part harmony idea. And yeah, it's like definitely more what you expect out of a Schnittke piece and want out of a Schnittke piece, in my opinion. Whereas the first couple of movements are a little bit more like his late style, a little bit more serious and smooth. This type of stuff, that's the stuff I'm talking about, where I had to write in all these fingerings. So brutal and difficult to play and just uncomfortable. But the pianist in this recording did a great job. I could really tell it was like they really knew what to bring out. And I think that's sort of the hardest part about some of this stuff is like my ear was not mature enough at the time to actually do any of this. My teacher was kind of just telling me what to do every week, and I was just like following orders, you know. But yeah, if you want to play some Schnittke or program some Schnittke, I think the second piano sonata is really, really good. I should mention the performer in this recording is the dedicatee of this piece and the person who premiered it. I believe she's Schnittke's sister or something. So, um, yeah, it's kind of nice in that way too. It has this little bit of history to it. And she really knows how to interpret his music. I guess I had no idea what I was doing because, like, I wouldn't have thought to play any of this in that way, and probably still wouldn't today. So it goes to show what a big difference interpretation can make. And I think it's not super durable music. I think you really need to know what to bring out, how to play it in order to make it sound good. Like, even I've only heard a couple pieces by Schnittke live, like his violin piano duo and his like I think his second it would have been a second violin sonata, right? And then I've also heard his viola concerto, and neither of them really met my expectations from hearing other interpretations, like recordings. So I do think that it is like really difficult to interpret and also have an original take on, kind of thing. Next, we're going to be looking at another Russian composer, Sergei Zagny. I have three piano pieces of his that were all written around 1989, 1990. So that's what's next. And being written around the same time as Schnittke is writing this stuff. So yeah, it was not a short time ago. The 90s is like 30 years ago now. So these pieces are older than me, and we're getting back there. So into the 20th century. Okay, so today I'm looking at Sergei Zagny's three pieces for piano, 1990. Okay. This is a Russian composer. We've looked at one or two pieces of his already. And so yeah, we have performance notes in Russian and English. And there's a lot here to get into, like a lot of symbols. Zagny is also an improviser, so there's like some aleatoric stuff in here that I think must be pretty unique to his own practice, because it's quite a lot to try and grasp at first. So these pieces split into parallel paths, and the performer decides each time which one to take, and some paths seem preferable to others. I indicate this by the means of numbers and other signs. Preferable is what I myself usually wish to play in here, but sometimes I choose something else. So there's this idea of like sort of weighted distribution in your aleatoric piece. So it's sort of split up into repeats, omissions, which I guess are sections that you don't have to play. Variants, so sections which can be played in either one way or another. And then he has optional ties, and then all these kinds of different fermatas and arpeggios. I guess we'll get into that in a bit. So some of it is approaching like Baroque decoration, like and yeah, I guess he often uses clefs with the octave sign. And then there's some miscellaneous symbols that occur. So let's just do this in order. I'll see if I can find some examples in the score. So there's two different symbols for repeat, I guess, so that one can exist within the other. at different layers. But yeah, basically these things both mean repeat. And if there's a number underneath, it should be played the indicated number of times. See if I can find this. So it appears a little bit different in the score than what I'm seeing. But you can see in brackets in the middle, there's a number. So this means repeat 5 times in the first measure of piece number 1. Then you repeat the next one 4 times. Then this one you repeat 9 times, etc. If there's a slash, it indicates 2 paths for the repeats. You can repeat it 3 times or 5 times in this example. So let's see if we can find that. Here we have a measure at the bottom of the first page that is 2/3. So you can repeat it 2 times or 3 times. Same up here. And actually we have a 5/7 on the first page as well. Then we have these underscores and overscores. So the underscore with a number means play at least that number. Like repeat it at least that number of times. And then above means repeat no more than that number of times. Here we have a 3 path, so 3/5/7. Okay, on this page, still page number 4 of the first piece, we have underlined 11. So you can repeat this at least 11 times. That's basically it. 3/5 is used in the context of repeats within repeats, right? So if you come back to the same repeated section in a repeat, right, it can have different numbers, right? Because the first time you play it, you can repeat it X amount of times, and then when you come to it again, you can repeat it Y amount of times, right? So that's all that the comma means. The example here is 3/5. Let's see if I can find an example of that. Probably doesn't happen that often. The first one we see is in the second piece, actually. So we have a 7/5 here. So you can see in the first line, there's these 2 measures, right? The whole thing you repeat at least 2 times. When you play it the first time, this second measure you repeat it 7 times, and then I'm assuming all subsequent ones you would repeat it 5 times. This measure, right? Oh, sorry, that's not at least 2, that's up to 2. So, okay, path 1, you play this measure and then this measure 7 times. Path number 2, you play this measure, then you play this measure 7 times, then you play this measure again, then you play this measure 5 times. That's it. So those are the only two paths for that. Then something more complicated is going on here because we haven't gotten to this n comma y thing. But yeah, let's keep going, keep figuring this out here. I saw the question mark earlier. Play any number of times. And yeah, that's it for the repeats. Then we have, so here we have the square brackets with the repeats. Here we have the angled brackets. So the angled brackets mean anything placed in between them may be omitted, basically. There's also an alternate notation, which is the E going up and the R with the down arrow, which just tells the player exit or return, right? So you can omit a section that's between an exit and a return, right? You exit here and you omit this stuff and then you return there. Okay, the n comma y stuff just means no and yes, right? Which is sort of like a weighted distribution thing. It's like, as a rule, omit it, or as a rule, skip it, or don't skip it, sorry. Yes, play it. And then and comma y, which we saw earlier, it's dependent on the repeats, I guess. if you return to the same thing, you should play it. Right, so back to piece number 2, right? The n comma y omission thing is here. So it's better to um, omit this measure on the first playthrough. Notice we have repeats that span 4 measures here, right, onto the second line. So yeah, if you must uh, play it, then on the first time through, play it 0 times, but on the second time through, play it 6 times. That's if you choose to play it. And you should, on the second time, I guess is what is being applied here. And then this measure, you always repeat it 7 times at the end of this thing. So, okay, that's another layer of stuff to think about, the omission stuff. Also, there's this dotted final bar line, which which indicates you can just stop playing the piece. So there's 3 pieces, so you can just stop playing the movement of music. The variants, so this is where the path is like a completely different piece of music. It's going to be written on a separate staff. So that's sort of like an osseous staff, except the function is different. It's not to make something easier to play. It's literally to just give different music. Um, and you can also there's also this notation he does where if you have grace notes, right, and small note heads, then it indicates you could do any note that's in that what looks like a chord, or any combination of them. That's pretty clear, I think, in his directions. But so this variant thing, you can write completely new music, new pitches, new rhythms. This thing, the only variable is pitch. So he's just using note heads and this little slash to indicate like when another path is present, kind of. Also, you can have articulations that are optional. So if there's a slash through a slur, you may play it or you may not play it. A grace note in between an omission sign is to be played like including what's in the omission sign or not including it. So that's pretty straightforward. It's just a different use of the same symbol that we learned earlier. An arrowed slur means that the durations near it may be altered um, without changing, obviously, when the note on is, or, well, I guess it can change that. But the general space that the note occupies is flexible. Okay, first, last, last of last, equal sign, and um, greater than or equal to restrict the choice of variants within a repeating section. So if he writes first, variant is only possible on the first playthrough and then not. Okay. Same thing with last. And it's not clear to me if this is referring to the large note head or just like whatever variant you choose. I guess we'll see in performance. So last of last is reserved for repeats within repeats. So obviously it's like the last time you repeat that section and on the last repetition, then you can use that variant. Equals when repeating, the same variant should be played, right? So once you commit to the variant, say you start playing this measure with the A, I'm assuming this is in treble clef, with the high A to start, then you have to keep playing that. Greater than or equal to, which I mistook as an accent earlier, when repeating regular notes, may be replaced by alternative grace notes at some moment, and playing of related or independent grace notes may be stopped. So it's sort of just used to um, yeah, indicate any and all possibilities, I guess. It's sort of like as a foil to this equal sign thing. And then we have all of these fermatas. So this is the thing that really stuck out to me when I was looking at this earlier. He has three sizes of fermata. This notation is not one I've seen before. Usually it's like triangle, squares, rounded. This is different. But I think he does it this way so that he can introduce dotted fermatas, which are like optional, right? So if you have a solid and a dotted, that's regular or long. If you just have dotted without the dot, right? Without the fermata's typical dot, optional short, and you get the idea. That's sort of just how it works. Uh, Fermata with an X is going to multiply the duration of the note by an integer. So if it's over a quarter note, you have to play a half note or a dotted half note or a whole note, etc. Right? If it's on top of a dotted 16th, you have to play a, the duration of a dotted eighth or a dotted quarter or, you know, etc. This is just optional. Then he introduces numbers so that there's like, say this is over a quarter, it at least has to be played as long as a dotted quarter, but you could play it as long as a whole note or a whole note plus a quarter or a dotted whole note, etc. Same thing with this. If you see this over a quarter note, you can basically only play. If you see this over a quarter note, you can basically only play its normal duration, a half note, or a dotted quarter. The brackets just mean should probably not change it, right? Notice it's a 1. So you could technically just notate this X fermata with a 1 above it, and it would effectively do nothing. Um, or you could put a 0 on top of it, and you would just omit the note in performance. That's sort of the logical continuation of this use of numbers. You could put 100 over top of it, and then the line on top, and it could be like you can hold it to up to 100 times its length or whatever. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Then we have some more detailed stuff, like he just has a unique notation for breaking a chord, and he has some miscellaneous things here. Like this is how you should do tremolos, for example. Brackets following a dynamic mean you can stop playing the dynamic after the bracket is completed. So it's sort of like becomes optional after the end of that bracket. Is there a good example of that? I don't think the first movement has meant much in the way of dynamics. Oh no, it does. You can see here on the second page there's an alternate path, right? And all kinds of fermatas. Um, wow, okay. So yeah, this just glancing through this, it's kind of nuts. The second movement has this double path thing going on. I don't even like, let's see if we can make sense of this, right? I think what he's doing here is you have to play through both of these lines of music instead of doing this, whatever's going on here. But there's also this alternate path here, right? So if you play this first measure, then you have these two paths to choose from. before you start playing this measure, you have all three paths to choose from. And the this path, the big one at the bottom, has enters and exits, or sorry, enters and returns, right? So you could technically leave after this optional fermata, um, and then return here and just continue playing. Or you could leave after this optional fermata or this one, right? So that's a whole bunch of paths there. These other fermatas are not optional, but the ties are. And then you have, if you decide to just play it normally, which is like repeating this and then doing this, these three measures, then you have uh, an optional tie to a half note that has its own fermata that may be long or regular. And then this is all followed by a rest that maybe it's ordinary length or may have a fermata on it or maybe a large fermata. Oh, and also you have to repeat this 6 times, this first thing. And there's this optional slur which has this other logic symbol that I forget about already. Um, so yeah, that's the sort of, I don't know how you would sight read this and just improvise. It seems very difficult, but the advantages of the notation is like you get to work with numbers, and as I was sort of explaining earlier, you could just extrapolate this and write all kinds of things that would take forever to notate um, differently, right? Like the fact that he's able to fit all of this on 11 pages is kind of crazy, because if you had to write out every single path, it would be like 100 pages of music or 200 pages. When he has early exits for an entire movement, then he labels the rest of it appendix. So, like the first movement, I think, yeah, piece number one has two appendices because you can just finish the movement here on page 4, or you can finish it here on page 5, or you can go to the end of page 5. Um, and of course, there's a bunch of exits and returns near the end, so you could technically end it earlier, I think. Yeah, you could end it as early as this exit and just skip the whole last line. So it might be a lot of fun to play with, but I'm curious how much the composer himself improvises with this. You can see a performance is typically 20 minutes. I guess it could be all kinds of durations, but this performance is by Anton Batagov at Moscow Conservatory in, I guess, in 1992, so 2 years after its composition. So, yeah, hopefully you're excited to get into this. Thanks for humoring me looking at the performance notes, and maybe it'll help you follow along with this score video, um, and I'll let you know my thoughts. All right, so I'm glad I revisited this. I kind of see why I decided to download the score last time I listened to it, because it's got this very pretty minimalistic quality to it. This performer pretty much took every repeat, like he didn't omit very much and sort of did the maximum number of most repeats. Took a lot of the fermatas, not all of them. Um, yeah, I guess the third one, strangely, does not have a lot of these optional paths. There's just like, the occasional slash for the number of repeats, and then, of course, these fermatas, these optional fermatas that are at the end of each phrase. Um, so I guess either he wanted to do one that was more plain, or he felt that this idea was so simple that there was only a few ways to play it. It was not deserving of all these different executions. Um, I think the second one was probably my favorite, uh, just because it was had a lot going on for it. In this YouTube video, the appendices are sort of labeled as their own movements, and I guess they kind of sound like that. Um, but they should be, I think, conceptualized as belonging to the first movement. There are also some discrepancies between the score I have and the one on YouTube. So this would have been the 1992 version, and I think this edition was 2003. This may be the 2013 edition. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a really fascinating little piece of Russian music, and maybe you find some of these notations interesting. I think some of them are worth exploring. Um, but it's very dense with them. So, especially the first movement. Um, and it sort of is conducive to this type of composing with a lot of repetition. I think most of it functions on this premise that you're playing like these little musical cells that are going to be repeated a lot. Um, so it might sort of, if you adopt some of these symbols, you might have to force yourself into that box stylistically. Um, some moments were really fun. Like there was one moment where there was a bunch of um, possible short fermatas. So this is just like a very like laborious way of saying like um, tempo rubato, I guess. Um, and then there's these entrances and exits at the end, which are kind of fun. That's the end of the second movement. I guess the notation allows him to sort of change some of these things on the fly and focus on what's important to him in the piece, which is how many times things are repeated, how long things are held, um, when different notes are an option in a given repeat, that sort of thing. And he gets real creative with it. So that's it for piano pieces 1 through 3. I also believe there's a piano piece number 4, which we're not going to look at. And I think it's completely different from these. So, yeah, check out this score if you are interested by this stuff. I think it's free on IMSLP. I got it off of his personal website, also for free. So, yeah. Tomorrow we're going to look at another one of his pieces. I think it might be his piano sonata, and we'll just keep going from there. I have a lot of his scores from this year, 1990. Okay, so today's listening session is Sergei Zagny's Piano Sonata from 1990. And I'm probably gonna have to listen to it later because it's about an hour long. Um, but I wanted to just go over some of the performance notes ahead of time. If you were if you watched the previous episode, we looked at his 3 pieces for piano, and there's a lot of the same symbols and signs here, except I don't think there's not so much variability of performance in this sonata. It's more just like, um, yeah, you're just reading musical symbols that are a bit idiosyncratic to Zagny's work. So this we'll start here, okay? So whenever he's working with numbers in this piece, a slash will mean or, the normal way you would linguistically use a slash, 2 or 3. Um, if you have a line underneath a number, it means no less than the number. So 2 or more. And then most probably, but other values are possible. So this is what the bracket means, bracketed number. And then you can have a dash indicate, or it's probably an M dash indicating a range that you can perform in. So that's variable. Comma means it's only used in the context of repeats within repeats. So it's like the number of times you'll repeat something when you get back to it, you know. Um, I guess there's indefinitely many. This is new. There's the approximation sign. So about the same, not equal, most probably not equal. Um, so you can see there's these two. We're using the underscore thing, so it's like they can be played. They have to be played once or twice, um, and they are not to be the same, right? So you can play either the first one once and then repeat this one twice, or you can play this one twice and this one once. That's effectively what's being said there. Um, the any dotted symbol, this is sort of something he was doing in his previous score, was like any dotted symbol just means that it's optional, right? So you can have dotted repeats or optional repeats. Yeah, the fermatas he uses in this one. So he really likes his fermatas because they're basically ways of adding indeterminacy to um, the note duration and also a way of encoding note durations as numbers. So this one is a little bit different than the other one. He has a different symbol for the short fermata, but this is the same symbol for the long fermata. And then uh, to multiply it, right? So say he wants a fermata that extends the note duration by exactly 3 times, turns a quarter note effectively into a dotted half. Then you use the three. That can be any number. Um, the X instead of the dot in the fermata means that it's going to be multiplied by an integer, but that integer is variable. And if he lists a bunch of numbers underneath, right? So you can see you have these notes repeated with fermatas. Then the durations underneath the fermatas are sort of indicating the rhythms or the durations they would be, right? So it would be half note, half note, quarter, quarter, half note, quarter, quarter, quarter. And I guess you would just perform, I think this might indicate as well the number of times you're repeating it just by virtue of having to read each line out. That's kind of interesting notation because it's basically telling you that you can continue repeating it, but you have to make durations longer and in a certain order, and the pattern repeats every 2 lines. So it's kind of weird. The dot, like preceding value, is to be repeated. This notation kind of reminds me of event scheduling in C sound. You can kind of repeat like the way that variables are organized in a C sound score is it's like um, usually one of them is time and one of them is assigned to a different instrument, but basically it's like rows of columns and you can just sort of like keep something the same from one row to the next by just keeping a dot in that column. So it's kind of like similar. Um, yeah, there's like some notations here for tremolos that are unique. Mostly it's like an alternative to writing feather beams, which I think this is a little bit more elegant than feather beams. This is a symbol that we saw before in the last piece. The open brackets mean it's possible to omit anything within them. He does the same exit and return stuff. Um, Basically, this is just sort of like a send and a receive in a max patch or any other um, like object-oriented programming language, you know? It's just like a little bit more elegant than telling someone exactly where they can move around in the score. It's a little bit more elegant than a patch cable, basically. So it's actually about as complicated as the last one. Um, there's even some stuff I'm missing here. I like that he has the value relation stuff separate from everything else because I think that's really important to understand. First of all, is that these symbols can be used in context with any other symbol, really. Um, it can be used with fermatas, which involve numbers. It can also be used with repetitions, which involve numbers, right? So anything that involves numbers, you can have slashes and underscores and overscores and em dashes and commas and equal signs. Um, so like if you look at the very beginning of the piece, you have the first measure can be played 7, 9, or 11 times. 7 or 9 or 11. This is not like it's like an exclusive or with three options. And it's in brackets so you could actually just not repeat it, is what I'm understanding, right? Yeah, like you could repeat it other numbers of times if you wish, kind of thing. But this is most likely. It's going to be 7, 9, or 11. And then you can see the tempo marking has the approximate symbol. So quarter approximately equals 120. I think the big thing that we didn't see in the previous piece was like this stuff, where he's literally just replacing note durations with numbers. And I think it's one of the more unique things that happens in this score. Totally changes the way that the performer thinks about rhythm and duration. Like it completely changes the relationship. Like they just have to start counting basically. Um, Instead of having any sort of like this is the realization. Instead of having any sort of graphic representation of time, it becomes a series of numbers. Recording is in the video description.
Okay, so this was a real experience. I went into this pretty tired, and somehow it woke me up. Um, yeah, it's a really incredible piece. It's quite long, but also you could play it much shorter. This performer, Daniel Pilchin, took almost every movement, and it's like broken up into these sections. I don't know if you'd call them movements, but there's 25 of them. Um, I think the form that, like, I was trying to keep track of the form as I went through it. There's about like six main ideas to the piece, and then there's like this running thing is sort of like a seventh idea that's almost like a little like cadenza moment. And I mean, I'll just rattle off what I heard. So, um, this main idea obviously is idea A, and then you get idea B is this thing. Then you have C, or sorry, you have A again. C is the F major chord idea, and the piece ends in F, with oddly enough. But then he skips this movement, which is another B section, and then just goes to the following C section. Then this is the D idea, as these four chords that shift in duration. So that's D, then back to C. Yeah. And then we go back to D again, a bit more complicated. Then we have an optional, actually, yeah, this D is optional, but he still takes it. This C section is also optional and it has an alternate path. And yeah, both of them you could just exit out completely and return here. Then we have an optional, I should write this down. So this one's optional, this one's optional, and then we have another C section where it's back down to the one voice, right? This one's optional. This B section that we go back to is optional. And then we get back to a solid A section. There's no exiting out of this one. Um, this rising thing, which will fall later with like the very slow chords, I think I'm going to call that E. So then we get E and then F as this two chord sequence. It just goes E, F over and over again. Um, E, F, E. This version of F is optional. I call it F prime. And then, so you can exit out of that one. And then E, F. This one's also optional. Then E again. I guess you can return at the end. Oh, wait. Okay, you can return at the end of this E. So you can actually skip both of them. Like kind of like that. Then we get the F major chord idea again. So that's C. There's lots of exits and returns. That's sort of a feature of this C section is that you could shorten it like in by incredible amounts or play the whole thing, which is very long. This player takes it pretty long most of the time, but I think at this point in the performance, we're really far into it, so he doesn't actually take it very long. He just does like a couple measures in each octave. And then we get our return of the A section. This is a really big moment. And then it gets even bigger when we get to the cadenza. And this, it doesn't look like it on the page. And weirdly, the performer does it at forte instead of piano. But this thing is actually the B section. It's the same chords. They're just arranged in a different way. And you're playing them differently, like you're approaching the repetitions differently, but it's the same thing. So that's B triple prime, and then we end with A quadruple prime, which is just an F major chord, but it's the A kind of idea. So I guess if you abridged all of this and did made the shortest version possible, okay, yeah, so it's actually 17 movements instead of 25. So yeah, you actually do cut a lot off if you take all of those big exits. Actually, I should talk about these things because I don't think I entirely understand how this notation works. This is the D sections, and that's the first time we see it, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so looking at the D sections, so we have a bunch of boxes here. The solid ones are repeats you have to take, and then the dotted ones are repeats you may take. So a maximum, and also there's exits here, right? And I think the V2 in brackets means like on the second repetition, maybe, or at most twice. So the shortest you could do it is you just repeat this box once, right? So that's 6 lines, and then you exit to this return, right? Then the longest would be at following the bracketed suggestions, right? You repeat this thing 3 times, the first 3 lines, then you repeat the next 3 lines 2 times, then you play the next 3 lines, then you repeat the next 3 lines 2 times, play these three, repeat the next three 2 times, repeat all of this I would say once, but technically you could repeat it any number of times you want. And then you play these 9 lines, maybe repeat that, and that as many times as you want, I guess, and then maybe repeat all of this, and then play the last line, and then you could exit. So, I mean, this could be an hour of music probably if you wanted. Uh, Obviously, the performer doesn't do it that way. This one, same thing, right? We have 3 layers of repeat boxes. It's a little bit more complicated in this one, but it's the same idea, right? It's boxes of 5 rows this time with one intervening row, and then you have a massive box over here which can be repeated. The chords at the end you have to just read as is. But there's this interesting idea he introduces where you're increasing the note durations with the fermatas, and also you're doing a ritardando, so you're slowing down the speed of the beat and adding beats at the same time. And then when F comes back here, this is F double prime. Here's the more complicated application of that, um, like adding durations. You add durations to the 2 middle chords, and then you add durations to the 2 outer chords. So it's like a different fluctuation kind of. Um, this idea was cool too, where the first time you play through it, you just play it as is, then you repeat each box twice on the next repeat of the whole thing, and then you repeat each of them 3 times. I believe this performer repeated the whole section. You have to do it at least 3 times, but he repeated the whole page 4 times. So on the fourth time, he was playing each of these 4 times, and then one in between. And that was very audible, and it's like probably the most obvious process to hear in the whole thing. I feel like I just climbed a mountain. Like, this would be really crazy to see live. Although maybe you could do a version that's, I don't know, 10 minutes long or something, like just get rid of all like make the shortest version possible. I don't know. This person did it in 50 minutes. There's one other big performance online and it's 40 minutes long. So I think if you took a real literal like Cageian approach to this, you could just spend days playing it. Um, you could make a player piano roll that plays it for like 80 hours or something. Um, I think that would be kind of a uh, funny way to produce it. So, yeah, that's the sonata. Definitely out of all the piano pieces I've heard of Zagny, this is like the one. This is his big one. Um, and I hope this video inspired you to listen to it, maybe play some of it. Um, it's quite old now. It's like over 30 years old, so I think it's time more attention was brought to it, and it's as sort of like a representation of what this composer is all about. Um, and certainly it's getting a bit of a following online. Like this has like 22,000 views. So lots of people are discovering it. I think it's very accessible. Um, and there's like some comments here. There's some discussion about it. Um, so hopefully I helped contribute to that, made this a little bit more digestible, and I'm gonna look at another Zagny piece tomorrow. I believe it's his studies for piano. I can't remember how many there are, but they're much simpler than this. So yeah, that'll be that.
This morning I'm going to listen to Sergei Zagny's Studies for Piano, written in 1990. There's three of them, and they're quite short actually. So full performance is around 6 minutes long. And unlike the other two Zagny pieces we looked at yesterday, we looked at his sonata. The day before that, we looked at his three pieces. Unlike those, there's sort of minimal performance notes here. There's only a couple different ideas that Zagny is playing with. So he does have the fermata notation. So the number above the fermata indicates um, like the factor that you would most likely multiply that duration by. So um, he imagines fermatas to like equal a multiple of whatever note they're attached to. Um, so if it's in brackets like this, most likely it's just double. If it were a three, then it would be most likely a dotted half, and then if there's commas separating them, it indicates that the duration of the fermata should be different depending on what repeat you're on. And then he often labels his repeats with a number that indicates probably how many times you should repeat it. I think the first study is sort of the bigger one. Takes up about half of the run time. So yeah, if this stuff interests you, I highly encourage you to look at our other Sergei Zagny episodes. I'll list them here. I think there's four other ones. Yeah, this would be the fifth one that we're looking at. So I probably have a whole playlist of this up at this point. Um, yeah, so that's what study number 3 looks like. Super short. Study number 2 is also just 1 page, and then study number 1 is 2 pages. Link to this recording is in the video description, and I'll get back to you in a bit with some of my thoughts. The performer is Alexei Shmurak in this recording. Okay, so the score I have actually has a dates for each study. So the 21st of October 89 is when he wrote the third one. The 15th of October 1990 was when he wrote the second one, and then also on the 15th of October 1990 he wrote the first. Um, yeah, the third study definitely sounds a little bit different because it has this like major triad that's kind of separated from the more dissonant like 3 note and 4 note chords and dyads happening around it. The other two studies, I guess at that point, Zagny was starting to explore the idea of these fermatas and um, like repeats and playing with numbers. So it makes sense that I guess he just had this one lying around, the third one, and then he came up with a couple other ideas inspired by this new notation stuff, and then he decided to combine the three of them together. Sort of how I see it. They're all much more dissonant than the other Zagny that we've looked at, which is kind of nice. It's a reminder that he's not like a minimalist composer in the American sense. He's a Russian composer, um, sort of like at the tail end of the Soviet Union, um, exploring all kinds of like contemporary music trends that got introduced into the Soviet Union during like I guess Khrushchev's thaw probably, right? So he's looking at all these techniques and developing new techniques like from this different lens, where everything is kind of new. Uh, yeah, I guess when I first heard these, I was really fascinated with them. Now that I've listened to more of Zagny's music and I know all of his techniques of notation, They're not so interesting. They're nice and short, and they look kind of fun to play. But I'm assuming there's some pretty simple processes at play here, um, that he used to sculpt these things. So they're kind of like little singular ideas. The next piece, I don't actually know offhand. Okay, if I have a complete score, we'll look at some Ornstein. If not, we do have a Rasgado piano piece from 1989, and we haven't looked at a Mexican composer since the Maldonado piece, so that'll be kind of nice. Um, yeah, so that's what's on the docket tomorrow.
Today I'm going to be listening to another piano sonata. This one is Leo Ornstein's eighth piano sonata. Let me just grab it here. So believe it or not, this piece was written in 1989, when the composer was 94. Leo Ornstein lived to be like 100 and something, like 107. So he even had another piano sonata in him before he died after this one. Yeah, so how did I guess I came into this score because I was doing some sort of music survey course, and it was during my master's. Almost everyone was a composer except for this one pianist, and she wanted to talk about this piece and this composer. So I got the score from her. I think I also got his fourth piano sonata. Um, this one, the titles have very flowery, like the movements have very flowery titles. So the first movement is called Life's Turmoil and a Few Bits of Satire. Second movement is called A Trip to the Attic, a Tear of Two for a Childhood Forever Gone. Or sorry, a tear or two for a childhood forever gone. And then it's broken up into sections, so or like sub movements. So A is the bugler. B is a lament for a lost toy. C is a half mutilated cradle. So, other title Baracuse. D is first carousel ride and sounds of a hurdy-gurdy. Then movement 3 is called disciplines and improvisations. And that's it. That's the last movement. Some of these things mentioned in the second movement are a bit foreign, just because this man's childhood was back in the turn of the century. Um, I've never taken a carousel ride where someone was playing a hurdy-gurdy next to it. I grew up in a world with speakers and less live music. And I'm not even sure what a bugler is. Oh, bugler. What am I thinking? I mean, some of the titles are a little bit edgy, like a half-mutilated cradle. Um, let's look at the man himself. This is our first of possibly two Ornstein episodes, so I should just do this here, give you some context. There should be a timestamp in the video if you want to just skip ahead to the post-listen. So, born in Russia, I guess, but an American experimental composer and pianist. Most famous for his work around the early 20th century, like the 20s and 30s. Um, and he was a huge advocate for other avant-garde music of his time. I would imagine he would be a big proponent of Henry Cowell's music, for example. Um, he was the first important composer to make extensive use of the tone cluster. By the mid 1920s, he walked away from his fame and soon disappeared from popular memory. I guess uh, he was in his own like mid 20s as like into his life. He's born in 1895.
He gave his last public concert at the age of 40, and then he wrote this piece like 50 years after that. I guess the eighth is his final piano sonata. I was wrong. There is no ninth one. Um, and that made him, at the time, the oldest published composer in history. His father was a Jewish cantor. A violinist uncle encouraged his music studies. Became a pupil at the Imperial School of Music in Kiev in 1902, so he would have been like 7, and then returned home at age 8. Then at age 9, he auditioned for the St. Petersburg School, where he was accepted. He studied composition with Glazunov and Yesipova. By age 11, he was coaching opera singers. Uh, yeah, this is like someone who had peaked incredibly early in his life. I can't imagine the amount of childhood you would lose. It kind of makes sense that he's like reminiscing about his childhood at age 94 is just incredibly it's like a Michael Jackson scenario. Almost ceased performing in public between 1915 and 1920. That's kind of crazy. Um, he became kind of famous for his Wild Men's Dance, also known as Dance Sauvage, which is a solo piano piece he composed in 1914. He used a lot of tone clusters, which was really avant-garde at the time. You can imagine this is when, um, like around the same time as The Rite of Spring and Puro Lunaire, but in America. Um, Henry Cowell would go on to popularize the tone cluster technique, um, with a number of more famous pieces than Dance Sauvage, I would say. To be honest, I discovered his music a long time before I got this score, and I think I was just finding like these piano pieces of his on YouTube back before YouTube even had ads. Like, you know, you would get recommended these obscure piano pieces and classical music pieces because that's when classical music YouTube channels were kind of starting to do that, post score videos. So I found like this piece called Suicide in an Airplane, if I recall, it's by him. That was the first piece of his that I discovered, and then that led me to Wild Men's Dance, and I don't think I heard many other pieces of his. Um, so this one's kind of a weird one. In the 30s, he gave his last public performance. A few years later, his wife founded the Ornstein School of Music in Philadelphia. Um, and then skip ahead to around the time he's writing this. He published his seventh piano sonata at age 92, and 2 years later, he completed this sonata. The names of the sonata's movements reflect not only the passage of a remarkable span of time, but an undimmed sense of humor and exploratory spirit. I think that's fair to say, just looking at the titles. He died of natural causes in Green Bay, Wisconsin, at the age of 106. Almost all of his works are for piano. I saw in that bio that he does have a violin sonata, but the major works, as I said, Suicide in an Airplane, 1918, Wild Men's Dance, 1913, Three Moods, I think is pretty famous, and then of course the piano sonatas, starting with Sonata 4. So he wrote 500 pieces. That's crazy. Um, yeah, so I guess this is just a snippet of what he wrote. He probably did write a lot of pieces that weren't just for solo piano, if he has 500 opus numbers. Um, I'm just gonna give this a listen. I'm assuming this is gonna be pretty virtuosic. I hope you enjoy exploring this composer with me. It's about a half-hour long sonata. Um, and I guess it's a fair way to introduce you to the man's music. All right, so I'm gonna make a few points here real quick because I'm running out of battery. Uh, this was pretty enjoyable. It's kind of nice to get into some clearly like high romantic um, stuff. I can see the appeal. Like this is a Marc-Andre Hamelin performance, and the performance itself is really phenomenal. Um, so like if you're a pianist and you want something really challenging and not particularly like challenging for the listener and really show offy, I think this is a really good piece for that. The name sort of carries this weight, like that the piece is going to be very difficult and virtuosic, and it delivers. But I don't think it's unidiomatic at all. So also, if you're like trying to write for piano, and you want to know what idiomatic piano writing looks like, I mean, it's just one idea after another with this piece. There's like all kinds of different figurations that are super idiomatic that pianists will just love to play, kind of thing. And they'll sound impressive and big. I don't know if Ornstein's very good at developing his ideas. If I was to hum something from this, I don't know what it would be. Like, there's no real like main melody or theme or through line. Um, and it's sort of just like one theme after another. Um, so I don't know. I'd much rather listen to Scriabin personally if I was going to listen to some difficult piano music. Somehow this sounds even less structured than Scriabin and more improvisatory. My favorite part actually was the little suite of pieces that is the second movement. I think this transition from a very difficult first movement to like something that almost anyone can play at the piano is very striking, and it sort of starts to tell a bit of a narrative, right? So if you when you have that contrast between the two outer movements and the middle one, I think it kind of works at conveying something. Um, a little bit of a disappointing character. Like he seems to have sort of stopped developing his tastes at age 25, like this guy, like when did he die? 2002. So this is somebody who lived like since his career ended, both world wars happened, and I guess his career peaked after the First World War. But and then he wrote this piece like shortly before Pokemon came into existence. Like it's really like the Berlin Wall has fallen. So much music has been made, and so much about the world has changed, and he's still just writing this. It's very kind of concerning. I'm concerned about this guy's mental health, like um, but I guess that's sort of what fame does to people.
So this is an early morning session. I'm going to be listening to this set of piano pieces by Rasgado, and yeah, if you look at the score, it's kind of in a similar style to his Wind Quintet, which was the last piece of his Wind Quintet. It's called Seis Gestos sobre la Cuartas. Let me get a translation real quick. Six gestures on the fourths, maybe. Um, from 1989, dedicated to Luca Ciantore, who is a pianist, I'm assuming. Luca Ciantore is an Italian pianist and musicologist based in California. PhD in musicology from University Autónoma de Barcelona. Studies piano technique and interpretation of the music of Beethoven. Okay, born 1966 in Milan. And yeah, this is what the first piece looks like. second piece. This is very much inspired by Franco Donatelli's music, who Rasgado studied with. And fifth piece and the sixth piece. Clearly done in kind of like mechanical pencil, but still pretty legible. Other elements of the score are clearly pre-made in ink. Okay, here's a recording on his personal YouTube channel. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Recordings in the video description if you want to listen along.
Okay, yeah, these are pretty short. They go by real fast, which I guess is sort of like a indicator that they're really well developed. My favorite ones were the longer ones, like the sixth one and the second one. I think both of them had, yeah, this sort of contrast between these clustery chords and a melodic line. The second one even has a third idea, which is the high accented note. So the ones that have a little bit more layers to them, I find more interesting. Other ones like number one and yeah, number three especially, there's more like it's just like a juxtaposition of a couple of ideas. Four is kind of fun too. This is like a really interesting sound. The chords that are slowly descending, a lot of them just repeated with one note changed. There's this sort of like melting idea. That's definitely something worth stealing. Also the slow ritardandos, and then going back up to speed. Yeah, it's a cool effect. It's really short though, the fourth one. It doesn't really do anything with that idea. Yeah, definitely the two-page ones are more interesting, and I would have liked to see some of these developed further, like I think they have a lot of potential to be worked into larger pieces of music. They're not too surprising given Rasgado's output. It sounds like a lot of other things we've heard by him. This might be the first like solo piece of his that we've heard. Yeah, that's that one. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at some Lawrence Crane, one of his piano pieces from 1989, I would assume. And we're just going to keep working backwards into time.
This morning I'm listening to a piano piece by UK composer Lawrence Crane. It's called Andrew Renton Becomes an International Art Critic from 1989. And score, you can see it's just 4 lines of music. And it's for solo piano. I don't know if I mentioned that. February 1989, London. And this is one of several pieces that Crane wrote in 89. It's sort of a very repetitive one. You can see that instead of traditional repeat bar lines, he uses his little brace notation or bracket notation just to tell you to repeat certain things. And sometimes Crane does this in combination with repeats so that you have nested repeats. I think it's pretty useful for that purpose. Here he just is using it purely for aesthetics. And also the notation of repeated notes with just stems is also a stylistic choice, obviously. You can see that there's lots of repeats, and the piece actually takes up quite a bit of time. I'm thinking between 5 and 7 minutes. The main idea is sort of like So it's sort of like this parallel fifth thing. Just sitting on top of a fifth, like on E, B, you know, in the bass clef. That stays pretty static. And then the only change, I think, is we get... The first big change we have is the bass steps down to B. And then at the very end, we get added notes in the right hand. And yeah, that's pretty much what you can expect. I'll link the recording I'm listening to in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think in a little bit here. I'll try to keep this summary under 5 minutes, under the duration of the recording. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but... Okay, great. So I listened to Carson Kuhlman performance of this piece, and the form kind of emerges very slowly because it's so minimalistic. It's kind of hard to know where things begin and end at first. But just like listening to it this time, I think it's sort of like has two main ideas. One of them is static, and the other one is changing at each time. So the static thing is just like, I'm just gonna block the chords. It's an 8-measure thing. That happens one more time, and then you get your first B section, which is just this. Right? So you can think of it as sort of the chord that you ended on, and then also this one with the bass going down to B. So then you repeat the A section again, and then when that B section comes back, it's doubled. So 4 of each. Then we get the A section again, and at this point you're probably expecting either... probably 8 measures of each, right? When the B section comes back again, or maybe 6 measures of each or something, like, because this process has been growing incrementally. But actually, Crane just does the same thing. He sticks with the 4 chords, but he adds notes. So it sounds like this, actually. So the chord you end on, I guess you could say this A section is like an A prime, because it ends on a different chord. It has the high A. Right? And then we get B double prime, which adds the F sharp in between to start. We get 4 chords of that, and then... Actually, I'm playing it wrong. There's a G at the bottom. So that's 4 chords of that, and then 4 chords with the bass down to the B. And then the last 5 measures, you could say, are kind of like a coda. And he stays on this chord, and then he just lifts the G, and it sounds kind of like B minor 7. And that's the end of the piece. So, yeah, it's kind of monotonous and repetitive, and it has like this like ticking clock kind of affect to it, but I think it's kind of a fascinating little like emerging form, which doesn't overstay its welcome. He doesn't do much else with it. It just
you know, by the time he gets to that B flat chord at the end, it's kind of, he's done all he can do with it, right? And I think that's kind of cool, and it's kind of something I'm trying to do formal analyses of these pieces because I think it's something that even non-musicians can kind of appreciate. That's kind of how simple the material is. So yeah, the next one tomorrow is also a really repetitive one, and it's called James Duke, Son of John Duke, and I think that one has nested repeats, and it's even longer than this one. It's like closer to 8 minutes. So yeah, this will be sort of what I'm doing for the next little while because he wrote a bunch of these in '89. So. Okay, so today's piece is another piano solo piece by UK composer Laurence Crane. It's called James Duke, Son of John Duke, and it's one of my favorites. Here's the score, if I can get the whole thing in frame here. It's got lots of repeats, and then certain sections of repeated measures are repeated as well. It takes quite a while to play through, and it has this really gorgeous sort of like harmonic and sort of registral world. It's all like it's bass clef, and it's quite quite low. I like to, when I play it, I actually like sit closer to the low end of the piano. And I've already analyzed the form for this one, I guess. So we'll get to that in a second. But first I have to listen to the thing. I should also mention it was written in January of 1989. And the recording I'm listening to is in the video description. Should be about 7 minutes to get through it. Okay, so as you probably realized, it's sort of this strophic form where the first 16 measures at the top are like an introduction, and then the next 16 measures are sort of what characterizes the rest of the piece. This sort of descending perfect fifth thing in the bass. So you have that 3 times, then this inner voice motion gets added, right? So you do it 2 more times with this sort of like B in the inner voice that then goes down to G sharp, A, B at the end, right? So nothing's changing except the inner voice at the right hand. And then we'll call that A prime, then A double prime is like obviously when the top note reaches up to the F sharp. So the whole evolution of this piece is this: you start with this chord, F sharp, G sharp, C. You step the G sharp up to B, so you get F sharp, B, C sharp. And then you step the C sharp up to F sharp. So you get a nice open 5th chord at the end, B, F sharp. And that's it, superficially. But it's kind of interesting. It's open, right? There's no pedal marking. There's no articulation. There's no dynamics. So that was kind of a reminder of that feature of Crane's work. The next one I'm going to do, I think, is called Looking for Michael Bracewell. Yeah, that's tomorrow. So keep moving on here. All right, so today I'm going to be listening to a piano piece by Laurence Crane called Looking for Michael Bracewell, written in 1989 and written in February of 1989. I have the score in front of me right now. It's it's pretty simple, like a lot of the other ones we've looked at. it sort of has this growing feature that was a feature of James Duke, son of John Duke, when we looked at yesterday. These parallel major chords and minor chords, I guess. Are sort of the main idea of the piece, and everything kind of sits on top of this minor seventh. And like a lot of other pieces by Crane for piano, it kind of just sits on what could be called a tonic, and then you get some sort of 5-1 much later in the piece, or some sort of 5 chord much later. So here in measure 9, you finally get a G in the bass. So yeah, I guess that's all I really want to say about it for now. I think I'll listen, if there's a Carson Kuhlman performance, I'll probably listen to that. And I'll leave a link in the video description if you want to listen along. I'll see you in 5 minutes or so. Okay, so I was only able to find a Michael Finnessy performance of this as well. It's actually only 2 minutes long, and it's dead simple. What I mean here, you can probably hear this, but there's the half note idea and then the whole note idea. And half note idea is always the same, and the whole note idea kind of doubles in size every time it appears. So it's 1 measure and then 2 measures, then 4 measures. That's where you introduce this bass motion. It's kind of like going 5-1. And then it's 8 times, right? So really, really simple. The chord progression itself is kind of fun. It really emphasizes this sort of semitone between E and E flat, or this like augmented unison, I guess. And yeah, it's not really a 5-1 cadence. It's more like a C7 over G going to E flat over C, right? It's weird. Kind of jazzy. Who is Michael Bracewell? Sorry, I just got to look this up. Okay, so I can't pull it up here, but Michael Bracewell is a UK novelist and writer who has made contributions to nonfiction works about pop music, which I think is probably the connection to Lawrence Crane, who clearly has a pop. So, yeah, this is one where, like as I've said in previous episodes, like the title of Lawrence Crane's pieces often doesn't mean much of anything. He's said as much himself. But there is sort of like a connection between the two names, at least, Crane and Bracewell. So maybe you find that interesting. At least a bit of trivia. I think we're looking at one more piece tomorrow for piano. I can't remember what it's called, but because we're supposed to do 4 from this year by Crane. So stay tuned for that one. I think it might be episode 260. So that's kind of a nice even number to move on to a different year.
Today I'm listening to Three Pieces for James Clapperton by Lawrence Crane. This is a piano piece which he wrote in 1989. Okay, my fan's going a little bit crazy, I think because of a Windows update. But anyways, this is the first set of pieces by Lawrence Crane that we've looked at. All the other episodes so far have just been standalone single movement pieces. So it's a little bit different. The first piece has this sort of bass, like left hand pattern that is reminiscent of um, Satie. You know what I'm talking about. Um, and then the second one is has this repeated note thing going on. It's really short looking. And then the third one has parallel chords, and it sort of has two lines of music that overlap a little bit. And this one was written from October till December 1989. So it's a little bit later than a lot of the other pieces from this year that we've been looking at. I guess it's sort of either a new direction or a culmination of things that he's been trying out in that year. Um, I'm not as familiar with this one, so I'm excited to explore it a little bit and try to analyze it a little bit together. Um, the recording is in the video description. Um, Actually, before that, I should probably look up who the dedicatee is. Oh my god. So James Clapperton is a Scottish composer and pianist born in 1968. He performed an arrangement of The Rite of Spring for two pianos by himself, which was written by himself in 1984. In 1988, he won this significant award, and then following that, he worked with many of the world's leading composers, including John Cage. He's worked with Brian Ferneyhough, Alexander Radvilovich, Sciarrino, Skempton, and others. So seems to be very active as a pianist, especially, and sort of someone who was associated with Darmstadt, it looks like a little bit. The course that we've talked about periodically on the channel. The Darmstadt summer courses, of course, kind of peaked when they in like the 1970s, although they started much earlier. So I'll see you in a little bit. Take some time to listen to this, please. That's the whole point of these videos. Okay, so this was an interesting experience. Admittedly, when I first found all of these scores of Lawrence Crane's, like maybe last year, this one didn't really stick out to me, but now that I'm going through them all, it does kind of stand out as like compared to the ones we've listened to so far, it's really large in scope, and I guess hearing Carson perform it really brought it to life. It's like um, all three pieces are very interesting, and take more liberties to go farther with repetition and style. The ideas in and of themselves maybe aren't strong enough to be a standalone piece, but as a three movement thing, it kind of works. So yeah, just sort of to talk about all three of them have a really repetitive section at the start and then a twist ending, I would say. Although the first one does have an intro, you repeat this 8 measure phrase 6 times, and then you add chords to the 4 measure thing at the end, right? And then the twist is this entrance of the right hand with just a rising melody, which Yeah, really comes out of nowhere. And then the second movement is kind of, I would say, like ABAB form. And the surprising thing is that it just sits on this second theme or two chord idea for 8 repeats instead of 4. So it just kind of has said all that it needs to say with relatively little material. And it's like the longest movement, which I think is kind of interesting. And then the third one is probably the most surprising, and it has this idea of repeating 4 chord patterns, which can overlap and change. The right hand pattern seems to be a little bit more changeable. At the end of the first page, we get a shift in what the left hand pattern is. It goes down a perfect fourth, and there's this one note of overlap. And then at the end, we get a chain of that going down a fourth, and then down a fifth, and then down a fourth again, just descending into the bottom range of the piano. And it's a really pleasant twist to what the piece has done so far, which is just remain very static. Yeah, I think they all sound pretty good, but very unassuming if you are not looking at the big picture. Tomorrow we are not continuing with another Lawrence Crane piece, but we will be going into another Alfred Schnittke piece. And this one's actually going to be a little bit weird because it's not really a piece, it's a series of cadenzas written for Mozart concerti. So I might have to set aside multiple days so that I can listen to the Mozart concerto and add this cadenza in context. So maybe that'll be a fun thing. Okay, so Russian composer Alfred Schnittke wrote these cadenzas for Mozart concerti, and I have the score here. I've never listened to them before, so I was thinking maybe I could go through them one at a time and try to listen to them in context. So this is, let me see what we're dealing with here. So this first one is for KV 467. And then we have one for KV 491. Mind you, I don't know where I got the score, and I don't even know if it's complete or what. And that's all I have, at least in this score here. At some point, he must have published 2 cadenzas as a single publication, and it was for these 2 concerti. See, like this is the video I was looking at yesterday as maybe something to use, like a resource. It doesn't have chapters, but it's like starts with Piano Concerto number 2, KV 39, so that's not in the collection. And then 467 is this one. And then the next one should be the next one in this collection. Then this one just says movement 2. So yeah, maybe he at a later point wrote a second one for this same concerto. Then we get the 491. I believe this is this even the same one? Yes. And then KV 503. I guess he wrote this fourth one or fifth one at an even different time. I guess if you want a full picture of this project of Schnittke's, he was He wrote two cadenzas published in this capacity, and then he published three other cadenzas, including two other Mozart concertos, piano concertos. So, okay. Um, for those of you who aren't aware, Schnittke is famous for polystylism. So his music quotes a lot of like classical music. He's a Soviet composer. You have to keep in mind that under Stalin, a lot of classical music was censored in the Soviet Union. I think maybe all of Mozart, because a lot of composers from the classical period were seen as sort of like slaves to corrupt patron ruler types, right? So uh, the Soviet Union was a huge proponent of Beethoven, but not a lot of other classical music figures from that time. So you have to keep in mind Schnittke is embracing something that's been banned from his country, and also that's like just a major feature of his work, right? Polystylism is not just about quoting classical music, it's about quoting all types of band music and it's sort of like a very political statement kind of thing. Um, that's not really the way I framed it in previous episodes, but I think that's sort of one way of thinking about it. Okay, so today we'll just do KV 467. So Mozart wrote this piano concerto in 1785. It's in C major, and it's his 21st piano concerto. It's scored for 2202, uh, 2200 timpani and strings. So it's actually a fairly large orchestra for the 18th century. Um, it's in three movements, and I guess this cadenza is from the first movement, Allegro maestoso. Okay, this is interesting. The original, the cadenza that Mozart wrote, has been lost. So Schnittke's replacing that here. So I'm gonna just listen to a version of this piano concerto by Mozart, just the first movement. And then I'm gonna try and listen to Schnittke's cadenza in place of whatever cadenza is happening. So that means I gotta download the Mozart from Imslip. Um, but that's really neither here nor there. I encourage you to try and do something similar. I think this is kind of a fun thing to do. It reminds me of another project by Yuri Umamoto. He also wrote, or they also wrote, like a piece called Tagging, which was like a cadenza for some classical work, probably Mozart, that was purposefully like defacing the work. Sort of like if you were drawing graffiti on a piece of classical architecture. It's kind of the inspiration, right? So I don't know if that's what Schnittke is going to be doing here. Um, and uh, I think like Yamamoto may have rescinded that piece. I know that they've slimmed down their catalog, but anyways, Schnittke's done a lot of pieces that are just kind of his attempt at imitating classical music, and he's also done polystylistic stuff and stuff that's very out there. So it could be anything in that vein here. I'll put a link to both recordings in the video description so you can try and do the same thing. Um, and I'll let you know my thoughts. Uh, in the post listen today, I'm strictly going to be reviewing Schnittke's cadenza, and I'll try to avoid talking about the Mozart. Okay, Yeah, this is something else. I wasn't able to cue the end of the cadenza, so it was, a little bit difficult going back and forth, but uh, yeah, Schnittke's cadenza is really, it kind of steals the show. Like it starts out a little bit strange and it keeps getting stranger. So he starts in C minor, the parallel minor, which is really weird. And he starts doing this fugal thing with the first theme, right? Like, or the introductory theme kind of thing. And I guess the moment where it really just kind of broke the immersion for me, I mean, it gets really crazy here, but when there's like all these descending things, when he got to this in the extreme registers of the piano, the super chromatic, like distortion of Mozart's figuration, I just was like laughing because it was so like I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? Um, so yeah, I found this incredibly entertaining, and the ending is like quite powerful actually. Um, it's so chromatic, and it does kind of end up on on G, like it ends up on the 5 chord, but it does not sound like we're in C major territory at all. Um, so it's sort of like this whole other story is being told within Mozart's concerto, and I don't know if I think if you perform this in context, it would be the only thing you remember from the first movement, like but even by the end of the first movement, I felt like something was missing. Like we didn't really get to finish this idea. We didn't really get to finish Schnittke's idea, and you know, we had to get back to business and finish the concerto. As a fan of Schnittke's music already, I totally understand what he's going for, but maybe it's not as clear to the person less familiar. Um, as for next session, I'm gonna get into this next one, KV 491. I think it's better to split this up and just try to appreciate both of them in context. So, yeah, that was Schnittke's cadenza for Mozart's 21st Piano Concerto. All right, so this morning I'm listening to another piano cadenza that Alfred Schnittke wrote for a Mozart piano concerto. This one is for concerto number 24 in C minor. Um, it's scored for, well, the concerto is scored for 1-2-2-2, 2-2-0-0 timpani and strings, which is large for a Mozart concerto. It was written in 1786, but published in 1800. And it's one of two piano concerti that Mozart wrote in a minor key. Early admirers of this concerto include Beethoven and Brahms. Musicologist Arthur Hutchings declared it to be taken as a whole Mozart's greatest piano concerto. So I have the score pulled up here. I just downloaded this from my MSLP. And I have this recording by Rudolf Buchbinder. And then I also have this recording of the different Schnittke cadenzas. So the way it's going to work is I'm just going to have 3 links in the video description so you can follow along. You can play this, pause at the cadenza, play this,
and then click the third link to follow at the end of the cadenza in this performance. And yeah, if you want more information about the composer Alfred Schnittke, I recommend these episodes where I've covered his work, title card here, and yeah, I will let you know what I think about this one. It should be fun. Okay, I forgot to mention I'm only listening to the first movement today, and also um, I'm not going to be talking much about the concerto. I'm more focused on Schnittke's cadenza for the purposes of this um, listening session. So I think Schnittke has a we looked at concerto number 21 yesterday, and the cadenza that Schnittke wrote for that one. And that one was more typical, like the cadenza happens like maybe 10 measures before the end, and it's sort of like just has to cadence as very normal. This one, there's actually quite a bit of music after the cadenza, and also the cadenza has to go from this area of like relatively little energy to this kind of Sturm und Drang thing that the strings do immediately thereafter. So Schnittke has like slightly less liberty in how to begin and end this cadenza. So he has to end it fast, which he does, and I like how he falls down to the lowest C on the piano. It's kind of cool. Um, there's a lot of beautiful moments in this cadenza, and it's on the longer side, and it starts really interestingly, right? He takes this sort of slow energy and slows it down even further and just focuses on this chromatic line. Um, and the theme really lends itself well to this sort of imitative two-part writing that Schnittke plays with for a while. Probably the most beautiful moment for me was he lands on the tonic. So he brings this idea back of just dotted halves slowly descending chromatically over like a G pedal and then over a C pedal, and it's kind of crazy how long the C pedal goes on because it's like the tonic. And yeah, and then I think he uses that moment here to just bring the main theme back in C minor, and it's very plain. But I think for a cadenza, it's a very interesting moment, right? To just have all this sequential stuff for 3 or 4 minutes and then bring the theme back and spend a lot of time on it and then start ramping up to the end of the cadenza. It's kind of an interesting plan, I would say, and it's very effective. Again, it's like the cadenza we looked at yesterday. It's not like totally inappropriate for performance, but the composer like Schnittke shines through a little bit more than the Mozart inspiration. Like there's a couple moments here where the range of the piano gets inappropriately low or inappropriately high, like this section here. And also you get chords and harmonies that are kind of foreign to the musical language of Mozart. But it's not like he's completely ignoring the themes. And I think it would be smart to program this alongside like more of Schnittke's work, right? So say you had Schnittke's Concerto Grossi or something on a concert, and then you also had a Mozart concerto with a Schnittke cadenza. I think that would be a really fun way of incorporating Schnittke's music into a concert. There's this sort of fetishization of the West, I think, that is very it's a through line in Schnittke's music, and this is sort of like these cadenzas are very expected of, you know, what the composer was already doing, because he famously quoted a lot of classical music in his pieces, and also like did a lot of pastiche and parody and all kinds of things. So, um, yeah, that was cadenza for or cadenzas for two piano concerti by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. If you haven't listened or if you haven't watched the previous episode, I highly encourage you to do that and go through that listening session because the two of these make kind of an interesting pair. I think this one, the number 20, the KV 467, is a little bit more out there and playful. Um, and the other one, the one we looked at today, is a little bit more serious. All right, so this morning I'm listening to a piano solo piece by Austrian composer Beat Führer. This piece is called Voicelessness. The Snow Has No Voice, written in 1986. Um, okay, so the first thing you gotta know about this piece is it's performed like you play the first two systems, then you play the second and third system, right? Notice the brackets are overlapping. Then you play the third and fourth system, etc. And then I think you can, after the first page, you can just move to the second page. Um, because he himself copies this last staff at the top of the next page. So effectively, you get these two things overlapping all the time. I think there's some influence of Morton Feldman because it's marked 5 Ps and everything, like the time signature changes each measure, but the length of the line has to match. So it's sort of like this is like a convention that Feldman would play with to make sure that no one was in sync, and it was ultimately like a different way of writing poly tempo, right? Instead of giving the actual tempo markings, you just give the two time signatures, and it's like, yeah, you have to play 14 over 15 here, for example. Um, yeah, I guess towards the end of this piece, we get some extreme high and low register stuff, but for the most part, it's pretty constrained. Apply careful use of pedal in order to conceal the pauses as well as possible. Extremely slow tempo. Tenuto just means somewhat louder. Small accent. So accents are accents. Um, yeah, to the effect of what I was saying earlier, the score is in proportional notation, effectively. Um, accidentals apply throughout the system. It's kind of interesting. And yeah, it's a 10-minute piece. I believe I first was given this score during a seminar in my doctorate, so I would have listened to it 5 or 6 years ago. You know, it's a interesting piece to share in the context of a seminar because it plays with a lot of different conventions that were already firmly established in contemporary music by the 1980s, but also Beafure is um, one of those modernist composers who is also very good at conducting and founded Klangforum Vienne, which is an ensemble that is still very active today. So it's worth knowing the name and the people he's imitating. Okay, so interestingly, the piece is dedicated to Alfred Schlee, who is a German musicologist active in Vienna. Okay, so from the beginning of the 1930s, he became the representative of Universal Edition in Berlin. After the Nazis seized power, Schlee was able to mediate the interests of the publishing house and the demands of the Nazi cultural policy. He applied for Austrian citizenship, initially unsuccessfully, but after I guess towards the end of the war, 1946, he was able to move to Austria. He took over management of the publishing house in the post-war period and was a prominent figure in Viennese musical life. In 1951, he formed the publishing board of Universal Edition. For 40 years, he was instrumental in determining which names were supported, and he succeeded in creating a balance between Austrian and foreign composers. He also paid special attention to those aspiring personalities who, due to the change in political situation in Europe, worked in the communist sphere of influence and were partly cut off from contacts with Western countries. Let's just go through the list of composers. So I'm assuming that Beafure is in here. Yes, he is. Gilbert Amy, Hans Erik Apostel, Theodore Berger, Barrio, Bert Whistle, Boulez, Francis Burt, Kerha, Diapiccola, Denisov, Einem, Cristobal Halfter, Roman Habenstock Ramati, Anton Heiler, Mauricio Kegel, Krennic, Ladislav Kupkovich, Hertog, Rolf Lieberman, George Ligeti, Frank Martin, Martineau, Messiaen Pert, Mario Paragallo, Henry Posser, Rim, Karl Schisk, Alfred Schnittke, Rodion Stedrin, Kurt Schwertzig, Stockhausen, Takas, Alfred Ull, and Hans Zender. Also complete scholarly editions of Arnold Schoenberg and Berg, and rediscovering composers like Franz Schrecker and Zemlinsky, who were banned during the German Reich. I know that was a little bit of a slog, but I'll put up some episode numbers to refer you to episodes where we've covered some of these composers. Link to the recording is in the video description. And let's listen to this piece. Okay, yeah, so it's a really cool piece. It kind of takes you on an adventure. The slow build in the opening is really nice. It's like maybe more than a third of the piece, you're just slowly building up in these stages higher and higher. And Fuhrer does a good job of making it very easy to hear when there's a new phrase. Like every phrase, every layer that's added is very different, and he's sort of a master of this proportional notation, polytempo stuff, because it, the notes never happen at exactly the same time. They're always like slightly off, so you can hear the two different lines going on. I guess this would be the climax, where you have there's a moment with three staves at the same time. But I would say the biggest departure is sort of after we finish this climb up and you get this pause at the beginning. So he starts playing around with larger pauses at the beginning of phrases. And he starts to have several lines in a row that are just the note C, like just pitch class 0 or whatever, um, which sort of colors the whole second half of the piece. Um, there's just a bunch of these repeated C's. Um, Surprisingly, there is one really high C that's fortissimo and one high C that's forte. I'm showing them in reverse order here, but um, so that's sort of a strange idea because everything else is so quiet. Yeah, a very creative use of notation. Pretty much could only work on a keyboard instrument, so well chosen, I think, in terms of instrumentation. And yeah, I guess this performance was by Nicholas Hodges. So there you go. I've shifted some stuff around on the spreadsheet because I had the wrong dates. So actually, we're doing some more Laurence Crane tomorrow.
Okay, so today I'm going to be listening to some pieces by Laurence Crane, UK composer. This collection is called Derridas for solo piano, written in 1986. The titles of the movements here: Jacques Derrida goes to a nightclub, Jacques Derrida goes to a massage parlor, Jacques Derrida goes to the supermarket, Jacques Derrida goes to the beach, and that's it. And let's see the first two, um, the one on the beach and the one on in the massage parlor. He wrote both of those in November of '85 at Stamford Hill, and then he wrote the other two on the 20th and 28th of April '86, also at Stamford Hill. This is an area in Inner London, so it's in the borough of Hackney, if you need to know. Um, Derrida is obviously a philosopher. I'm not going to pull up his biography, but um, this is an interesting looking set of pieces. I'm curious to see how they relate to one another. They all seem to have some sort of repeated note thing going on. And are they all the same tempo? Yeah, they're all at either quarter or eighth equals 72. So right now we're looking at Crane's like earlier piano work. This is sort of towards the beginning of his opus numbers. And Carson Kuhlman has a recording of all four, which is just almost 16 minutes long. So that's what I'll be listening to today. Link in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think. So far with the Laurence Crane piano pieces, I've been trying to do some formal analysis, so if I can't think of anything interesting to say, then we'll just talk about that for a little bit. So I'll see you in 16 minutes. All right, so my thoughts on these pieces here. I think the middle ones are a bit simpler than the outer ones. Like Jacques Derrida goes to a massage parlor and Jacques Derrida goes to the supermarket. Like it's all sort of variations of the same idea in both of them, but like this is very much just like ABA, you could say. Kind of reminds me of the second piece for James Clapperton that we looked at. And this one it has a DC Alfiné, so it's basically like
A B A B B. Like this ending thing is exactly the same as the middle section, and the outer ones are a little bit more interesting formally, but I think the whole thing in general is kind of less interesting formally than his later stuff. What is interesting is the sort of overt use of pop chords and pop chord progressions, and also the sort of use of dynamics and pedaling and articulation, um, which is something that we don't really see in his later work. The harmony is kind of worth talking about, I think. So, like for example, in this first piece, if you look at the bass line, you kind of have a 4 or a 1 4 two times, then 2 4 1 1 over and over again, and then 2 4 1 1 again. But also the melody note changes. So the 2 second main sections are differentiated by the melody note. Here it's just D flat the whole time, and here it's B flat and then D flat. And the intro it's actually F B flat. So that's like a whole layer going on, and then there's another layer in the middle which is just these the E flat F dyad, which does not change. Yeah, the second and like the two middle ones actually both had this sort of Phrygian thing going on where you have these fifths centering around E, and you get the FC to the EB, you know. Those parallel fifths really emphasize some sort of Phrygian thing. But in Jacques Derrida Goes to the Supermarket, you get a bunch of E major uh, stuff. So there's like a shift to the parallel major that happens there. And then Jacques Derrida Goes to the Beach is a really interesting one too, because um, it does sit on F for a really long time, for long stretches of time, but then it has these really interesting chords in the end of the main section, um, where these fifths kind of step down. You go F, E, D, C, B flat, A flat, G, back up to C. Like just looking at it, it's a bit unassuming, but in performance, it's quite interesting actually, and it gives you enough time to imagine these little scenes that the title set up. Um, Really, this type of music could accompany almost anything, so I don't think the titles are that important. But from a listener's point of view, it's kind of like if you're getting bored, at least you can imagine Jacques Derrida going to a nightclub or whatever. Okay, the next piece is a companion piece to this, I would say. It's another suite of pieces for piano by Crane called Kierkegaard's. All right, so this morning I'm going to listen to another piano piece by Lawrence Crane called Kierkegaard's, and this is actually our last Lawrence Crane piece. So, and it's somewhat old. It's like 1986, so as old as the other oldest ones that we looked at yesterday. And yeah, this one I think is just two movements. One is called Kierkegaard, his Prelude. The other one is called Kierkegaard, his Walk Around Copenhagen. Some things that immediately strike me about this score is there's like dynamics and crescendi and decrescendi, fermatas. These are things that we have not been seeing, especially the crescendi and decrescendi. We've not been seeing this in Lawrence Crane's work. Second piece has a little bit less going on with dynamics. It just has a single dynamic level. So I should recommend, if this is your first exposure to Lawrence Crane's music, I have all these other episodes of his piano pieces. We've basically gone through every piano piece he wrote. Um, So yeah, let's just do this. Um, Recording in the video description. We're going to listen to Carson Kuhlman performing, and I'll let you know my thoughts on this one. It's about 11 minutes long. Okay, so I'll just say the obvious. These are two completely different pieces, and as sort of a diptych, they create a lot of contrast. Um, the first one is very restrained in its like use of harmony. It just kind of oscillates between G and A until the ending, where the left hand then goes down to explore like E major, F major, so parallel major chords throughout. And one of the more interesting things about it is it has this introduction that has a lot going on with dynamics, and then you have a quiet section, then a loud section, then these really long crescendi and decrescendi. So the form is sort of outlined a little bit with dynamics. Also, um, the rhythm is kind of shifting a little bit. So you're not quite sure when it's going to move to the next chord. Whereas the second one is very obviously square, and you get this ostinato in the bass that is unceasing. This it's sort of just like oscillates between E flat and F, and then you have sections that are like B flat, A flat instead. Um, but one thing that really struck me about these two um, was the melody was really catchy in both of them, and in sort of a range that was very singable. And the accompaniment was very simple. So I think there was like a very strong effort to create something that was influenced by pop music, um, but still had some sort of minimalist sensibilities. Yeah, it felt very accessible, and it reminded me a lot of the ones we looked at yesterday, the Derridas pieces. So I kind of think this is a distinct style from the late 80s, late 90s stuff that we were looking at earlier. Um, yeah, it's been fun. Carson's performance is not bad. It gives me a really good sense of the piece, and he's really great about rhythm. Was very rock steady, so I got the full effect of the piece. So, what we do tomorrow? So we're gonna have to switch gears tomorrow, and I'm trying to think what else is in around 1986. Morton Feldman. So yeah, we're gonna listen to some Morton Feldman tomorrow, and thankfully it's a shorter one. It actually is the first piece by Feldman that I ever heard, so that's kind of fortunate that it's the first one we're getting to in our piano series. Right, so this morning I'm gonna be listening to and talking about a solo piano piece by American composer Morton Feldman called Palais de Marie. It's on the more accessible side for Feldman's work, because if you don't know, Morton Feldman is famous for extended duration pieces. So he has lots of pieces which are upwards of 2, 3 hours long, single movement pieces. And this is a 20-minute one, I think. Yeah, when I first was recommended to listen to Morton Feldman, my teacher at the time, this was when I was like 18 or 19, he recommended this piece and Rothko Chapel, which is another 20-minute piece by Feldman. Um, and I was at the University of Toronto at the time, and I actually found a book of essays about Morton Feldman's music, which was a really good read. Um, I'll put the title here if I can find it. And I think the most
sizable like essay or analytical essay was on a piece called For John Cage by Morton Feldman, which was for violin and piano. Um, so, and I remember that piece reminding me of this piece at the time. So that's sort of the stage for when I was listening to this stuff. This is late Feldman, so 1980s, and it's obviously very quiet and pedaled throughout. It's one of the most distinctive things you'll hear. And then it has a lot of meter changes and like subtly shifting, repeated figures. And it's going to be a bunch of them, different ones that he cycles through. Liberal use of rests. There's a big passage here with whole notes, it looks like. The dedicatee of this piece is Francesco Clement, who is an Italian contemporary artist who may have been living in New York at the time Feldman was writing this. He would have been in his 30s when Feldman wrote this. Okay, this one was 87. Funerary painting. Can I get closer? No, there's nothing from 86 here. So sort of surrealist. A lot of watercolor, oil painting, tempera, pastel. So like a multimedia kind of guy. And yeah, there's something definitely expressionistic about it. Okay, any background on this piece? Inspired by a picture of the ancient Babylonian palace of Mari, which Feldman saw at the Louvre. Oh, and apparently this is his final work for solo piano, so that's interesting. So this is sort of like a important milestone. Composed, commissioned by Bunita Marcus. There's also another piece by Feldman called For Bunita Marcus, which was written around the same time. So this is a pianist, I'm assuming. American composer, associated with Morton Feldman from 1976 until his death in 87. Uh, they composed side by side, sharing musical thoughts and ideas. So this is like a classical case of like a woman composer who, probably had a lot of influence on a more famous male composer, um, and probably more influenced than we will ever know because we can't track that sort of, you know, sharing of information. So, okay, learning lots of new things this morning. I'm going to listen to this recording, as always, is in the video description, and I'll see you in half an hour. Okay, so this is an interesting listen. Like a lot of Feldman's work, it kind of escapes analysis a little bit. I really like the opening idea, which goes on for first three lines. It doesn't come back a lot in the piece, so when it does, I think around 74, it's a big moment. The piece is really kind of dominated by these four note or seven note chords, and often preceded by like a single grace note in one hand or the other, or followed by a grace note, and that's about it. So I guess that would be where you would start if you were trying to analyze this thing.
I really like the sections where we had a break from mixed meter stuff and we just had long stretches of 5/8 and then 2/2. Uh, yeah, there's a really big 5/8 one and a really big 2/2 one, which is kind of interesting. There's like this stuff, right? It's like we go off on a tangent sometimes for a really long time. Either that or there's like multiple things going on at the same time, and sometimes one of them we get a bigger glimpse of it, and other times it's more like just interspliced and kind of collaged, I guess. Um, yeah, it looks really easy to play, and it's not too challenging in terms of duration, so I think it could fit on a lot of different programs. Um, like if you wanted to program Feldman's work, I think this is a really good contender because it's like, you know, it's short, it's for solo piano, and it's his last piano work, so it's of sort of historical interest. Um, I'm excited to be getting into more Feldman. I'm a little bit too tired today, and a bit shell-shocked from stuff in my life, to really appreciate it, but glad I could introduce you to this piece. We have a lot of Feldman piano scores, but mostly concentrated in like the 70s. Um, I think last session I said that Kierkegaard's was the last Lawrence Crane piece. I was mistaken. We still have one more Lawrence Crane piece, and that's his three preludes from 1985. So I think these are technically Crane's first piano pieces. Um, so that's what we'll get into next. And then the day after that, we have another Feldman piece for Brunita Marcus, which we were talking about earlier in this video. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting weekend. We'll see how these longer Feldman pieces actually fit into my schedule. I might have to take days off here and there to like make it work.
All right, so today's piece is the Three Preludes from 1985 by Lawrence Crane. These are piano pieces, a little bit of a different font than some of his other handwritten scores. Maybe he even drew the staves for these. Um, and this is, out of all the piano pieces of his we looked at, this is the first one with like meticulous pedal markings. You can see it's very aesthetic the way it looks on the page. It's very pleasant to look at. As far as I know, this is kind of like his Opus 1, at least for piano pieces. And we can see some of the features of um, his style, like use of repeats for short sections of music, and ostinatos, little like simple chord progressions, and simple melodies, either just a single note melody or in octaves. So London, July 1985. These ones, I never printed them out or practiced them because they looked a little bit trickier to play. And I just didn't, a lot of his older stuff I didn't see as compelling as his later stuff. Um, but yeah, let's see what these are like here. The Michael Finnessy recordings are on YouTube, at least at the time of recording this. Um, yeah, all three of them. So I'll put links to those in the video description, and I'll see you all in uh, 7 or 8 minutes, I think. Nice. So these are really charming, I think. They're accessible in ways that his later piano pieces really aren't. Like, I think they're just, like, I could show these to
pretty much any audience, and they would find them accessible. I could, if I was trying to get an undergraduate student into Lawrence Crane, I'd probably show them this first. Um, and yeah, probably the most similar thing I could think of is like Satie's Gymnopédie, which I think I've mentioned in other Lawrence Crane episodes, but that's sort of the vibe, is that the melodies are like extremely simple and the chord progressions are repetitive. Um, I think the third one was my favorite. Um, the second one was probably the weakest because it didn't have much of a melody. It's just a chord progression thing. Um, it's really fun to see how things are laid out on the page. I think, yeah, Crane is one of those composers who he's not like trying to fit his music to a page. He's like written the whole piece either in his mind or as a sketch, and then he's finding the cleanest way to notate it on the page. Very like not over notated, but lots of notation things going on that you wouldn't see in his later pieces, like these dynamic swells, um, and obviously the pedal marking. So yeah, this concludes our exploration of Lawrence Crane's music, which we've been doing reverse chronologically. Um, and yeah, if you want to listen through all of it, I think we've just been looking at mostly the Michael Finnessy recordings, like today, and also the organist Carson Kuhlman has recorded all of them, and posted them to YouTube. So that's sort of been our source material. I don't know if these pieces get performed a lot. I don't really know what their performance history looks like, but I think it could be a really compelling program to like play a bunch of Lawrence Crane pieces. Um, and there's a lot of music here, like in terms of minutes. Um, so you could put on a whole evening of it for sure. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at For Bonita Marcus by Morton Feldman. How long is that piece? It's a 1 hour. It's a 1 to 1.5 hour piece, so not too bad. And then after that, we should get into some George Crumb again, and that'll be our third Crumb piece, maybe the start of the George Crumb playlist or founding of it. All right, so today I'm going to be listening to For Bonita Marcus by Morton Feldman. I'll try to keep the commentary to a minimum today just because I have a concert to go to after this session, and the piece is about uh, an hour long. So, yeah, you are making a bit of a time commitment here with me today if you want to listen to this. Um, it's a late piano piece of his from 1985, I believe. The composer died a couple years later. Um, and the notation looks really unique, actually. This is very different from what we saw yesterday. So, chord equals 63 to 66, and we start the piece with like slightly shifting time signatures and mostly note values that are like a quarter note or a dotted quarter. We talked about Bonita Marcus a little bit yesterday, because I think that piece was dedicated to her. Um, I guess I could take a little bit of time to get to know her more here. Well, so she's still alive. Seems like a pretty up-to-date website. Okay, she has a really good teaching statement. I could learn from this. She lectures on her own music, on 21st century notation and orchestration, She also lectures on Morton Feldman's music, notation, performance, and compositional practices. So she's very much keeping Feldman's music alive. And most of her pieces are in the 1 to 20 minute range, and lots of stuff for two pianos and small ensembles and solo piano, some solo pieces. She has a bunch of multimedia pieces, I guess working with experimental filmmakers and doing some, yeah, some film work, some work with actress. Maybe this would be someone worth checking out. I doubt any of her scores are free though. Well, let's listen to the Feldman. Link in the video description to a recording. Um, and I'll see you in an hour. Okay, so I never really listened to this one before, and I'm glad I took the time to introduce myself to it. It has a really gorgeous ending. Like, I think the last 10 minutes of it, where we get chords, is really phenomenal. He also starts to explore the lower registers of the piano for the first time in like almost an hour. And yeah, it's a very beautiful moment. There's a lot of beautiful moments in this, I think, like the introduction of the super high F as as a grace note idea. That was really like a whole register of the piano that was unexplored, and otherwise it remains unexplored. It's only ever that F that's up there. I think the main sort of characteristic thing in this piece is like this idea of exchanging hands, left, right, on like individual notes. And that's what sort of characterizes like the first 40 minutes of the piece, probably, I would say. And lots of like juggling of three notes and four notes with that, and pauses with that kind of idea, usually in like the upper treble register of the piano. So that stuff was all very contained, and like usually it's clustery, and then whenever he bothers to explore something else, it's really magical, and I like that. There was one thing in it that I wanted to point out that was like pretty enigmatic. And I think it says a lot. It speaks a lot to Feldman's later style. This thing. So this little like 30-second note idea where the pedal lifts and then it comes back, and all you get is this C5 held. It only happens one other time in the score, and I thought for sure Feldman would end the piece with it, but he didn't. He ended it with a different idea. And if it only happened once, I would be a bit confused, but it happens twice and bisects the piece into three parts, and I think it's very enigmatic, and it must have been an intuitive decision. I can't see any sort of formal purpose there. So, um, yeah, I think there's a lot of things in here that are tried and true elements of Feldman's style, and then there's moments like this that are clearly belong to his late style. Um, yeah, I don't have much else to say. I think this is a big one. I know that Triadic Memories is sort of the big piano piece that everyone thinks of with Feldman, but I think this should be up there with it. It's a little bit shorter, but it's like almost his last piano piece, and it's very substantial. So yeah, I think this is one of the great ones. I mean, Feldman has a lot of piano pieces, so maybe I will be proven wrong later in the series. But yeah, I think this one is kind of a must listen. Next, we're going to listen to some George Crumb tomorrow on a Sunday morning, probably. His piece Processional from 1984 for piano. Okay, so today is our third George Crumb episode.
We're looking at a piano piece called Processional from 1984. We also, way back in the orchestra series, looked at a piece called Echoes of Time and the River by Crumb, which quite literally featured processionals in it. Many members of the orchestra were positioned off stage and walking on stage and back off. So this is definitely a theme of his music, and certainly what had been for a long time before this piece. Okay, so it has a very interesting like marching quality to it, at least in appearance. Um, let's see if we can decipher the notation a little bit. I'll start with the performance notes and then we'll get into the program note. So much of processional is notated in the traditional manner. For non-tonal sections, accidentals will apply only to notes they precede. So he has a mix of key signatures and like non-key signature notation. Metronome indications may vary slightly. There's an appendix on page 13 with 6 ossia passages, which you can use to create an alternate version of it. So it's only in the ossia sections where you get his inside the piano techniques. So muted tones, pizzicato, as in plucking the strings, and string harmonics. Strings need to be clearly marked with bits of drafting tape. This is a little bit different from the last piano piece we looked at, Eine kleine Mitternacht music, which called for marking the strings with chalk. This is just calling for bits of tape, which I think is the more common way of marking up the inside of a piano, just because it's easier to clean. It's not, it's more like time consuming, obviously. So like in that other piece, Crumb asked us to mark above every black key, basically. Like you have to mark up the whole inside the piano so that you can see the keyboard inside. I can understand why you wouldn't want to do that with tape because it would take forever. Um, and yeah, he has this fermata. So overall, pretty conservative use of it. Like there's almost no extended techniques in this. Okay, program note. Processional, like much of my music, is strongly tonal, but integrates chromatic, modal, and whole tone elements. The descending 6 tones stated at the beginning present the basic harmonic cell. A continuum of tiny melodic fragments. Experiment on harmonic chemistry, Debussy's description of his images for piano. So there's a connection here to a larger piano literature. You could program it alongside Debussy's images. While composing it, I felt no need for the resources of the extended piano, which is, of course, what Crumb was famous for. This is all of the use of amplification on the piano strings and playing inside the piano. So he's not trying to do that here. And he even mentions the alternate version here in the program note. The title of the work was suggested by the music's obsessive reiteration of a pulse. I think that's pretty obvious when you just look at the score itself. There's like this pulsation going on throughout. Yeah, not a bad program note. It's a little bit technical for the average person. The premiere was at Tanglewood, which, if you don't know, is a famous like new music workshop, one of the first big ones in Lenox, Massachusetts. Gilbert Kalish was the pianist who performed this in July of 1984. So it's kind of a cool, relatable performance opportunity. I've done a lot of composer workshops myself, as have a lot of other composers, and I think that's like sort of the main way that composers get commissions nowadays is just unpaid workshop type commissions. Let's have a look, see here. It's a 13-minute piece, although some people do it in 10. I'll put a link to this recording in the video description. This is Chamber Music Society of Lincoln Center. Let me find some info on this pianist that premiered it, because that might be interesting, might not. So Gilbert Kalish is an American pianist who was born in the 30s and a huge champion of the music of Charles Ives and other modernist composers. Born in Brooklyn, leading professor and head of performance activities at Stony Brook. Was a faculty member at Tanglewood from 1968 to 1997, so this was a faculty performance. Served as chairman of faculty just a year after premiering this piece. He's also served on faculties at the Banff Center, Steens Institute at Ravinia, renowned for his master classes. So yeah, he's famous for having a lot of premieres of new works under his belt and interpreting this sort of thing. Okay, I think this is enough for now. I'm gonna have a listen to this and I'll let you know what I think in 10 minutes or so. Okay, yeah, this was really gorgeous. I think Crumb stole the show here. Yeah, out of the piano series so far, this is gonna be one of the more memorable pieces, I can already tell. So I'm happy I was able to introduce it to y'all. Yeah, very creative assemblage of ideas, and the main idea here where the diatonic clusters are sort of a main feature of this, but also bringing out little notes within the cluster while playing triple pianissimo is it's very effective, but it's also very technically demanding. Like if you've ever played piano, having to have that independence of fingers and dynamic control is like really, really rigorous. And I thought this performer did a really good job. And you have to manage that while also managing all these other layers going on outside of the cluster. Yeah, really tasteful use of dynamics and pedaling, and just overall very effective piece that really draws the listener in. And it's not what I normally associate with Crumb. There's no extended techniques, so it's very uh, interesting to see him present his own aesthetic and ideas about the piano in a normal, like, fashion, like just in a way that anyone would play the piano. So, yeah, pretty cool. Let's see what is next on the docket before I move on here. I really don't know why I didn't know about this piece. This is my first time hearing it. I feel like it should be more well known. Like it's very accessible. It's not what George Crumb is known for, but man, is that a good example of his aesthetic. Um, okay, we're actually getting into some more Salvatore Sciarrino tomorrow with his second piano sonata. And there's another piece that I'm not super familiar with. I imagine it's very technically demanding if it's got a title like that. So yeah, that was written around the same time as this processional by Crumb. All right, so today's piece is the second piano sonata of Italian composer Salvatore Sciarrino. And yeah, I think it's not as long as I was expecting. It's only about 9 minutes and 8 pages of music. It looks very intense to play. Wow. Okay. So this is definitely more um, virtuosic than other pieces by him that we looked at. Um, and the tempo marking is just Furioso. Who performed this? Martin von der Heit. Oh wow. Oh my God. Alcan? Holy. That is some difficult music to play. Holy crap. I like some of the names in here, like Baukult. He does the Bartok Sonata, I guess, and the Berg Sonata, the Barrio Sonata. It's like a good mix of modernist and classical music. There's a lot of Elliott Carter too, which is pretty impressive. I mean, this is kind of a crazy list here. Let me see if I can just search Sciarrino. Okay, so he has played one piece that we've covered on the channel, Perdu to una cita d'Arc from 1991, and he also does this sonata and his first sonata and De la Nuit, which is a shorter piece. Yeah, obviously very virtuosic pianist. I don't think I need to say more. Yeah, let's hear how it's done. Link to this video in the description, and I'll let you know what I think of the piece. I'm not reviewing the performance, I'm just reviewing what I think of this piece. I have a lot of Sciarrino under my belt at this point, so I think I can compare it pretty well to his body of work after this, and like piano work specifically, so should be fun. Uh, yeah, I'll see you all in about 10 minutes here. Yeah, wow, this was really entertaining and fun throughout. Yeah, never a dull moment. A couple really interesting ideas. I guess I'll just rattle those off before I try to say anything meaningful. I thought the introduction of the stack fifths, these big stacked fifth chords, was like fantastic. I really like that sound. Um, and it contrasts really nicely with all the chromatic stuff around it. Um, yeah, I just thought that was a fantastic effect, and it sounded kind of like it was falling and spiraling, and yeah. And then of course, like the use of sort of, I think it's half pedaled, and then playing these really loud chords in the extremes of the piano. Um, and then all of these fermatas, of course, are very long, so letting that ring out. It created this fantastic sound with the piano resonance, at least in this recording, that was like almost like electronic music. Like you can, yeah, it's just very colorful. Um, I see a lot of these like the alternating hand idea. I think comes back in one of his nocturnes. Um, as do some of these other ideas. But I can see why he titled this one Sonata, because it's a much more cohesive application of all these materials, and it's much more virtuosic than the nocturnes. Um, yeah, the top reply here is this is the best Sciarrino sonata, and that's a fact. Fight me. And it's kind of entertaining how people are reacting. I didn't realize it, but there's actually four sonatas. Uh, One of these commenters says it's the most texturally interesting one and has a perfect balance between low and high sounds. Um, so not sure how true that is, because this is the first one we've listened to together. A lot of people really hate on it though, which I'm surprised. I guess because this video has a certain number of views. It's a lot of hate for 4,000 views. I'm kind of a bit surprised, but maybe there's something about these sonatas. The Sicilian composer Salvatore Sciarrino has written 5 piano sonatas, published together by Ricordi. Most are to be played very quickly. The third sonata is marked as fast as possible. Sequences of grace notes can seem slower and more articulated than the passages they accompany. That's an interesting idea. Definitely an influence of Stockhausen's Klavierstück 10 is what they're saying here, at least. What I find interesting is the emphasis on tempo in this description, because I think almost all of the nocturnes were much slower, like very slow. So maybe that's a way of distinguishing the two series of pieces. Yeah, the first sonata looks like this. I think I might have it. Reminiscent of Franco Donatoni. The other sonatas I do not have scores for, so unfortunately we won't get into them, but I think it's pretty intriguing how some of them look on the page. It's kind of cool. Well, that was pretty pleasant. I'm glad I did this. I had a really long shift, which I just got off of at work. So I wasn't able to, if this was a more boring piece, I don't think I would have been able to pay attention, but because it was so like rousing and intense, I was able to kind of, you know, follow along, not fall asleep. The next piece we're looking at is a sonata by Ginastera. Believe it or not, his third piano sonata was written all the way in 1982, so very late career piece. It'll be fun. We haven't. This will be our first Ginastera episode. Never talked about any Argentinian composers yet, so yeah, it'll be cool. Long overdue. Today's listening session is a piece by Argentinian composer Alberto Ginastera, and it is his third piano sonata, which I'm quite relieved to find is only about 5 minutes long. And I guess I would have looked at this in my master's because it's the University of Western Ontario Library. I'm trying to think the context. Maybe there was like a survey course I took where we were looking at piano pieces one week, so maybe somebody picked this. I think that's most likely. I had a colleague who was a guitarist, so interesting. So commissioned by the University of Michigan, School of Music, Ann Arbor, Michigan. First performed by Barbara Nisman on the 17th of November 1982 at Alice Tully Hall, Lincoln Center. In contrast to my first two sonatas, which are multi-movement works, the third one is a single movement utilizing a binary form plus coda. The initial tempo indication impetuosamente sets the pace of the entire work. Rhythmic textures based on American Indian and colonial dances of Latin America. We're going to look up Barbara Nisman first, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the composer because this is our first Ginastera episode. So Barbara Nisman, born 1944, is an American pianist. She's especially known for her interpretations of Ginastera and Prokofiev. Her international career was personally launched by Eugene Ormandy, with debuts arranged in all major European capitals. After he heard her perform as a student at U of M, she was a soloist with Ormandy and the Philadelphia Orchestra, and then performed with some of the leading orchestras in Europe.
So a lot of probably if she's done a lot of Prokofiev, probably the Prokofiev concertos. In 1989, she was the first pianist to perform the complete piano sonatas of Prokofiev in a series of 3 recitals. How many pieces are those? There's 10. Wow, okay, cool. So this is a much more interesting bio than I was expecting. I don't want to take up too much time though. So in addition to being the dedicatee of this work, she played his piano concerto number 1 in 1976 in Geneva. This was a like Hinastera at 60 celebration. She also presented the Netherlands premiere of the same concerto, and she hosted a 5-part BBC radio series featuring Hinastera as composer of the week. She performed all 3 of his piano concerti in one evening at the University of Michigan, I guess. This was the first performance in its original form of the second piano concerto, 1972. She has a record label. That's cool. 3 Oranges recordings. So Hinastero was born in 1916 and he died in 1983, just a year after composing the sonata. He's an Argentine composer. I've been saying Argentinian like a doofus. Was born in Buenos Aires, though. He has 3 periods to his music, so objective nationalism, 34 to 48, subjective nationalism, 48 to 58, and then his neo-expressionist period, from 58 till his death, which is when this was composed. The 3 periods vary in their use of traditional Argentine musical elements. Many of his works were inspired by the, I'm going to butcher this, Guachesco tradition. And he has a cantata for soprano and 53 percussion instruments based on pre-Columbian legends. 3 operas, 2 ballets, over 10 orchestra pieces, 2 piano concerti, even though in the previous article we read 3, whatever, violin concerto, 2 cello concerti, and a harp concerto. But his guitar writing is left off of this list, curiously. I don't know why. Other than the sonata for guitar. Pretty significant piano work, and that's about it. Does he have string quartets? He has at least 3 string quartets. It's a shame we didn't look at any in the series way back when, but there you go. Um, you can look at his list of students. Astor Piazzolla is probably the biggest name. Alcides Lanza. That's not a big name, but I know it because he emigrated to Canada. Or no, yeah. So I'll always spot a Canadian name, and that's all she wrote. So link to the recording in the video description. I'll let you know in 5 minutes what I think of this thing. I think I'm gonna go with the uh, score video that's on George N. Giannopoulos' channel. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so this was super dramatic and really idiomatic for the piano. And obviously, it's very indebted to Stravinsky, like a lot of other, um, like a lot of Mexican nationalist composers. I know that um, Hinastera is Argentine, but I think he's borrowing from that tradition a little bit. Um, I'm thinking like Carlos Chavez kind of. But obviously it's more unique to him. It's like very violent and ferocious and percussive. There's a really percussive use of the piano. So I think yeah, it's a really standout piece. Maybe it won't stand out so much when we hear more of his stuff later in the series, but I don't think we've heard anything like this yet in the piano series. There's a couple sections that are marked like a guitar. Yeah, in the second section. Come Chitara un poco lirico. It's really interesting here. The pianist completely shifted gears tempo-wise and took the dynamics down um, to like the dynamic level of a guitar. Even though I think this whole thing is fortissimo. So I thought that was an interesting choice on the performer's part. You can see that it's kind of imitating like this flamenco guitar kind of strumming and rolled chords. Really cool. And then towards the end, you get another Come Chitara moment with these rolled chords that are like very much. Um, Actually, now that I'm looking at it, they're like pretty far outside of the range of a normal guitar. They're lower, but the spacing of the chords is somewhat like a guitar, you know. Um, so that was kind of cool. Lots of octaves. I mean, pianists love octaves, and I think this is a great exercise in that. Barbara's a lucky gal, having something like this to uh, be the namesake of. If it's your first time, hopefully this was a good introduction to Hinastera's music. Um, I know I mean, it probably has you wanting more, right? Because it's so out there and short. But we have a couple other pieces of him to get to. Okay, tomorrow, actually, we're gonna have our first Brian Ferneyhough piece in on the channel, Lemma Icon Epigram for piano.
Okay, so today's piece is Lemma Icon Epigram by Brian Ferneyhough. This is a solo piano piece which he wrote in 1982, I'm assuming. Um, yeah, so this is the edition Peters. There's a program note here. The title of this work refers to a poetic form, the emblema, developed most notably by the Italian poet Alciati during the first half of the 16th century. In general usage, the term is taken to mean an epigram, which describes something so that it signifies something else. Later developments distinguish three components: a superscription or adage, an image, and a concluding epigram, in which the preceding elements are commented upon or explained. Lemma Icon Epigram was given its first performance during the La Rochelle Festival on June 28, 1981, by Massimiliano Damarini. The work was commissioned by the Venice Biennale. You know, this is what Brian Ferneyhough's music looks like. He's the most famous composer of the New Complexity movement, you could say. So yeah, you can see it's like uh, very complex music on the page and very striking to look at, and there's all kinds of detail to parse out here as a performer. Okay, so this Italian pianist does not have a Wikipedia page, but I guess Naxos.com has some stuff on him. He was a renowned pianist and composer. His piano repertoire was vast, ranging from 18th century to contemporary works. Sciarrino, Ferrante, Carnival, and Filigara dedicated pieces to him. And Ferniehoe, who's missing from this. Yeah, just lists the halls he's played in and the concert on the orchestras he's collaborated with. And in 1992, he was awarded Italy's prestigious Franco Abbiati Prize for Concert Artist of the Year. So there you go. Brian Ferniehoe is an English composer, born in 1943. As I said before, sort of like this central figure of the new complexity movement. Taught at UCSD, the Hochschule für Musik Freiburg, and Stanford. Darmstadt lecturer as well since 19, and he's lived in California since 1987. So, okay, these paragraphs say a little bit about um, the influence of like integral serialism and modernism into this new complexity school. And also, there's sort of like a little blurb here about how uh, Ferniehoe is not very well renowned in England, but had more of international fame, kind of like Cornelius Cardew. I don't know if this quote is worth reading, but this is an interesting idea. Ferniehoe has been interested in challenging listeners' ways of absorbing musical information flow, prompting new kinds of temporal awareness by being presented with musical materials that contain their own sufficient complexity. And yeah, his pieces have a lot of advocates. They're very hard to play, is sort of the big thing. He does have orchestra pieces. They don't get performed nearly as much as his solo and chamber works. What would I guess the biggest ones would be probably Cassandra's Dream Song, the Time and Motion Studies, this piece, Bone Alphabet is really performed a lot. So yeah, the solo pieces I would say are his most famous. Okay, so link to the recording is in the video description for this one. I'll find a score video so you can appreciate how the score looks, and I'll see you in 11 minutes or so with my thoughts. I haven't listened to Ferniehoe in years. I can't say I'm a huge New Complexity fan, but it is a little bit exciting to be getting into it like almost 300 episodes into the channel. Um, we've certainly looked at some difficult music on the channel before, but I think this is the first New Complexity piece, so that's kind of fun. Yeah, okay. So this really sounds very unique. Doesn't sound like anything we've listened to so far in the series, and yeah, obviously it's very striking visually on the page. It was kind of like fun to follow along, and not as hard to follow along as I thought it would be, because it's sort of like eighth equals 50. Um, Obviously, sort of the big thing distinguishing this from total serial pieces is just the rhythmic complexity. Like, I think Ferniehoe is famous for these like nested tuplets, like here, for example. And like, the piano is very versatile in that way. Like, the performer can execute very complex rhythms, or at least attempt to. Um, and yeah, they also like lots of grace notes and stuff to further complicate things. I think it's sort of like a matter of like adding layers and layers of complexity to it. Like all the layers are kind of independent of one another to an extent. So it's like it's not like the composer would just spit this out all at once. It's more like a slow process of working it, and then the performer has to like deconstruct it just to understand how to interpret it. So that's the really challenging part. Um, I think this interpretation was pretty good. I really like this moment with the six Fs, and I was surprised by the use of silence toward the end and at other points in the piece. It was very dramatic. Kind of reminded me of some Michael Finney. Um, so yeah, I think that was pretty good introduction to what Fernieho is all about. Um, lemma icon epigram, and I think that's the only piece of his in the piano series, so it'll be a while before we get back to anything by him. But I think there is a Michael Finney piece coming up eventually, so it's not the only new complexity piece in the series. Okay, so tomorrow is another George Crumb piece called Nomic Variations, and it's a piece I've never heard before. I don't know anything about it, so you'll get my raw reactions tomorrow. Okay, so today's piece is Gnomic Variations by George Crumb, and this piece, there was a program note by the pianist who premiered it on December 12th, 1982, Jeffrey Jacob, and he writes about the form of it and how it's broken up into these variations, but it's also in a four-part form, and he kind of describes like specific moments in the piece. It reads very much like Crumb's own program notes. Um, and here he says a gnome symbolizes the maxim or aphorism, the pithy statement that in a few words encompasses a large idea. So looking up the etymology of gnome, there is actually an old Greek meaning, which is thought, opinion, related to gignoskine, to know. So it's not about garden gnomes, obviously. It's a little bit more abstract than that. Also, this piece does a lot of stuff inside the piano, apparently. So it's like a really big essay in, um, forget the style that Crumb calls it, but I'll put a title here. Yeah, it's very, very much like playing inside the piano without any sort of preparation, getting all these sounds out of it. And each variation ends with a uh, end bar line, and it's attacca into the next. So they're kind of like complete little things. So yeah, link to the recording for this is in the video description. I'll let you know what I think. I'm just gonna have a listen here. Not even sure how long the whole thing is, but it is a pretty big score, so okay, so this was a really cool experience, probably one of the most George Crumb sounding things I've heard in a long time. It makes me think about how many of Crumb's like solo and chamber works are just variation form type things, notated on landscape paper like this. Uh, but this is a very clear theme and variations. I think that's one of the more intriguing things about it is you can hear the theme the whole time and it's very clear. Um, so it's a little bit more accessible than a lot of Crumb stuff. Some of the sounds that really stuck out to me was the first really interesting one was here in Variation 5, where the pianist has to scrape the strings at a harmonic while playing normally with the other hand. And then Variation 6 has a lot of cool stuff too, immediately thereafter. So the ending of the first section is really strong. I also really liked this unison tremolo thing that starts the third section, Variation 13. It's really, really cool and also kind of a no-brainer if you're trying to go through all these different sound effects. I've just never seen it done in a piece before, but it's like super effective. Um, yeah, obviously all this stuff takes a lot of extra preparation on the performer's part, but this could be a whole performance practice in and of itself, I think. Um, yeah, don't know why I don't never heard of this piece, wasn't introduced to it in any of my degrees. I think it's like totally accessible and a great example of Crumb's music. So if you are teaching some 20th century music course or American music course, I would really recommend just throwing this into the listening list. Uh, okay, so next on the docket is a Lou Harrison piece. This might even be my only score by Lou Harrison. Um, Here's hoping there's a recording somewhere online. So today I'm listening to a tiny little piano piece by Lou Harrison, and it's also our first Lou Harrison episode, so we got to do a little bit of research. Let me pull it. Oh yeah, also it's called Reel, and it's dedicated to Henry Cowell, or homage to Henry Cowell, my mistake. I think Cowell also has a piece called Reel, and of course Cowell's famous for making clusters popular in contemporary piano music, and here we got a bunch of clusters. I'm not sure what this key signature means. We have a big sharp and a big natural. I'm assuming it means we're playing all this stuff on the black keys in the right hand, and then in the right hand we are playing white keys unless otherwise indicated, because there is an A sharp there and a D sharp over here. You can do clusters on black keys alone, right? If you just think about the physics of a piano, of playing a piano. Lou Harrison died in 2003 and was born all the way back in 1917. So this is like John Cage-ish age. Like um, his lifetime is similar, you know. And he's an American composer. Initially, he wrote in a dissonant, ultra-modernist style, similar to Henry Cowell, his teacher. Later, he moved on to incorporating elements of non-Western cultures into his work, and he was really one of the founders of American Gamelan as a movement of world music, um, along with Harry Parch, Claude Vivier, who we've covered on the channel before, and Colin McPhee. Um, Interestingly, two of those four names are Canadian, but it's an American movement. There's a big paragraph about his death. I'm assuming it was sudden, likely a heart attack while en route to a festival of his own music. Um, his partner at the time was Todd Burlingame, so Lou Harrison was gay, as well as his teacher Henry Cowell. His early works for percussion instruments are made out of found objects or junk, like garbage type things. Um, Also, he wrote a number of pieces using like 12 tone. Uh, he has a lot of pieces with tack piano, which is like kind of like what Conlon Nancarrow was doing with his player pianos, inserting thumbtacks into the hammers of the piano. In general, he is a melodist. Rhythm has a significant place in his work too. Harmony is unimportant, although tonality is. He's one of
the first American composers to make a successful marriage between Eastern and Western forms. That's a pretty big claim, but I think it speaks to what he was trying to do later in his career. This is also late career work, right? This is the 80s, but it might be in his older style since it's a homage to Cowell. Better known works, Concerto in Slendro. Slendro is a tuning system of Javanese gamelan, I believe. Concerto for violin and percussion orchestra. Organ concerto with percussion. Double concert for violoncello and gamelan. Uh, Piano concerto for piano tuned in Kernberger 2, which is a well temperament. I guess screenshot it here if you're curious. And concerto for piano and Javanese gamelan. It makes sense that if there's this emphasis of melody in his work, that there would be a lot of concerto type works, and it seems like an interesting way of incorporating two different like traditions of like two different traditions of music, because you can have the soloists and the large ensemble. And I like that he kind of flips the convention, right? Like we looked at one work which was for Guzheng, oud, and orchestra, and it's was like East and West kind of thing. I think it's very played out to have the soloist as the foreign, you know, Eastern instrument, and then have an orchestra as the classical. Like he flips it here. He has pieces where it's like the gamelan is the large ensemble, and then the soloist is like a violinist or something, and I think that's pretty smart. Um, I would love to hear some of these pieces, but I think the only two scores I have of his are this piece and another piano piece from much longer ago. Yeah, link in the video description. Uh, and I'll see you in 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm talking a lot longer than the pieces today. Great. What can I say? It's really fun. I love how for like freakishly fast these huge clusters are. It must be a whole arm kind of technique. And yeah, this would be really fantastic to see played. I'm sure a lot of more conservative listeners and pianists would be like worried you're damaging the instrument. But I think that's pretty unfounded. This is very harmless stuff, obviously. And pianos are built to last. But I think a lot of people are also just, when they encounter stuff like this, they're really offended by the sound of it, which sort of shapes their opinions. Um, yeah, it's fun because it's sort of like an ABA form because you have the melody in the right hand, and there's a notable moment where there's a different melody in the left hand and a different accompaniment. Um, the accompaniment always is just something that's repeating every measure. But there's also a variety of melodies, um, which you can kind of divide the piece up with, and the same melody keeps coming back a lot. So it has this rondo element, I would say. Um, it's very simple. The accompaniment, especially, is very simple, but I think it speaks a lot to a lifetime of composing, what the composer likes, what Lou Harrison likes to write, and his influence from his first big teacher way back when. I forgot to read this paragraph in the bio, but I think it's a nice summation of him. So the majority of his works are for custom instruments or written for just intonation, making him one of the most prominent composers to have experimented with microtones. He was also one of the first composers to write in the international language Esperanto, and among the first to incorporate strong themes of homosexuality in his music. Yeah, and none of these things, which are all very interesting, none of these things are a feature of this piece. So next, I would say is a piece by, you know what, I don't know offhand. I'm gonna have to look this one up. Triadic Memories by Morton Feldman is going to take up a significant portion of my Saturday. All right, so today I'm listening to Triadic Memories by Morton Feldman. And low-key, I thought this piece was 3 hours long for some reason, but it's actually just an hour long. So um, kind of similar to the last Feldman piece we looked at, For Bonita Marcus, which was an hour long from the 80s, like his late period. This I think is a little bit older. I have it listed as 1981, so yeah, not really much older. 4 years before. Um, so yeah, typical Feldman stuff at the beginning here. We have half pedaling and very quiet dynamic, and this sort of sparse texture where things are subtly shifting and it's not quite repetitive. Um, One thing I notice here is that it also is in 1 meter, right? So he's not doing the shifting meter stuff right away. It's a little bit more square. He is shifting like the subdivisions of the measure a lot in the left hand. So, and then we get into the serious repeat stuff later. This is definitely one of his more famous pieces. So maybe that is just because the title is so good, or maybe there is something about it that is very iconic. I don't really remember how it sounds so much. I just remember really enjoying the last time I listened to it. It's jointly dedicated to Roger Woodward and Aki Takahashi. Roger Woodward is an Australian pianist, composer, and conductor, human rights activist, leading advocate of contemporary music, powerful virtuoso who played the works of Boyd Feldman, Gelhar, Masson, Takamitsu, Radulescu, Xenakis, Boulez, Stockhausen, Brouwer, Lutyens, Cage. Uh, I don't recognize all the other names here, but uh, he also championed a lot of work by early Soviet composers who were experimental. So Scriabin's the big name, but also Mosolov and Roslovets and Vishnegradsky, Stanshinsky, Ubakov. I think out of those names, Ubakov's the only one that I don't really know. Um, so if you're familiar with any of that piano music, it's probably because of this guy. Um, and then Aki Takahashi is a Japanese pianist specializing in contemporary music. Um, she is famous for releasing recordings of Cage, Feldman, Garland, Lucier, Isang-yun, a number of other Japanese composers, it looks like. I guess Toru Takamitsu would be the big name. And then, of course, like some of the big French names like Boulez, Messiaen, uh, and I guess she premiered it alongside Roger Woodward, but also David Tudor. This is what I'm getting from this anecdote. At the time of this piece's composition, she was artist in residence at the State University of New York at Buffalo. So she would have been within Feldman's New York circle, you know. I guess Feldman was quite established at this point when he wrote this piece. It's 49 pages long, I think I found it for free online at some point, and I'll just put a link to the recording in the video description. Maybe I could find a score video. Um, Regardless, I think it's sort of like a must listen if you're trying to get into Feldman. So I'll stop blabbing and listen to it, and I'll let you know my thoughts on this particular listen. Okay, so um, I have a lot of thoughts about this one. I guess I went into this listening session um, not expecting much from it, like not. I was kind of hoping that For Bonita Marcus would be the better piece in my mind after listening to this, but I don't know. I think this is like it's not really relevant comparing the two pieces because they just do something completely different. This piece is way more has way more repetition in it, and it's way more notey and active, whereas for Bonita Marcus it was like the emphasis was more on the silences, which felt more in the foreground, and there was these constantly shifting meters. Um, I think For Bonita Marcus has a better ending. It's a very strong like ending, whereas uh it kind of this piece kind of gets on a roll, and it's kind of like you're on some sort of deep sea exploration, and it keeps getting deeper and deeper. But this little thing at the end that he brings back is like not very conclusive to me. I feel like it's hard to end something like that. But yeah, I mean, what I was thinking the whole time was like this sort of pitch blackness and like weird colors and shapes and faces emerging from the darkness, and it just made me think of like, deep sea fish and things like that. Probably because it's very dissonant, and the like not quite repetitions that happen are very kind of organic and elusive, and it's hard to pin down what the main idea is, but he sits on these ideas for long periods of time, right? It doesn't feel collaged the way that For Bonita Marcus felt. It feels more like, okay, here's one thing, let me milk this for a minute, and then let me do this thing for 30 seconds, and then maybe I'll do this thing for 3 minutes, and the whole like majority of the piece, it's in the same time signature, right? So it's very square for a long time, and he's playing more with like placements of notes within that little box. Um, I found it quite hypnotic. You don't really get into the mixed meter stuff until this 16th note idea, right? So then he completely switches gears. I think that's sort of the biggest juncture in the piece, actually. Where there's no measure numbers, but when you get this little chromatic 16th note thing, suddenly we get a lot of mixed meter stuff, and then at another point later, yeah, here, this is actually still not so far into the piece. Like we still have 15 minutes after this, but it goes down a dynamic, which I was like, oh, we went from 3 Ps to 5 Ps. Uh, this performer, I believe it's Aki, did a really good job of that too. So it's like, oh, okay, now we're at a whole other layer of like creepiness. So yeah, I thought that was a cool moment. I find a lot of discourse about this piece in particular is like talking about it in comparison to other contemporary works of music. Like it's sort of like a intro to Feldman's music type of piece. Um, but yeah, I feel like it makes more sense to just go through all of Feldman's stuff and look at him as a whole thing. I don't see the point in just listening to this and that's it. Um, because his pieces are so different, like so diverse. Um, Tomorrow, this will be Sunday, we're listening to Anamorphosi by Salvatore Sciarrino. This piece is a lot of fun. If you're not familiar with it, I'm not going to spoil it, but it's yeah, it's actually quite funny and it's short, so I hope that you'll enjoy that with me. And then we got some big pieces after that, like some Lockenman and Xenakis, so that'll round off our exploration of the 1980s. Okay, so this morning's piece is Anamorphosi by Sciarrino. When I first heard this piece, I found it pretty funny. I didn't realize or expect what it would be about. Um, it's a short 4 pages, and it's very dense piano writing, kind of reminiscent of like Ravel, um, Gaspard de la Louis, that sort of stuff. If you look closely, um, there's a pretty clear melody here. So, mi, re, do, la, so, do, re. You get the idea. It's just singing in the rain, basically. And yeah, I think it's like definitely not a serious piece. I think it's more of like an encore piece where the composer's just showing off what they can notate, their understanding of the piano. I think it's a really nice addition to this piano series because we've gone through a lot of Sciarrino already, but also because it's very like tongue-in-cheek about virtuosic piano writing. Um, and it's only something that could have existed in kind of the 20th century. So I think, yeah, it just complements a lot of other stuff in the series really well. Um, the recording I'm listening to is in the video description. I'll see you in 2 or 3 minutes and let you know what I think. Um, Hopefully I have some observations, but there's not much to it, honestly. Um, so yeah, okay. So yeah, it's a really funny example of quotation in contemporary music, and a very direct one. Um, I really like the smile on my face moment where we get forte suddenly. Um, a lot of these textures obviously are very quiet. He sort of sits on this one texture for the first um, phrase, I guess you could say, of the poem. So it gives the audience a lot of time to like realize what is happening around them, and it gives the performer a lot of time to play with the joke. And once you get the joke, obviously it's time to move on and make it even more extreme and crazy. And yeah, it's just very charming. I think it's important to share pieces like this with um, young music students, especially if you're trying to get them interested in um, contemporary music or even high romantic music. Um, so I would highly recommend just like adding this to your like repertoire sharing. Um, if you have the space to even share repertoire with your students. Um, it's only 2 minutes long as well, and it's a very clear listening assignment. You can just be like give them no context, tell them nothing about the reference, just be like, so what was the melody or something. Um, did you get the joke? Why were people laughing in the audience? That very basic listening is important, I think, and especially with the score, seeing the difference between what's on the page and what you actually hear. I think the next one is the Lockenman. Yeah, Ein Kinderspiel. It's a funny collection of pieces by Helmut Lockenman that's sort of about uh, viewing the piano from the perspective of a child, I think. So, yeah, that'll be up next. Hopefully my voice is a bit better by then.
So today's piece is Ein Kinderspiel by Helmut Lockenman, German composer. 7 little pieces for piano. Um, yeah, so the first time I heard this piece, actually I had to listen to the first movement of it in a classroom setting. This was like the first week of Intro to Composition at the University of Toronto. Um, and it was sort of like a mental exercise where the teacher was, brainstorming with the class, like what music do you associate with childhood, or like if you were from the perspective of a child, what kind of music would a child make? And it's a very different take on it, Lockenman's take. And I think it says a lot about his sense of humor and also about sort of you know, the philosophical aspects of modernism, really. The first movement, by the way, is just like a gigantic chromatic scale going all the way down the length of the piano. Um, so it's like, yeah, if a child, like if you encounter a piano for the first time, you're a child, you would play every key from the top to the bottom just to see how it sounds, right? Um, then there's 6 other movements that are kind of like that in that sort of spirit of discovery. So there's a cluster, a silently depressed cluster that occurs in a lot of them. I guess all of them, it says here. Held tones are notated with horizontal bars in 3 of these pieces. This is a 1980, so I think spectral composers like Grisey have already done this sort of thing. One movement called filter swing has a unique notation where notes, I mean, it's pretty obvious looking at it, but just to be specific, these note heads are when keys are lifted. And I guess there are some sections of it that can be omitted if they're too difficult to perform. It seems like Lockerman does want this to be performed by children, so it's not just a like intellectual exercise. But it is 17 minutes long, which is a lot for a child. Maybe it's intended to be excerpted, and you're not really supposed to play it as a cycle. Also up here it says dedicated to my son David. So yeah, that's that. Maybe I can just show you the titles of each movement. So movement 1, Hanschen Klein. Movement 2, Clouds in Icy Moonlight. Movement 3A, Akiko. Movement 3B, different version of Akiko. I think the difference between the two is one of them is for a piano with a sostenuto pedal, the middle pedal, and one is for without. Movement 4, Fake Chinese, Slightly Drunk. 5 is Filter Swing. 6 is the Bell Tower. And 7 is the Shadow Dance. So, yeah, with that, I will leave you to listen to the recording. I've placed it in the video description. Stick around through this brief transition if you would like to hear my opinions on this piece. Maybe I'll pick a favorite movement. Yeah. Yeah, these are really fun. I think Hockenman is kind of channeling his inner Bartok here and trying to do like a microcosmos kind of thing. Uh, yeah, my favorites were definitely, I mean, it's no contest. The Shadow Play is the best one, and like, or sorry, Shadow Dance is the best one, and second best would be the Filter Swing. I think those two are the most interesting. They're also the most like constrained and focused on like timbre. A lot of the other ones sort of have like kind of meaningless little melodies in them, or like or too many layers of things going on. Like I think the Bell Tower one was probably the weakest, just because it had like way too much going on. Um, and the first movement, of course, is a really great way to open the cycle. Yeah, I kind of like it. Um, yeah, these would be fantastic to hear live, and not sure how often they're performed, but I think it's like an important addition to Lockenman's work. I think uh, he kind of abandoned the music concrete instrumental eventually, anyways. So, I mean, here he kind of gets away with doing halfway between that and uh, conventional writing, just because it's like a programmatic piece. But I think a lot of these techniques of like using piano resonance in different ways, we've seen it a lot in like the Sciarrino pieces we've looked at, the Salvatore Sciarrino stuff. And here it's on full display. It's even more straightforward and plain, and it's almost like an introduction to these techniques. Super, super valuable for anyone who's not familiar with them. All the comments seem pretty positive. Only has 5K views. Apparently, this is Lockenman performing them himself. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, so there should be something up next. Let me just pull it up here. It's Mists by Xenakis, which is a really intense one. Not very familiar with it, honestly. I've maybe listened to it once before, so that'll be good. That'll be a good addition to this week. Today I'm going to be listening to Mists, which is a piano piece by Greek composer Ioannis Xenakis. This is actually our third Xenakis episode. Our first episode of his music was in the orchestra series. Then we looked at one of his pieces in the solo percussion series. And I have a few piano pieces by him. This is the most recent. It's like a late 1970s piece, I think. And or it's 1980, yeah. This is a composer who's has infamously difficult piano music to play. Um, so this one's about 12 minutes long. It starts harmless enough at quarter equals 48, but you can see that it's got a lot of polyrhythms here, approaching kind of like new complexity, but maybe a bit more like conceptually restrained. Um, that could be an interesting essay, just like trying to connect the new complexity movement to the work of Xenakis, which is probably its closest predecessor, I would say. This piece is dedicated to pianist Roger Woodward, who I think, uh, yeah, I was right. Yeah, Triadic Memories, which is a recent episode on the channel, was also dedicated to Roger Woodward. So I guess I sort of talked a little bit about him in that episode. I'm not going to do that here. Um, yeah, I don't know what to expect really with this one. So I'll put a link to the recording in the video description, and I'll see you in 12 minutes because I gotta get on with my day here. Okay, yeah, so this was admittedly, I was listening to a MIDI performance. So if that doesn't suit your fancy, I would just listen to a real human playing it. Um, it definitely sounds very computer generated, although it's possible that Xenakis has stitched together a couple different things that have been pre-generated. It has this feeling of like being kind of stitched together. It alternates between this very strict polyrhythmic stuff and then more loose kind of like um, approximate rhythm stuff. Um, I would guess that the movement of pitches throughout the range of the instrument is sort of dictated by gas laws, or maybe he like starts different lines of music at certain points and then has some sort of mathematical formula that's like deciding how it turns into a line of music. Um, and yeah, it's cool. I like this moment where we have two voices in contrary motion and they're weaving out these like almost diamond shapes. It's very interesting on the page. I think the most successful parts of the piece is probably the first section leading up to this new idea on page 4. After that point, it kind of loses me a little bit. Um, but yeah, I mean, it sounds computer generated, but you have to keep in mind that this is like in the very early days of computation, 1980. So no one at this time was doing anything like this with music. I'm sure you could copy it nowadays pretty easily um, with this or that piece of technology, but you have to admire how original it is. Um, I neglected to pull up this Wikipedia article on the piece. So it was commissioned by Roger Woodward, um, and it's his third solo piano work. So Ronald Squibbs identifies the source of pitch material in this piece as a scale spanning the range of the entire piano. So you have to imagine it's this sort of artificial scale that's probably not built on octave divisions. It's dividing the piano up in a different way. There's three main types of textures: continuous random walks, discontinuous random walks, and arborescences, which are lines that can branch out into more lines, which I think characterizes this section, this type of stuff. Material from this piece was reused in Kekrops, which was composed in 1986, and also Hommage à Ravel, which was another piano piece written in 87. This is Xenakis' final work for piano. I think it's not very successful. It's probably my least favorite of his piano pieces. And I don't think I have the score to it either. There's some critical reception here. I don't think it's that interesting. His music has always been controversial, so that's sort of what you get there. So yeah, hopefully this is a nice introduction to Xenakis' piano music. The next piece in the series will be another Morton Feldman piece, but this one's from 1977. Today's piece is called Piano, and it's by Morton Feldman. It's for piano, and it's from 1977. It's actually a pretty substantial work. It's not one of his long form pieces, but it is almost half an hour long, and it's 29 pages of music. I think he had a series of pieces in the 70s which were just named after their instrumentation. I think Um, yeah, I mean, the more famous ones are like the chamber ensembles, but he also has like solo ones like this. Yeah, it looks like he has a couple of different ideas going on at the start. As always, like liberal use of silences and this very quiet dynamic, and some interesting rhythmic inventions like this nested tuplet. This poster says that it's a transitional work that's between like his Webern-esque pieces and then the extended duration pieces of the 80s. It's also dedicated to Roger Woodward. A couple pieces that we've looked at already in the. Did we look at? I guess we did look at piano and orchestra too. Yeah, so we've looked at all three of these Feldman pieces now that are dedicated to Roger Woodward, the Australian pianist. It was premiered in Baden-Baden. I think this same institution has premiered like Earl Brown's works. I think we came across it in one of our Earl Brown episodes. So yeah, it's all sort of coming together a little bit. Feldman had already been writing music for almost 20 years at this point, so we're going towards his mature style, I think. Link to this recording is in the video description. I don't think I have too much else to say about it. I'll just let you know what I think because I honestly do not know anything about this piece, so have not heard it before, and let you know. Yeah. Okay, so I have a lot to say about this. It's kind of hard to formulate. I'm seeing a lot of features in here that are also a part of Feldman's later work, except it seems that uh, the features themselves are given more importance. For example, like this idea at the end where you have these rests of varying lengths followed by chords, and these clustery chords are like rearranged each time, right? Like that's something that occurs in his later work, but it's not the only thing happening. You know what I mean? Like, um, that's like a world he'll explore briefly before disrupting it and moving on to something else, right? Whereas in this piece, he goes on for long stretches of time just doing one thing, and it's a little bit monotonous, honestly, right? Like here, every downbeat is a rest, and every measure ends with the note lifting, right? It's very uniform. One of the more interesting features about this piece is like he has these sections where the pianist is reading multiple grand staves at the same time, but very rarely do the chords line up. And sometimes he has polymeter involved as well. It kind of reminds me of um, like his bass clarinet and percussion piece. He has like these meters that don't line up, except that's with multiple players. This is just one player. Yeah, like, and there was some really repetitive sections, right, where you just repeat one chord over and over again. I think that that's a lot more extreme than things you see in his later stuff. It's really interesting just listening to this after hearing Triadic Memories. It's such a huge difference in style. Yeah, I think that was pretty much all I wanted to say. This repetitive like cluster thing, it doesn't really get into it until page 6, and I think that's when the piece starts to pick up. Um, he also has this idea of the left hand chord being shorter than the right hand chord, but he doesn't play with it enough. It's kind of like just a thing that happens once or twice, definitely at the beginning. It's a big feature of the opening. Then it just doesn't really happen that much unless the exact material is kind of copied and pasted. That's what it feels like. So, yeah, I don't know if I like it as much as his later work. I can see why it's not performed nearly as often. Um, but I think it's still interesting if you're interested in like Feldman in general. So yeah, that's that one. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow with another piano piece. All right, so For Alina is a piano piece by Estonian composer Arvo Pärt, written in 1977, I think. And this is it. It's very simple. It's actually the first piece in his Tintinnabuli style. So this is the beginning of his sacred minimalism. And it's a very clear example of Tintinnabuli. So if you look at the top line, first of all, you have this B drone at the beginning. But then if you look at the top line, it's all moving by step for the most part, right? It looks like a cantus firmus of some kind. The bottom line is just playing notes of a B minor chord to harmonize it, right? B D D B F sharp, D B D, B D F sharp B, F sharp B, D B F sharp B, D, right? So also interestingly, the contours of both lines matches, so you get all these parallel um, sonorities. Yeah, it's very interesting in that regard. If you look at the intervals, I think we have, a second opening up to a third, then 4 5, or then 2 3 3 again, 2 3 2 4, right? And then this measure would be 3 2 3 3 2. So it ends on a dissonance. Then we got something ending on a consonance. 3 3 4 2 4 3. Right, and then this one ends on the major second again. This one ends on a third, but it's between F sharp and A. And this one ends on the lower kind of B F sharp. So in that way, the phrases sort of have something analogous to tension and release, like dominant, tonic kind of directions. Another pattern you might notice just looking at the score is the number of notes in each measure increases and then decreases. So 2 notes, 3 notes, 4 notes, 5, 6 notes, 7 notes, 8 notes, 7 notes, 6 notes, 5 notes, 4, 3, 2, and then 3. Um, yeah, let's see if there's any other background on this piece that I'm missing. Obviously, it echoes the Beethoven piece for Elise with its title. Dedicated to one of Parrot's family friend's 18-year-old daughter. Okay. Actually meant as a work of consolation for the girl's mother missing her child. The marking at the beginning roughly translates to peacefully in an elevated and introspective manner. Okay, I missed this, but there's a big pedal release here and a breath mark. So that's sort of a big juncture in the form of the piece, right? Ending on a F sharp, C sharp. And uh, so it was first recorded in 1995 by Alexander Malter.
Apparently, they spent hours and hours playing the piece over and over again, and then Pärt himself selected two performances that he liked the most. Sounds like an awful experience for the performer. Piece was used in Foxcatcher, a 2014 bio-thriller sports film, in Abandon in 2002, which is an American psychological drama film filmed in Montreal, and then it was also featured in Mostly Martha, a 2001 German romantic comedy by Sandra Nettelbeck. And I think in all three cases it was the Alexander Maltzer recording that was uh, featured. Yeah, let's have a listen to this. I'll see you in a couple minutes and I'll let you know what I think on this listen. Okay, so yeah, this was very calming. Um, I almost didn't have to listen to it because I kind of just have it in my head. Like I've heard this enough times that I can kind of recall it. Um, I think that's what makes it so successful, is it is like something that you can really wrap your head around. It's almost like a little counterpoint exercise. It's an interesting texture having these wide intervals, but in like the extreme upper register of the piano. And then the two lines themselves don't really span that much. And yeah, it's definitely inspired by like, antiquity and the origins of polyphony and stuff. But I do think it has sort of a modern sound to it, especially the way that he deals with fourths and seconds constantly as if, they're just something that happens in passing. Um, and it's very strict, like this sort of adherence to parallel motion and trying to keep the number of notes changing in a specific way. Each measure is very like it's a real challenge he set up for himself, and I'm curious how he actually came up with this, but like if it happened organically or if he actually planned to do it this way. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of this type of stuff, but I think if you like Arvo Pärt, this is kind of a must hear. The score tomorrow is going to be something completely different, I'm assuming. Not a lot of minimalist pieces in the piano series. Yeah, it's going to be a Carlos Chavez piece.